American comics starting as a time criminal crazily plundering entries. 001 Iron Man is dead at the beginning. Outside the sacred timeline. 0 time zone dimension. Under normal circumstances, there should be nothing here, no space, no time, no matter, it is a real void. But at the moment, it is full of a large number of abstract, retro-futuristic buildings, which are extremely spectacular and shocking at a glance, and have existed for countless years. This is TVA Time Variance Administration. And in the timing hall of the main office area, in the same gridwork partitions, a large number of timekeepers wearing the same white shirts are sitting upright. They are responsible for monitoring every event on the timeline, year after year, without end. Suddenly, one of the fat men changed his expression, showing surprise and even disbelief. He wiped his eyes under the glasses vigorously, put them on again, and looked at the screen in front of him vigorously. You read it right. The time branch is red. This represents the top event crisis. If it continues to develop, it will cause unpredictable and terrible dangers to the sacred timeline. The man picked up the old red landline in panic, and after 3 seconds of being connected, he quickly said, TC02354 report to the superior. Taser. Supervisor, time. Time branch, red crisis. Timeline. 2012, 11/27. A low echo came from the phone. Got it. 3 minutes ago. 2012, November 27th, night. In a port in Tennessee, there is a fierce battle here. I saw a series of humanoid steel machines with different shapes constantly swooping down, attacking a man with a naked upper body and red skin like a hot iron. Bang bang bang. As the steel armor was constantly destroyed and disintegrated, Tony finally found an opportunity to wrap the armor he was wearing on Killian's body. The next second he issued a self-destruct order without hesitation, wanting to use the reactor to blow up the cyborg on the opposite side and avenge Pepper. However, it did not go as he wished. After the violent explosion, Killian, who had the most successful extremist transformation, did not die. The opponent's broken limbs were like magma, wriggling and growing again and solidifying. Killian looked at Iron Man's shocked expression with great satisfaction, and laughed happily as a winner. This is the real evolution, your iron creations are not worth mentioning at all. Haha, Stark. How do you feel now that you are defeated by something you despise? Tony half knelt on the ground, looking at the enemy in front of him with some despair. Lost. There is no way he can defeat the opponent with his body. I didn't expect that I would die in the hands of humans after defeating Chitauri. It's really ironic. Hey! Tony shouted involuntarily, looking at the top of Killian's head in surprise. Seeing this, Killian sneered, didn't even look up, and said without hiding the contempt in his eyes. Do you think I am a third-rate villain who will be deceived by such low-level means? I really think highly of you, Star. He hasn't finished speaking yet. Boom. A thunderclap seemed to come from the endless void, causing the entire space to vibrate. The next second, in Tony's shocked eyes, a golden thunder fell from the space crack and hit Killian, who looked disdainful. The dazzling light seemed like a punishment from heaven. However, in the intense light and vibration, Tony was also thrown to the ground and fell heavily. A few seconds later, he shook his shaking head and looked at the place where the thunder had just hit. I saw that Killian, the winner who was just so arrogant, at the moment only had the body above the chest and the calves below the knees. The body in the middle was shattered, and a strange young man was lying on it. The next second, the other party seemed to be awakened by the burn, jumped up and screamed in pain, while taking off the clothes on his body that began to burn. Tony was a little confused. What was going on? The enemy that he couldn't solve was smashed to death? This is too dramatic. Russell was also stunned. What was going on? I was watching the sunrise on Mount Tai just a second ago, but a golden lightning struck me the moment the sun came out. As a result, I was on fire when I woke up, and the sky was dark. I was unconscious for so long, but no one saved me. I am a freshman, and I don't look like an old man who would blackmail people. At this time, a humming sound came from under my feet. Russell looked down and suddenly found that the land before had become a steel bridge at some point, with a terrifying body lying on it, and blood like magma was constantly flowing out of the wound. This scene is actually very scary in the eyes of ordinary people, but he felt familiar at the moment. I seem to have seen this person somewhere. No? Is this a person? In an instant, Russell's sense of familiarity became stronger, as if he could react just by missing a layer of window paper. At this time, he saw the dying man looking at him with resentment, and then he turned his neck to face the other direction with great effort. The flame of anger burned in his eyes, and he roared with his last strength, "Tony Stark, I will take you to hell." Tui. A mouthful of thick phlegm. Oh no, it was a mouthful of burning magma blood, like a meteor, which hit the chest of the man who was struggling to climb up not far away in Russell's shocked eyes. In an instant, the micro-reactor was destroyed, and almost instantly melted through the flesh and blood heart. Tony Stark screamed and died directly. It was a clean and tidy move, leaving no chance for rescue. This familiar voice finally broke the last layer of window paper in Russell's heart. He finally realized why no one saved him on the top of Mount Tai. This is not the Earth at all. He traveled to the scene of Killian fighting Iron Man in Iron Man 3. This is the Marvel world. It's just... what the hell is this hero nemesis? Why did I die just after crossing Iron Man? P.S. 002 TVA appears. Russell was a little confused. Tony Stark, who snapped his fingers in Avengers Alliance 4. Hulk still had one arm at that time, so it was possible. But within a second, Russell refuted himself. Iron Man is dead now, so there will be no Titan battle later. And without the Titan battle, how can there be Avengers Alliance 4? There is still no solution. Not to mention that the Marvel world is dangerous and chaotic, and ordinary people like him may not even live to that time. For example. Now, Russell suddenly noticed from the corner of his eye that Killian, who had just sprayed Stark to death with a mouthful of magma, was not dead yet, and turned his neck back to look at him, his throat moving. After killing the most hated enemy, it is obvious that he has to kill him as the justice from heaven. Killian is definitely angry. He has obviously won, but this is the ending. It's as if fate is destined not to let him win. If he didn't have to kill Iron Man anyway, the first thing he would spit out would be this weirdo who suddenly appeared in front of him. The next second, his broken chest squirmed, closed, and compressed, and opened his mouth again. For a moment, the throbbing of his soul made Russell feel as if he had seen the death god. The dark and cold breath of death was engulfing him, making his whole body stiff. There seemed to be some mechanical sound in his heart. But he had no time to distinguish whether it was an auditory hallucination or something else. He roared in his heart and forced his terrified body to roll to the right. He was still so young, he didn't want to die. He wanted to live. Whoosh! A ball of hot magma brushed against his ears, and after burning more than a dozen hairs in an instant, it disappeared into the distant night like a meteor. Plop! Russell lay on the iron frame, ignoring the pain on his body, breathing in the cold air. He dodged it. Just a little bit, just 1 centimeter. If he hadn't resisted the fear and successfully controlled his body, the magma would have penetrated his brain just now, and he would have ended up like Iron Man. He almost died. In an instant, fear turned into raging rage. He climbed up, holding a sharp piece of steel debris in his hand, and roared to fight to the death. Those who want to kill me, go to hell. But when he turned around, he saw that the other party's body no longer radiated a fiery red temperature, and the flames in his eyes had gone out, leaving carbonized eyeballs. Killian was dead. Russell was stunned, and after a trance, he sat down on the steel frame, gasping for breath. A few seconds later, he showed a helpless bitter smile. Is this Marvel? He gave him a warning just after crossing. It's simply the grave of ordinary crossers. And he remembered that Pepper didn't die in this battle, and she would be reborn from the ashes in a while. How should he explain his origins then? Why did he appear here? This woman is not an indecisive fool. She can manage Stark Company in an orderly manner, and she will definitely not be fooled. Even if he is not careful, he will end up in Nick Fury's hands. Besides, Iron Man is dead, and this woman is probably going crazy in her current state. Russell sighed again. Of all the 36 strategies, running away is the best strategy. If you can't think of a solution, just run away first. But at this moment, suddenly an orange light flashed in the night, and a rectangular light gate appeared out of thin air in front of Russell. The next second, a team of soldiers wearing standard black power suits, with TVA orange marks on their chests and holding black short sticks burst out of the door. Russell's face froze. He had already recognized who it was. The short stick and badge with the logo were so easy to identify. The Time Variance Administration. A super organization that openly maintains the sacred timeline and cannot tolerate any time branch. FK it. Russell couldn't help but curse in his heart. At the moment he finally understood that the most dangerous place to cross Marvel was not the Earth, but the Time Variance Administration. He killed Killian as soon as he crossed, and Iron Man was killed by the butterfly effect. This has completely changed his fate. Now this is not the sacred timeline at all, but a new time branch. As long as TVA is not blind, it will definitely find it. At this time, Russell was brought back to his senses by the hurried footsteps behind him. He looked back and saw that the other end of the steel frame was also blocked by soldiers running out of the light gate. But it's not over yet. At this time, 4 light gates lit up again in the air outside the steel frame, one on the left and one on the right. 4 teams of soldiers swarmed out from inside with weapons in hand, stepped on the temporary red space barrier, and completely surrounded him. Russell couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Is this a bit too exaggerated? Even if Loki is caught, there is no need for such a battle, right? TVA thinks too highly of itself. At this time, a low voice sounded behind the portal in front. A high-level time sequence identity hidden time criminal, this is the first time I have seen it in so many years. During the voice, a man wearing a red retro suit, who looked to be in his 40s, with a high nose bridge, gold-rimmed glasses and silver hair neatly combed back, walked out. The man looked up and down at Russell standing there with a scrutinizing look, and then said strangely, "Why is he an ordinary person?" Under the scanning of the TVA high-level radiation capture instrument, no high-energy reaction was found, and the physical body was just the normal male standard. The man shook his head, his face returned to a stern look and said, "I am Tesseract, a high-level supervisor of the Time Variance Administration. I will arrest you for violating the sacred timeline now, so start." The time guards immediately swarmed away, and Russell surrendered very straightforwardly and was put on a time collar. It is impossible to resist. It is impossible to win, and it is really unnecessary to be beaten. He is not Loki. It is better to go through the process, so that he can have more time to think about how to survive in the void after being cut. In addition to the monster Elrios, there are all kinds of time prisoners in that place, which is far more dangerous than the real world. God knows how many people TVA has stuffed in there over the years. Seeing that the time prisoners did not resist, Tesseract frowned slightly. At this time, a time guard took an instrument and scanned it a few times, then turned back and reported, "Supervisor, there is no energy reaction in any form. He is an ordinary person." Tesseract was a little puzzled, but still shook his head and turned to disappear into the portal. Then the soldiers began to retreat in an orderly manner, leaving only a few people to use time grenades to cut off the timeline being generated. Russell was silent and was escorted towards the portal. But just as he was about to step in, he heard the mechanical voice in his heart again. It's not an illusion. System startup successful. Detection of death due to the host at the scene. Looting entries began. Looting completed. Ding. Extremis, green. Knowledge curse, purple. Mechanical furnace, blue-purple, detected as unmatched, mutating. 003 plunder entry. In just a moment, the mechanical sound sounded again. The mutation is complete. Mechanical furnace, blue-purple, transformed into furnace heart, mutation. Russell had a blank expression on his face, and he breathed a sigh of relief when he saw from the corner of his eyes that the TVA soldiers around him did not react. It seems that the sound of this system can only be heard by himself. He couldn't help but get excited. Awakening system, in the Marvel world, the probability of survival is greatly increased. Even becoming stronger is not a dream. Perhaps this is the reward for not being willing to be ordinary. Russell forced himself to suppress his excitement, kept silent, and walked into the portal with his demeanor. What he saw was a huge amount of corridors, which were taller than those seen in movies and TV shows, and the walls had a retro style of the last century. There were many employees in white shirts and some time guards coming and going. It looked very busy here. Russell pretended to be curious about the environment, but in his heart he used his mind to feel the 3 entries he had just plundered. Extremis, from Killian's entry. It has a powerful self-healing ability, strength strengthening, and no fatal organs. It also controls high temperatures, up to 1800. At the same time, it also abandons weaknesses, and will not be irritable, manic, crazy, and explode uncontrollably. Russell was delighted. This entry will undoubtedly increase the probability of his survival in the void, and he has a certain self-protection ability. And this is only green. The rarity of the entry is white, blue, green, purple, gold, and red. He continued to perceive knowledge curse. This entry is purple. In an instant, the entry information appeared in his mind. Knowledge curse, ability type entry. You have a strong understanding and learning ability for both technological and mysterious knowledge, and have a certain degree of creativity. Russell was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Iron Man's entry would also work on the mysterious side. Doesn't this mean that he will have a powerful magic ability? Although there is no combat power for the time being, in the long run, the gains brought by this entry will be unimaginable. No wonder it can be classified as purple. Russell looked at the last entry at this time. Heart of the Furnace, this is the only variant entry. Its ability is to transform the heart into an energy core, which can continuously absorb free radiation atoms in the air for reaction, and burst out powerful life force. And it continues, subtly transforming the flesh and blood body to become more powerful. Even amplify the power of Extremis. And this is not over yet. This variant entry has another ability. Furnace Overload. When activated, the blood in the body can be used as fuel, converted into the purest energy, and can attack with energy rays, bless the body, and cast spells, provided that spells can be cast. The ratio is 100 mg of blood converted into 10 units of energy. Taking Doctor Strange's Vishanti Holy Sword as an example, each unit can be released 10 times. But once it is activated, it will not stop until 4/10 of the blood in the body is burned. The human body has 4,200 ml of blood, and 4/10 is nearly 1,700 ml. Ordinary people will go into shock directly. Even if he has strong vitality, he will fall into weakness. In short, this is an explosive ability. Russell will not use it unless it is absolutely necessary. It is a trump card. And overall, he feels that this mutation entry is not weaker than the purple knowledge curse, and even better. What an unexpected surprise! After sighing in his heart, Russell loaded 3 entries without hesitation. There is no progress bar, and the power is loaded in an instant. At this moment, he clearly perceives the changes in his body, the power is surging in his blood, the world is clearer in his eyes, and the brain reacts faster. The time change situation has a ban on magic, but there is no limit to physical fitness. At the moment, he only needs to use a little force to overturn the TVA soldiers who are holding him. However, Russell did not act rashly and thought he was invincible. There are so many powerful time offenders in the Void Land, he does not think that TVA did it by sneak attack. According to comparative analysis, the power shown by TVA in Loki must be only a part of it. Moreover, the time collar is very deadly, unless you can directly grab the controller, there is no solution. Russell memorized the route and various information along the way. After taking the elevator down 25 floors, he turned around and came to the door of a closed room. The door was dark and there was no glass, so he couldn't see what was going on inside. Russell frowned slightly. He remembered that in the American TV series Loki, the process after Loki was caught was not like this. First, he was changed into clothes, read out by the examiner, and finally judged by a female judge. But now it was obviously not the same process. Is it the time when Loki became a god? But looking at the murals in the corridor, there were still 3 lizardmen, so it shouldn't have happened yet. At this time, a time guard opened the door, pushed Russell in, and then slammed it shut again. "Hello, sir, sit here." A warm voice came, and Russell looked up and saw a very simple table in the depths of the room of 200 or 300 square meters, with only something like a toaster on it. A man in a black suit, a grey tie, and grey hair sat on the left, and at the moment made an invitation gesture with his right hand. "Mr. Paradox?" Russell recognized who this person was, but he didn't expect that he would join the company at this time. So it seems that Professor X's evil twin sister may not be caught after Loki too. Russell deliberately made a cautious gesture, looked around, and then carefully sat down opposite. "You are?" he said cautiously. Mr. Paradox smiled slightly and said in a calm tone, "Don't worry, sir, our Time Variation Administration is not an evil organization, aiming to protect the peace of the sacred timeline. In other words, we are actually good people." As he said, he snapped his fingers, and a hole suddenly appeared in the bread machine on the table, projecting the origin and history of TVA on the wall. It was no different from what Russell saw in Loki. Until the projection ended, Mr. Paradox smiled and said, "This is TVA, so don't think we are targeting you on purpose. As long as you tell us your origins, we will check that. As long as you are not deliberately interfering with the timeline, we will send you back to your own time point." Sent to the void. Russell sneered in his heart, he knew what kind of guy this guy was. If there was no awakening system and before he gained power, his choices would probably be exile or complete destruction. But now, this is not a good choice. As a fugitive time criminal, there are obviously more opportunities to plunder entries. Also more freedom. And in TVA, you have to worry about the calculations of the people left behind. So running away and becoming a time criminal is the only way out. But the premise is that you have to grab the TVA control tablet and the controller on your neck. Russell made a thoughtful look, stood up and paced left and right along the edge of the table, and seemed to be unintentionally approaching the other side, as if he was considering it. Seeing this, Mr. Paradox did not urge or stop him. He just picked up the coffee in front of him and sipped it slowly with his head down. His whole face was shrouded in shadow, and a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It was at this moment that Russell rushed over at the speed that his body should have after his evolution. "Tisk tisk, can't you bear it?" Paradox said with a smile, and pressed lightly with the other finger that was always in his pocket. In an instant, Russell's body flashed and returned to the position 5 seconds ago, sitting on the chair. His face was a little confused, but he rushed towards Mr. Paradox again. But the latter just smiled slightly, took out the controller, and pressed it again when Russell's palm was about to touch him. In an instant, Russell flashed and sat on the chair again. But this time he didn't have the opportunity to rush out again, but froze in place, his eyes full of confusion and panic. Mr. Paradox pressed the pause button. Then he stood up, showing an elegant posture, looking down with an imperceptible superior look and smiling. "Ah, I guessed you wouldn't be too honest. I forgot to tell you, as long as you wear the time collar, your time is controlled by me. So, just think about it here for a while." After saying that, Mr. Paradox put down the coffee in his hand and walked out leisurely. And at the moment he could no longer see that the shadow deep in Russell's pupils had changed. From the initial shock to deep calm, there was not even a trace of panic, as if everything was expected. P.S. New book asks for flowers, asks for monthly tickets. There will be another chapter later. There is data in the first hour, so I wrote it hard, updating 10,000 words every day. Reading books every day is fun on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 004 Disguise and Kill. Outside the door. After Mr. Paradox came out, he turned left and entered another room through the corridor. The walls here were filled with hundreds of old-fashioned large-head display screens, and a dozen timekeepers wearing special glasses were adjusting the screens at a rapid speed. As soon as he entered the door, he asked, "Taser, do you have any clues?" Tessirat, like him, Mobius M., and Ouroboros, are all high-level supervisors of the Time Change Bureau, led by the Grand Justice. Absolutely nothing. Tessirat turned his head, frowned and continued. This person is like being born out of thin air, without any past and future, and any related humans. This is unreasonable and unscientific. Mr. Paradox was also a little surprised to hear this. Although it was precisely because he could not find the other party's origin that he had just acted as a good guy, he still found this result a little unbelievable. This has never happened in TVA. This made him even more curious about the origin of the young man. After thinking for a while, he suggested, perhaps the observer can know. Why not let Mobius ask him? If he makes a mistake, the Grand Judge will definitely forgive him. The Time Change definitely has records of the observer, who is a high-dimensional creature active on the timeline and knows many secrets of the universe. Taser said solemnly, "Don't think about violating TVA regulations. If it really happens, I will report you." Paradox immediately smiled and said that he was just joking, and then said that he might gain something on his side. Acting? He is the best at it. Can't he deceive a young man? After staying for a few more minutes, Mr. Paradox left the room. The moment he went out, the smile in his eyes disappeared and turned into contempt. This stubborn waste, after I get promoted, I will fire him and throw him into the void. Click. The door handle turned, and Mr. Paradox walked into the room with an elegant smile. Looking at the time prisoner who was still in a frozen state, he nodded slightly. "I think this long time is enough for you to figure it out. Since I can completely control your time, I would have done it if I wanted to harm you long ago, such as making you disappear completely, so there would be no harm." Speaking of this, he is still very curious why the order from above must find out the details of this person. Just throw it into the void and let Elrios swallow it, no trace of time will be left, and there will be no accidents at all. But since the Chief Justice has spoken, no one dares to object. After a pause, Mr. Paradox continued. "So let's end this boring process quickly, you go home, and I'll finish the work." "Definitely, to show TVA's sincerity." He raised his hand, very artificially, and pressed the controller in the sight of the time prisoner. The light on the time collar suddenly turned from red to green. In an instant, Russell felt like he was released from amber and finally regained his freedom. He did not rush forward again, but sat on the chair, showing a shocked look, and said in disbelief, "Just now was time manipulation. How is this possible?" Mr. Paradox was very satisfied with the expression of the time criminal, which gave him a sense of superiority over lower creatures. This is just the simplest time controller. Expanding dimensions, creating spatial entities, traveling through time and space. Technological conversion of material energy, anchoring time, future, and history, etc. The greatness of TVA is unimaginable to ordinary humans like you. After saying this, he put the controller back in his pocket and sat down across the table again. Perhaps it was the effect of the knowledge curse entry. Russell easily discovered the emotions hidden in the other person's eyes. He sneered in his heart, but the expression on his face became more shocked. Then he showed a trace of respect appropriately, and nodded in agreement. Indeed, I thought too much. The fact that an ordinary person like me can live to this day is enough to reflect the kindness and integrity of your organization. I really should cooperate. Hearing this, Mr. Paradox's mouth curled up slightly, and he felt a little proud in his heart. It was too easy to deal with an ordinary person. But at this moment, he saw the other party showing an embarrassment. "What's wrong?" he asked. Russell said awkwardly. "I was just an ordinary earthling before, studying at the sports university, and I am a freshman this year. I don't know how the time violation you mentioned happened. I only know that a lightning bolt fell and I hit that terrible fireman," he said anxiously. "This was an accident. I didn't mean to kill him. You won't convict me for this, right?" Russell didn't know if TVA had a lie detector function. In order to prevent accidents, he chose not to lie. Mr. Paradox was surprised again. This was the first time he encountered a situation where lightning made people travel through time. It sounded like a plot in a novel. But time is extremely complicated, so this may not be impossible. And this is not the point. He said seriously. "What about your detailed identity? And when and where were you struck by lightning?" As he spoke, his expression became a little serious, and he said with a hint of threat, "Don't lie." The interrogation room of TVA is equipped with a lie detector perception instrument, which can judge your heartbeat and subtle breathing rhythm, pupil dilation, and facial details. "I can't help you then." No wonder Mobius in the interrogation room in the American TV series knew that Loki was lying. "It could definitely be that he was deceiving me, but it doesn't matter," Russell showed an appropriate anxiety and hurriedly said. "I didn't lie. I'm really a college student. I was really an ordinary person before, and I was really struck by lightning." Before hearing the answer, Mr. Paradox was a little irritated. "What before and after, as if you are not an ordinary person now, what a stupid college student." The witness time criminal was still talking about useless things, and he said impatiently, "Okay, don't repeat what you said before, tell me your identity." Russell nodded and was about to get to the point. But just as he was about to speak, his expression changed, and he suddenly covered his mouth and nose with his hands and coughed violently. Mr. Paradox immediately showed a look of disgust, thinking that the time offender in front of him might have some disease. But with TVA's technology, he was not afraid. He forced a fake smile, put his hands on the table, leaned forward slightly, and pretended to care. "Are you feeling uncomfortable? It's okay, TVA can easily cure your disease, don't panic." Before he finished speaking, he suddenly saw the time offender across the table suddenly raised his head. And the deep pupils of the eyes he met were slightly golden. There was no panic in it. There was no pain. He was lying to me. How dare he? This was Mr. Paradox's first reaction. Then he laughed in his heart. Stupid low-level monkey, actually deceived himself and wanted to fight back. How foolish. Naive. Although his right hand had left his pocket and was not holding the controller of the time collar all the time. But in the 1 second when the other party rushed over, it was enough for him to put his right hand into his pocket again and accurately press the pause button. The time supervisor. Not a waste. At this moment, Mr. Paradox's mouth corners were slightly curved, and he was about to show a mocking smile. This time he wanted to interrogate in a different way. The kind that would make him scream. However, at the moment when he made a move to reach out, he saw a playful look in the eyes of the time offender. Playful? Why? Moreover, the other party did not make a move to rush out. He was very puzzled. And in the next moment, he saw that the other party had loosened his palm covering his mouth and nose, and his bulging chest suddenly sank. Puff! Mr. Paradox's eyes reflected the light of fire, and a hot flame meteor instantly crossed the space of less than 2 meters. P.S. Handsome guys, begging for flowers and monthly tickets. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. 005 Thunderbolt. Russell saw with his own eyes how Killian spit out magma-like blood to kill Tony Stark. Magma-like blood can easily melt flesh and blood. Just like now. He slowly stood up from the chair, walked around the table, and looked down at Mr. Paradox, who had fallen to the ground. The superior, who was just high above, at the moment, had a fist-sized hole melted through the left side of his neck. The dark brown wound kept gushing out streams of scarlet blood as his heart beat. How? Hee hee. Hee hee. Mr. Paradox only said one word, and then he was choked by the blood in his throat and could no longer speak. At this moment, his eyes were full of horror and disbelief. He couldn't understand why the other party was obviously an ordinary person without any power, a garbage time offender. How could he suddenly spit out magma-like blood like Killian? It was obviously detected when the other party was captured. But at the moment, thinking about these things is useless. He felt his mind becoming heavier, his body becoming numb, and the world becoming darker. In the final countdown of his life, he saw a pair of eyes filled with mockery. As if silently telling how arrogant and stupid he was. Damn, I obviously have other means. With strong unwillingness, Mr. Paradox's eyes completely lost their spirit. At this time, the alarm sounded. Russell was not surprised. It should be that TVA has the means to detect the life characteristics of these high-level supervisors, and the alarm will be triggered once they die. He was very calm and composed, without any fear or excitement after the first murder. He leaned down quickly and quickly searched the other person's pocket, finding a foldable tablet and a controller. At the same time, the plundering system prompted again. Plunder completed. Healthy body, white. Its ability is not easy to get sick, and there is no hidden disease. Seeing this entry, Russell was a little speechless. This TVA time supervisor is really a waste, except for a slightly healthier body, he has no ability. With the blessing of Extremis, he was too lazy to load it. Russell no longer paid attention to the entries and focused on the controller. With Mr. Paradox pressing the switch in front of him, he quickly identified the correct button. Ding! The time control collar was lifted. Russell was free again, and he couldn't help but feel happy. Next was the time tablet. With the entry of the knowledge curse, he didn't understand how to operate it. At the moment, there were a lot of running sounds outside the door. Russell opened the time tablet without hesitation, which was the same as the deceptive electronic dictionary in the advertisements 10 years before he traveled through time. Swish! The red light suddenly flashed and exploded. A monster like a clock spirit jumped out from it, constantly enlarging and rushing towards Russell. Wow wow wow! The people left behind said that you would have an accident, and it turned out to be true. Miss Time laughed and grew wildly, and with the hideous expression on the dial, it looked very scary. Russell didn't expect such an unexpected change to happen. How could Miss Time hide in Mr. Paradox's tablet? And it sounds like Kong, who is at the end of time, has noticed him. This is not good news. Russell was surprised, as if he was shocked by the giant Miss Time. Seeing this, Miss Time laughed and said, "Human! How did you get the power of Extremis?" Tell me and I won't kill you." However, as soon as she finished speaking, she saw that the time criminal in front of her suddenly ignored her completely. Russell has come back to his senses. Although there was an accident, he knew that Miss Time had no mechanical possession and had no fighting power. He continued to operate the time tablet and wanted to travel through time and space. However, after setting the time and coordinates, and clicking the confirm button to open the time and space gate, there was no response at all. Although Miss Time didn't know why the time offender in front of her was suddenly not afraid of her, she still said happily, "Oh, it's a pity for the time offender. My authority over the time tablet is a little higher than that of the supervisor. You can't run away." As she said this, the expression on her face turned into a cartoon smile, shrunk to a normal file size, and floated in front of Russell and continued, "Just surrender obediently, you look very special, and the people left behind will definitely use you." Her words were pure nonsense. Because the people left behind are more likely to dissect this very interesting special time offender. Russell, who has seen the plot of Loki, definitely knows that this cartoon character is lying. He did not make any more meaningless attempts. Instead, he put the time tablet into his pocket and looked at the cartoon clock in front of him and suddenly said, "You shouldn't have not reminded Mr. Paradox." Miss Time said cheerfully and indifferently, "If he dies, he dies. We can have as many of these as we want." Russell shook his head. "No, not death. But, you shouldn't have given me the chance to take off the time collar." The voice fell. The door of the room had been opened, and a team of time guards ran in aggressively with cutting sticks. Miss Time swung in the air and did not remind the time guards what Russell's power was. But she crossed her legs like a human, intending to record what interesting things this time prisoner who suddenly possessed extremis could do. As for the life and death of the time guards, as she said before, there are as many of these things as you want, so don't worry about it. Here Russell's eyes have turned into molten gold, and the iron-like blood vessels under his skin are looming, and the surrounding area is emitting high temperature. The next second, he also rushed towards the time guards rushing in, looking like he was going to fight for his life. But just when he was about to make contact, he retracted his attacking posture and took the initiative to hit the cutting stick. In mid-air, the cartoon expression of Miss Time, who was originally calm and confident, instantly changed to sweating and anxious. She yelled, "Don't attack! Stop it!" But it was too late. Although the time guard in the front heard the order and wanted to execute it, he couldn't retract the cutting stick he was holding. The front end of the short stick, which was emitting golden-orange light, directly hit the chest of the front. The cutting took effect. Russell looked at his chest that was beginning to disappear, without panic. Instead, he waved his hand to Miss Time, who had turned into a panic expression, and smiled. "Goodbye, cartoon man without a body." "Oh, wrong, you are not even a cartoon man, you are a cartoon clock." After the voice fell, he completely disappeared, as if he had never existed. Only a team of time guards who looked at each other in bewilderment, and Miss Time, whose expression kept switching between anger and panic, were left. Voidland. Russell stood up from the ground, patted the dust off his butt, and felt much more relaxed. Although Plan A did not succeed, but being able to escape the time change under the attention of the survivor Kong was considered a success. Moreover, he also brought out the supervisor-level time tablet. With the knowledge curse entry, he may not be unable to break the restrictions. Moreover, even if it doesn't work, there is still the infinite gem sling ring to leave this place. Although it is difficult, it is not hopeless. At this time, Russell noticed something from the corner of his eye, and suddenly looked sideways. On the hills in the distance, there was a guy who looked like Captain America running wildly. "Is that Thunderbolt? P.S. Big guys, give some flowers, orts. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. 006 The Burned Human Torch. The End of Time. Deep in the castle, at the moment, the silence was terrifying. Kong, the survivor, sat behind the desk with a gloomy face. Miss Time, who was emitting a faint orange light, stood on the table with a fearful expression. She was mainly responsible for the failure of this mission. After all, the time tablet was locked. If it was not cut, that special time offender would not be able to escape. Seeing that the survivor was still silent, she weakly tried to suggest. The survivor, why don't you let Paradox contact the time offenders in the Void Land? I have always known that he was secretly trading behind the scenes. Although Paradox died just now, these time supervisors can be cloned at will, which is no different from time guards. They are all consumables. Kong, the survivor, raised his head and said coldly. Just do it. We must catch him, no matter what the cost. At the moment, he also regretted it very much. At the beginning, he didn't care when the Chief Justice reported, but later he found that his script machine could not see the future of this person. This is unreasonable. Any life on any timeline should be monitored. And at the beginning, they were just ordinary humans. Why did they suddenly burst out with the power of extremis, and even escape to the void with a purpose in the end? It is obvious that the other party knew that the cutter would not die. There must be unimaginable secrets in this person. The more the people who were left behind thought about it, the more they regretted it. One mistake made the future uncertain. I should have pushed the other party to the end of time from the beginning. In front of me, no one can make a fuss. He looked at Miss Time coldly. Remember to tell those time offenders that I want to live. Otherwise, I will let them taste death repeatedly in the abyss of time. Miss Time's illusory body shuddered, nodded, and disappeared. Void Land. Russell looked at the figure running in the distance who looked like Captain America, thinking about whether to leave or contact. Although the Human Torch died of foul mouth, he was still a good person and should not attack him. And this guy died in Deadpool 3. According to the timeline of the Void, at least it is safe now, and there is no need to face Professor X's sister. But Russell was a little confused. Why didn't this guy fly? Is he afraid of being discovered by the monster Elrios? Russell thought about it and decided to make contact. The dangers of the Void are definitely more than those shown in Loki and Deadpool 3, so it is better to learn more about it. But before he moved, he suddenly found that the guy in the distance had discovered him and suddenly ran towards him. Don't mention it, although this guy didn't fly, he ran very fast. He ran over in less than 10 seconds. Hey man! The man in a tattered windbreaker braked suddenly and said with a friendly smile, look at your new clothes, they were just cut by the time guards. These soldiers with no assholes and shit in their brains should be fed to Elrios. Oh, I guess you don't know what Elrios is. He is a monster that eats everything. I'm telling you, here. Before Russell opened his mouth, he saw this man who looked exactly like Captain America chattering non-stop. And judging by the degree of his swearing, he looked like the Human Torch. After a few minutes, the man finally finished. He introduced some dangerous places, the signs of the appearance of Elrios, and some terrible mutant creatures in general. In short, he was very friendly. Russell smiled and expressed his gratitude. The man immediately invited him to the base. There were some time prisoners who were also cut, and they lived together to fight danger. Russell looked at the Human Torch in front of him with expectation and did not answer. After a careful look, he suddenly showed a look of surprise and said, I think I know who you are. You are Mr. Thunderbolt from the Fantastic Four, right? I have seen you on TV before, but I didn't expect you to come here too. The man didn't hesitate at all, and laughed. So you are my fan, what a coincidence. So, when we get to the base later, I will open a bottle of good wine and cook a good meal to treat you. It just so happens that everyone is greedy. Today is a really good day. Hearing this, Russell smiled even more, and even shook Thunderbolt's hands excitedly. "That's great. With Mr. Jonathan here, I am safe, and I am really grateful." Thunderbolt smiled even more brightly, and then wanted to retract his palm. But the next second, his expression froze a little. Because his hand was not retracted. The other party's hands were like pliers, tightly holding him. "It's okay, brother." Thunderbolt looked at the sky, then his expression became a little anxious and said, "We can't be exposed outside for too long, especially when we don't move, it will attract the time monster. Let's go quickly." After saying that, he tried to pull his palm out with a little force, but still couldn't pull it out. Thunderbolt frowned slightly, seeming a little unhappy. But Russell didn't seem to notice it, but held his hand tighter, and then smiled and said, "Mr. Thunderbolt, I am also a flame user. Look at how much difference my temperature is compared to yours. I hope you can teach me." The voice fell. His hands quickly turned into the color of a branding iron, and the air around him was distorted, showing an extremely hot state. "Ah!" Thunderbolt let out a scream full of pain, and kicked out fiercely at the same time. Russell loosened his palm and easily avoided the attack. Then, she smiled at the man whose hands had been severely burned and turned brown and looked painful, and said, "How is it, Mr. Thunderbolt, how is my temperature? P.S. If you can still read it, just give me a flower. There is no data at all, and I am already numb. Oh. You can also guess who this person is. Reading is fun every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. 007 Hydro Hail." The man slowly straightened up, his face changed from the previous friendly one, and his whole body was filled with a creepy shadow, like a poisonous snake. He ignored his injured hands, his eyes were sinister. "How did you find out that I'm not his?" Russell looked at this man who was neither Captain America nor the Human Torch and laughed. "Because you are too enthusiastic. Although I don't know the Human Torch very well, he is definitely not the person you show him to be." The most important flaw, Russell did not say. Because from Deadpool 3, that guy is a lone wolf. There will definitely be no teammates. So the purpose of this guy in front of him is to trick himself into the so-called base. The so-called feast will only be himself. Hearing this, the man showed regret and said regretfully, "I didn't even think about playing the role of the Human Torch at first, although I knew that guy looked like me. Now it seems that it was a mistake to agree to this name." Hearing this, Russell was a little curious. "Then is your foul mouth born?" The man sneered. From a psychological point of view, swearing is to some extent a hearty expression, which can make the other party lose some of their vigilance. It is especially useful for time prisoners who have just been cut and are at a loss in a strange place. Good guy, he is still playing psychology. The Voidland is really dangerous. After complaining in his heart, Russell suddenly said, "Speaking of which, with this face, why don't you imitate Steve Rogers? I might really believe it." However, after saying this, he saw the man opposite him tilt his head and suddenly smiled grimly. "I am Steve Rogers. Hydra Hail." With a loud shout, his hand had taken out a large caliber revolver from his waist without knowing when. Bang bang bang. From drawing the gun to shooting, it took less than 0.5 seconds. 3 bullets hit the eyebrow, heart, and left lung accurately, highlighting a steady, accurate, and fast. Steve blew the gunpowder coming out of the barrel, looked at the body lying on the ground in front of him, and sneered smugly. Friendly reminder, don't be arrogant in the void. Even if you can control the high temperature, you can only survive by being vigilant at all times. After saying that, he put the revolver back into his waist, tore a piece of rag from his windbreaker, and wanted to bandage his burned hands. There was no trace of pain on his face, as if he was used to being hurt. Obviously, the previous screams were also fake. But at this moment, a voice that shouldn't have appeared suddenly sounded. I didn't expect to be taught a lesson as soon as I came to the void, but I also have a piece of advice for you. Remember not to open champagne at halftime when you are not sure whether the other party is really dead. Hydra Captain. This voice sounded like a thunder in my heart. Steve looked up with a look of astonishment, his pupils shrank suddenly, and he couldn't help but take a step back. The man who was killed by him sat up straight at the moment. Lava-like substance flowed out from the wounds on his forehead and chest. I don't know if it was the bullets that melted, or if it was the other person's blood. The scorching heat had already ripped off his shirt, revealing his upper body like a branding iron, with red gold veins showing under his skin. Coupled with his golden eyes and the distorted air around him. For a moment, he felt as if he saw a fire demon walking out of hell. "What the hell are you?" He said this while retreating without hesitation. At the same time, he pulled out the revolver from his waist and fired again. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots hit accurately again. However, there was no joy on Steve's face. This time, the large caliber bullet only made the other person stagger, and he couldn't even knock him down. Russell grinned, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. "Now, it's my turn." This time he didn't bite his tongue and spit out the opponent to death. He wanted to catch him alive. With the strength of Extremis, he half crouched on the ground and shot out like a sharp arrow. Opposite. Steve didn't have time to change bullets. But his rich combat experience told him that he must not turn around and run away at this time, only a head-on fight would have a chance. And he could see that the opponent didn't have much fighting skills. "The advantage is mine." He threw away the pistol, shouted Hydra Hail, and also charged. At the moment when the 2 sides were about to collide, he changed his posture and quickly and cleverly grabbed the opponent's left arm joint. Then he turned around flexibly and was about to form a shoulder throw with the force of the opponent. However, the idea is beautiful, the reality is cruel. The man groaned in pain, and felt that his hands were like holding a piece of hot steel that had just been formed. Prediction error. The temperature is much higher than before. It is not something that can be touched by flesh and blood. Even if it is strengthened by the super soldier serum, it won't work. The other party deliberately confused him from the beginning. How treacherous! The sizzling sound of burning mixed with the smell of cooked meat, the severe pain made Rogers unable to clench, and he couldn't clench. Because if he continued, the whole hand would be cooked. And the consequences of misjudgment were fatal. At the moment he wanted to dodge, but Russell didn't agree. Although he had no fighting skills, Hu asked the opponent to take the initiative to turn his back and hold his left arm. He held the opponent tightly and pressed his body forward. Then he punched him in the back of the neck. Although the opponent's body was much stronger than a normal person, the strengthening power brought by Extremis could make up for this. After 1 punch, the great Hydra captain fainted without a word. But Russell didn't take it lightly. The next second, without any hesitation, his hands became even hotter and redder, and he used his palms as knives to directly cut off the opponent's arms. P.S. Please give me a review. Please give me flowers. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. 008 Get the entry again. The severe pain woke up the Hydra captain, and he let out an extremely realistic scream. He realized something almost instantly, and yelled in pain, "My arm! You devil!" Russell turned over the snake team with a toe hook, stepped on the opponent's chest with 1 foot, and smiled slightly ferociously. "Now I ask, you answer. If you answer well, I can consider letting you go. If you don't tell the truth, I will let you know what a devil is." Steve's expression was distorted, and he said while enduring the pain, "Can you live if you say it?" Russell nodded, pointed at himself and said very sincerely, "I'm not an evil villain like you, I definitely keep my word. Besides, do you have a choice? If you don't say it, I will cut off your legs again and leave them here for Elrios to eat as a snack." Steve's body trembled instinctively. According to him, once eaten by the time monster, even the soul will be completely annihilated. Even he didn't want to face that kind of end. I agree. Remember your words. Without any choice, he could only hope that the other party would keep their promise. Russell nodded with satisfaction and asked the first question. How big is the void land? Steve shook his head and replied quickly. I don't know. No, I mean no one knows. This place doesn't look like a planet, it's boundless, and even the sunlight in the sky seems fake. A special dimension space? Russell instinctively thought of this word. After thinking about it, he asked again. What are the forces nearby? Don't lie, I will let you go after verification. Steve's face changed slightly when he heard this. He actually planned to trick the other party into going to a dangerous area, but this sentence blocked this method. He took a deep breath, still did not dare to lie, and gave the answer honestly. After this plane, there is a group of Deadpool's base in the forest opposite. They are particularly disgusting and no one likes to go there. Going forward, there is a mutant gathering place by the lake 200 kilometers away, and there are also some ordinary people in it. There is a black market trading point in the valley on the right. Go further to the right, there will be an abandoned city, which is the territory of Loki and others. This group of idiots with bad brains even elected a president. To the right of the city is a wet moss plain. I don't know what's inside. Definitely, there are some lone rangers and small teams of several people. They are scattered and no one knows the specific location. As for us going left here. He shuddered when he said this, showing a trace of fear and said. Go deep into the plain to the left, there is a terrifying mentally ill bald woman over there, who likes to torture and kill. That side is a restricted area. No one will run there unless they are stupid. Russell probably knew this after hearing this. The Hydra captain didn't lie. He should be talking about Cassandra, the female psychopath. He won't go there now. Even if the furnace is overloaded, there is probably no chance of winning. The base of the Loki variant is safer. But Russell was not satisfied with just this information. He looked down at the serpent team, his eyes became more fiery, emitting a scarlet light, and said in a low voice. What else? Did you forget something? Hearing this devilish whisper, the Hydra captain trembled in his heart. But still didn't dare to lie and said. My base is in a cave under a dry river channel more than 10 kilometers away. Teammate. I have 3 teammates, they are Peter Parker, Tony Stark, and Camartage's magician Mordo. Hearing these 3 familiar names, Russell knew that these 3 people must not be the 3 he knew. They are probably all evil variants, otherwise they can't get along with the Hydra captain. Russell narrowed his eyes slightly. There is a plunder entry system, it would be a lie to say that he is not tempted. Spider-Man's super body, spider telepathy. Iron Man can help you unlock the time tablet. Mordo's secret method is even more useful. When using the furnace overload, the means is no longer a single energy ray, you can cast spells crazily, and you don't have to worry about insufficient energy. But if you go so recklessly, the probability of failure is also very high. First, you have little combat experience. Second, these 3 people are not weak. Especially most of the Spider-Men, not only are they good at fighting, but their punches have a force of more than 10 tons. Even if you don't have a fatal weakness, you can't survive if you are blown up by a punch. And the 3 of them are combined together, with both long-range and short-range attacks, which is even more powerful. After thinking about it, Russell decided to take it one step at a time. As long as the 3 don't leave, there will always be a chance. Step by step, or get the power in front of you first. Russell looked down at the captain of Hydra, and at this moment he did not hide the malice in his eyes at all. Steve understood his look at a glance, and immediately showed an unbelievable look, roaring. You lied to me. How can you break your promise? What kind of hero are you? Hearing this, Russell's eyebrows drooped, and his face was shrouded in shadows. After a few seconds, he suddenly raised his head and showed a smile. "It's a pity, I don't want to be a hero in this shitty Marvel world." After the voice fell, he stepped forward without hesitation. The glowing foot directly broke the Hydra captain's neck, drowning out the words in his throat. At the same time, the system's prompt sounded. "The entry plunder is complete. Advanced Elite Combat, Green. You can perfectly master the peak human fighting skills, as well as the experience of using most firearms and weapons. Super Serum Special, Green. A mixture of Hydra Super Soldier Blood and Allied Super Soldier Serum. It can bring powerful strength and physical fitness improvement. It can be stacked with Extremis, and the latter's control limit temperature is increased from 1800 to 2600. PS. Is anyone watching? In addition, it will not stay in the void forever, and the time tablet will be repaired soon. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. 009 Change your goals, the heart of the strong." Russell showed a look of surprise. 1800 degrees increased to 2600 degrees. The melting point of tungsten is 2600, which can almost be regarded as one of the highest melting points among metals. This temperature can melt most alloys, which is undoubtedly a great enhancement. And he also keenly grasped a key point. The temperature increase of Extremis is not because of the Super Soldier Serum, but because of physical fitness. In other words, as long as there are entries that can enhance physical fitness in the future, the high temperature control of Extremis can be increased. "I didn't expect it to be a growth entry, what a surprise." Russell sighed and loaded both entries. In an instant, he clearly felt the change in the density of his muscles and bones. The blood also became more viscous, like liquid metal. Every transformation of the heart of the furnace is bursting with more life energy. He couldn't help but wave his fist, making tearing air sounds. The strength is estimated to be increased by more than 3 times. Russell nodded with satisfaction. Now he is confident that even if he encounters the captain of Hydra again, he can defeat him with his body alone. Definitely. The opponent's elite combat entry also made up for his shortcomings, which can be said to be very critical. Then Russell began to plunder the spoils. The Voidland is extremely barren, and everything is good stuff. And he planned to go to the black market to see if he could exchange some supplies. Soon he got an M29 Smith revolver and a Glock 19. More than 10 rounds of Magnum bullets. 3 full magazines filled with 9mm bullets. 2 high-carbon steel daggers. A fist-sized fragmentation grenade and a stun grenade. 3 small bags of compressed biscuits. A tube of white powder of unknown origin. A military water bottle. In the end, Russell didn't even let go of the opponent's combat uniform and windbreaker. Although the hip space is a bit large, it is better than being naked. The situation is special, so you can't care so much. Before leaving, Russell cut his palm, and the blood spilled on the corpse and immediately burned like white phosphorus. In just a dozen seconds, the corpse was burned to charcoal. At the same time, Russell looked at his palm, and the wound on it had healed. Obviously, his physical fitness has improved, and Extremis has been strengthened in almost all aspects. Be a normal captain in the next life, Steve. With a sigh, Russell walked towards the north. That is the location of the black market. After spending a peaceful night in a tree hole, Russell found the valley at noon the next day. It's not that the location is easy to find. But along the way, he saw several cars driving towards the north, and he could also see some teams heading in the same direction. The process was not peaceful. There were even several battles, and several people died. However, since Russell did not get close, and these people did not even leave corpses, he did not recognize which variants they were. Following the track, he soon saw a huge amounts of mines located in the valley in the distance. This place was completely cut out. There is no doubt that this is the black market. In the shadow of the rock, Russell frowned slightly at the mine. He suddenly felt that it was not a good choice to come here as a lone wolf. It was easy to get in, but he might be targeted when he came out. At this moment, the sound of a car roared in the distance. A car with red and gold spray painting came quickly. When passing by, Russell, who was hiding behind the rock, suddenly shrank his pupils. He saw that the driver of the vehicle was a familiar variant. Sunglasses, mustache, steel armor. That was Tony Stark. Sitting in the passenger seat was Maguire's version of Spider-Man, wearing a black suit, which was slightly squirming, making him feel palpitating. Russell guessed that it was probably the clothes that Venom had changed into. Inside the Jeep, Peter Parker frowned and looked at the huge rock passing by the window, and suddenly said, "Tony, there is someone behind the rock observing us with malicious intent." Driving with one hand, Iron Man, who was smoking a cigar, did not brake. After exhaling a puff of smoke, he said indifferently, "Relax, Peter, this broken place is full of malicious intent. It's just a fool. If he is still here after we get out, we can kill him." As he said this, he showed an excited look and swallowed his saliva and said, "The auction is more important now. Tisk tisk, you don't know the taste of chili peppers, they are very strong. I brought a micro-reactor today, and I must get this woman." Hearing this, Peter Parker also showed an interested look. He didn't have the opportunity to taste Iron Man's woman in his timeline, but he didn't expect to realize it here. It's exciting to think about it. The two quickly forgot the little episode just now and looked forward to the next auction. In the shadows, Russell's eyes changed. He was very sure that these two people were the variant teammates of the Hydra captain. Now two of the three people left, and there was only Mordo Magician in the base. This is a rare opportunity. Although Baron Mordo is not necessarily weak. But you can't just wait for pie in the sky to plunder the entries, and the luck of getting the entries at the beginning cannot be copied. If you want to become stronger, you still have to rely on yourself. If you don't want to touch any danger, you are a coward even if you have a system. This is the Marvel world. There are super terrifying multi-powerful people, and there are even stronger ones above them. After the first murder, he didn't have any fear, so he knew that he was never willing to be ordinary. Done. Russell's eyes became more determined than ever at this moment. The next second, the blood vessels under his skin loomed, the heart of the furnace burst out, and he turned into a residual shadow and ran wildly in the direction he came from. P.S. This is considered a change in the mentality of the strong, and he is no longer an ordinary person from now on. Moreover, Mordo is a melee magician, and the protagonist is not brainless and impulsive. In addition, the rhythm will also speed up later. Reading books every day on the 11th day is fun. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. 010 Mr. Baron, you are such a good man. Russell didn't know when Iron Man and Spider-Man would go back. But as long as they didn't fly, driving would take some time. He ran like crazy and finished the way he came in less than 2 hours. Then, according to the information from the Snake team, he searched along the dry river and soon saw a cave covered by vines. Although it looked very primitive, Russell saw a parking mark nearby. It was obvious that this was the base of several people. But Russell didn't act rashly. He looked at the vines at the entrance of the cave and his brows gradually frowned. There is magic on it. With the blessing of the knowledge curse on the magic side, he found that he could feel the magic fluctuations on it. Although it was weak, it was like the stars in the night sky that could not be ignored. Warning magic. Really alert. Russell stared at the entrance of the cave and fell into deep thought. Just light a big fire and stew rats in a pot? But if Baron Mordo had a sling ring, he might be able to leave directly. In that case, he would not get any spoils and would alert the enemy. But he had no means to avoid the vines. So should he give up? Russell thought about it and still didn't want to leave. Magic is too important. Even if the overload of the heart of the furnace is not used, this entry will absorb the free energy in the air. That will not only transform the flesh and blood to become stronger, but also continuously accumulate pure energy in the body. In other words, he has the ability to cast spells. Once you get the spell entry, you can use it directly. Time passed by. When the false sunlight changed its position and shone on Russell's face in the shadow, his eyes suddenly lit up, as if he thought of something. After thinking for a few breaths, he took off the Snake Team combat uniform inside the windbreaker, leaving only the windbreaker outside. After zipping up, Russell patted his slightly stiff cheeks, moved his expression, and walked towards the cave after forcing a smile. Then, instead of being cautious, he stood at the entrance of the cave, patted the vines, and shouted, "Is anyone there? Hello. I came here on Captain America's advice. He said I would get help here. Hi, is anyone really there?" Russell was about to continue shouting, when he suddenly found that the vines were slightly shiny, with golden symbols on them, and then twisted and folded like a snake, revealing a patched door behind. He pretended to be curious and said in shock, "Wow! It's amazing." At this time, a warm voice came from behind the door. "It's just a small spell for warning, not worth mentioning." After that, the door was pushed open, and a black man in a brown robe and a red belt walked out. The man said with a friendly smile on his face, "Sir, I just heard you shout, did Captain America call you over?" Russell immediately nodded. "Yes," the captain said, "it's safe here, and you won't encounter that dark cloud-like monster, so you can rest assured," he said a little embarrassedly. "The captain is such a good man. When I was cut by that group of time guards, I didn't even have clothes, and it was the windbreaker he lent me." At this moment, Russell was a little glad that when he killed the Snake Team, he cut off their necks, and the windbreaker was sleeveless. Modo had long noticed that the man in front of him was wearing his teammate's windbreaker. Hearing this, some doubts were dispelled. But he was not completely relieved, and smiled gently. Captain America is such a kind-hearted person, he shouldn't live in this broken place, that group of time guards are the bad guys. Russell nodded heavily, looking like he felt the same way. The corners of Mordo's mouth curved even more, and then he suddenly said, as if he remembered something, "By the way, why didn't the captain escort you back? Where did he go?" Russell didn't think about it, and answered very naturally, "Oh, that's right. On the way back today, he met two other teammates who seemed to be going to some black market. The captain said it was more dangerous there, and there were all kinds of people there, so he told me the location and asked me to come back first. It was he who told me about the magic vine at the door. I didn't expect it to be real. It's amazing." Hearing this sigh, Baron Mordo sneered in his heart. What's the fear of danger? Steve was afraid that when he went to the black market, his identity would be exposed by others. After all, their reputation in this area is not good. It's not easy to meet a new sheep in front of him. It would be troublesome if he was exposed. As for meeting teammates, Mordo didn't doubt it. After all, Tony and Peter left in the morning, just to go to the black market. Yesterday morning, a complete port was cut and fell on the plain, and many people got good things. Even Iron Man's girlfriend Pepper was included. The big boss behind the black market then held this auction. He was not interested in these technological things, otherwise he would have followed. At this time, he had no doubts in his heart, and the smile on his face became more enthusiastic, and he laughed very heartily. "Look, I'm busy asking, and I don't know how to entertain guests. Come on, my friend, come in with me quickly, it's still too dangerous outside. Being here is like returning home. If you need anything, just tell me, don't be polite." Hearing this, Russell was immediately moved, and excitedly grasped the other's hands, blushing and said, "Really? Sir? You are just like the captain, you are really a good person. In that case, I won't be polite. P.S. Thanks to Galaxy, boss for a little reward, thanks, Omega. Thank you. PS2. The normal sling ring cannot leave the void. The one that Cassandra got from Doctor Strange's variant is inlaid with wireless gems. Enjoy reading every day during the National Day holiday. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Top up now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 011 Lord Magician, times have changed. Mordo looked at the man in front of him who was so excited that his face blushed, and his smile became more and more sincere. Good man? Tisk tisk. I will extract your soul for my cultivation in a while. Remove the living organs one by one and sell them for money. The last flesh and blood will be boiled into motor oil. Bones will be snacks for venom. I don't know if you can still call me a good man at that time. Just then, Mordo heard the following sentence, then I won't be polite. He didn't care at all and responded with a smile. Definitely you're welcome. Since the captain asked you to come here, it means that he recognizes you. Just tell me if you have any needs, I will definitely meet them. He tightened his hands, indicating that he was relieved. In Mordo's view, the other party's needs are nothing more than food, clothes, rest, and the like. It's not worth money, and it can be compensated in the end anyway. A living person can be decomposed by his hands and sold for a good price in the end. Then, he saw the person in front of him showing a look of surprise, and his eyes were slightly shining. Hey? Really shining? He felt something was wrong for a moment. But before he could react, he felt unbearable pain in his hands. He instinctively wanted to break free, but he felt as if his hands were tightly clamped by pliers. At this moment, even if Mordo was stupid, he knew that he had been deceived. What was in front of him was not a lamb. It was clearly a wolf that came to the door. The other party's sincere smile, at the moment it was extremely dazzling in his eyes. It seemed to be laughing at his stupidity. And what was even more terrifying was, he saw the other party's mouth bulging, as if brewing something. The spiritual intuition from the secret magician made him understand that it was definitely an attack that could threaten his life. FKU. Mordo roared, and without hesitation, he activated the magic power in his body. He did not fight back, but triggered the magic weapon defense. In an instant, a golden barrier burst out from the ruby necklace he was wearing, with lines on it forming a complex pattern. At the same time, a burning thing like magma shot out and hit the shield. The sound of hissing broke out rapidly. The shield was melting. Damn it! Mordo's pupils changed, and he quickly chanted a spell. His eyes suddenly turned red, his muscles bulged, and he exuded a violent aura. Violent secret method. It can greatly increase physical strength. Although there are sequelae, at the moment, I can't care so much. Mordo kicked out, and with the reaction force, his body pulled back and crashed into the house. Russell threw away the two charred palms in his hands, smiled grimly, and then rushed in. The area in the cave was unexpectedly large, as much as 300 or 400 square meters. There were workbenches full of machinery, dining tables, sofas, dilapidated fitness equipment, etc., which were very messy. Russell saw Mordo fleeing to another cave at the back at a glance. Losing both hands, the combat power of this secret magician was greatly reduced, and he didn't even think about fighting. Humph! Russell sneered. If he couldn't catch up with a melee magician with his double-strengthened body, he might as well surrender to the changing situation. With a few strides, he caught up with the opponent. His fist became as bright red as lava, and punched the opponent's back. He didn't need a live person, he wanted to kill him quickly. Bang! The previous shield appeared again. But this time it didn't block the attack. It broke directly with a click and turned into a large number of light spots and disappeared. Die. Although the red fist's offensive power weakened, it could still penetrate the flesh and blood body. But at this time, a buzzing sound suddenly came from the entire cave. A large number of golden runes appeared on the irregular rock walls. Russell only felt a flash in front of his eyes, the ground under his feet disappeared, and his body couldn't help falling down. At this moment, his feet had become thousands of feet high in the sky without knowing when. He looked up. Behind a golden portal with a diameter of several meters, Baron Mordo's body was hung on an activated vine. At the moment, he was looking at himself with a sneer on his face. Trap. The opponent's hands were disabled and he couldn't fight back. He ran to that position on purpose to attract himself. Sure enough, except for the Loki variant, there were few idiots who were cut to the void. Go to hell. Mordo laughed wildly. 10,000 meters high. He didn't believe that he couldn't kill the opponent. But at this moment, he saw the opponent suddenly grinning. At the moment of falling was less than 2 seconds, and the falling distance was only 17 meters. My lord, times have changed. Russell reached out to the Glock on his waist without hesitation, aimed in 0.5 seconds, and shot. Bang 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 bang. The third second. The falling distance was 44 meters. The fourth second. The falling distance was 78 meters. Russell had already used up the 15 bullets in the Glock magazine. Wherever he looked, a body was hanging on the vines and swinging back and forth. His eyes lost their spirit, and his face was full of astonishment, regret, and disbelief. The blood on his chest dripped down the portal. Baron Mordo is dead. At this moment, Russell was very grateful for the contribution made by Captain Hydra. The elite combat entry includes the experience of using firearms, which allows him to draw his gun and shoot within 0.5 seconds. Although the environment is very bad, he hit 4 out of 15 bullets. This time he won. At the same time, a familiar system voice came to his ears. The looting entry is completed. P.S. Solidified portal, Doctor Strange appeared in the first episode. Although Master Michelle can cast spells without hands, it is a long-term practice. Mordo has just lost both hands, so he definitely can't do it. PS2. Thanks again to Galaxy for the 200-point reward. Big Brother is awesome. 012 Huge Harvest. Russell did not relax after the kill, but became more nervous. This is 10,000 meters high. Under the effect of air resistance, it will take only about 3 minutes to fall to the ground. If there is no solution to the looting terms, even the body blessed by Extremis and Super Serum will fall into a pool of rotten meat. Now it depends on fate. Looting terms completed. Magic, green. A certain amount of magic energy, 36 units. Note, it has been converted into pure energy. Magic knowledge, green and purple. A part of Baron Mordo's uncontaminated magic knowledge. Secret spell, Vishanti Holy Sword, purple. Construct a flaming holy sword with positive energy, the power depends on the amount of energy supplied. Weakness modification, this secret method does not require the consent of the Trinity Vishanti, and can be cast by relying on the energy of the original. Spell, Seraphim Shield, green and purple. Construct an all-round 3-dimensional defense spell, the strength depends on the amount of magic supplied. Spell, Rage, green. Can stimulate blood factors and gain triple strength and agility. Weakness offset, because of the existence of the Heart of the Furnace, as long as the spell is used for no more than half an hour, it will not fall into weakness after the end. Spell, Energy Whip, white-green. Create a tough energy whip. Spell, Mirror Space, purple-gold. Create an independent mirror space, the strength depends on the user. Note, opening the mirror space in the void may cause you to fall into the negative dimension, chaos dimension, and it is extremely difficult to escape. Please use it with caution. Close combat, white. Good fighting skills, but not very powerful. Witchcraft, sacrifice, purple. Sacrifice flesh and blood to the higher existence in the unknown realm to obtain feedback such as power, knowledge, and secrecy. But there is a high probability that the soul will be polluted by power and marked. Human anatomy, white. Understand the structure of the human body. Secret spell, soul extraction. Completely extract the soul of a living person, and the body will not die. Due to the magic from Mephisto, the user will be labeled and his soul will belong to the devil after death. Note, this secret structure is unique and cannot be modified to be supplied by pure energy. Spell weapon construction, green. Use magic energy to construct the desired cold weapon. Spell teleportation, purple. You can rely on the sling ring to open a portal. Note, this spell can be promoted. While falling at high speed, Russell's eyes lit up when he heard this spell at first. Camartage secret magicians know all of them, which is the key to escape from the predicament. However, his face froze the next second. Relying on the sling ring. Modo's practice of this spell is not enough to open the door without using the sling ring. Wan La. Russell laughed at himself, hoping that there would be more entries to save himself next. After all, the system voice continued. Secret spell Falden's Fire. A powerful green flame from a race of magical energy creatures from another dimension. In addition to attacking with spheres, waves, and jets, it can also remove conventional negative status effects such as disease and poison. And it can be used to counter certain binding spells. Note: this spell is to summon fire to the magic race of the other dimension. The Void Land is outside of time, isolated from the dimension, and cannot be summoned. After killing a magic creature of this kind, the entry is updated to be permanently available. Russell's heart sank again. Very good spell. It's just that it can't be used temporarily, and it can't help me at all. Otherwise, I can imitate Thunderbolt and use Fire Flight. At this time, the system voice sounded again. Magic Energy Shock, white. Simply release the magic shock. All plundering is completed, please ask if you want to load. Russell showed ecstasy in an instant, and said without hesitation. Load. If there is no last entry, he will try whether Seraphim Shield can withstand the impact of falling. But with Magic Energy Shock, there is no way out. This most common entry can save lives. The Energy Ray ability of the powerful mutation entry Heart of the Crucible after overloading has no recoil. But the magic energy impact of the white entry is different. It is very rough. The entry was loaded instantly, and Russell pointed his hands downward without hesitation. Instantly, invisible transparency burst out from his palms, and his body suddenly paused very obviously, slowing down the falling speed, and then accelerating again. It works. Russell was delighted and began to repeat this operation decisively. Falling, recoil, falling. The distance of 10,000 meters began to gradually shorten. After more than 10 minutes. After the last and most intense magic energy impact, Russell fell into the dry river. Cough cough cough. Russell felt as if he was about to be broken, and there were waves of pain in his body, and he couldn't breathe in his chest. If it were an ordinary person, he would be killed even if he could recoil at the speed just now. But the strong physical fitness and Extremis's self-healing only made him feel uncomfortable, and the pain began to decrease rapidly. A few minutes later, Russell slowly got up from the ground. He punched the air hard, laughing wildly. If the bet hadn't been successful at the beginning, if the opponent's hands hadn't been disabled at the beginning, if the magic impact entry hadn't been plundered at the end. This time, I would have been the one to die. But there weren't so many ifs. No matter how thrilling the process was, I succeeded this time. Only the one who won in the end could stand. And high risks bring high returns. Baron Mordo's various spells greatly enriched his shortcomings of single attack and single ability. Magic knowledge and magic power are also excellent trophies. And not only that. Russell turned his head and saw the quiet cave not far away. He guessed that he probably didn't expect the enemy who fell into the trap to survive, and he had to recover the trophies, so Mordo set up the portal next to the base. What an unexpected gain! Russell muttered with a smile, and decisively began to search the house. He even thought of a big gift for the two variants who had not returned yet. P.S. The Falden Fire does exist in the comics. Many magicians, such as Ancient One, Doctor Strange, and Doctor Doom, have used it, and I have not adapted the effect. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. 013 A big gift. As soon as he entered the cave, Russell saw Mordo hanging on the vines. The portal was not closed. The corpse was swaying in the strong wind, blood was dripping from the toes, and his eyes were wide open, looking like he was dying with his eyes wide open. With the magic knowledge he had just acquired, Russell recognized at a glance that the protrusion on the rock wall next to the back door was the switch of the portal. Mordo had deliberately lured him there just now. Otherwise, with the triple speed of Spell Frenzy, he really couldn't catch up with the other party quickly. It's a pity that this guy calculated for a long time, but he didn't expect the enemy to play cards out of the routine. Russell thanked the Snake team for their selfless dedication again, found an empty bottle, and hit the switch accurately. The portal closed instantly, and the strong wind in the room disappeared. Next is the time to sweep. Russell found the defensive magic weapon on Mordo's body. The ruby had been broken, and it looked like it should be disposable. But he didn't regret it. This thing is too weak, and he can make it now. The most important thing is the sling ring. After searching for a long time, Russell found it in the lining of this guy. He can't put all the treasures on the time tablet. With the sling ring and the reality gem, he can leave the void. Whether he can find it or not, he has to try hard. Then Russell changed his clothes, took away all the steel armor parts, 3 small reactors, and a computer. There are all kinds of junk in the void. There are also batteries, light bulbs, some canned food, 2 boxes of wine and other daily necessities. He didn't think about leaving on foot with these things, that's unrealistic. He took them out first because he was afraid that they would be damaged. Now he has a big gift for the other 2 brothers. For example, 2 high-energy bombs. That is to detonate the arc reactor. With the knowledge curse entry obtained from Iron Man, although he can't do a reactor by hand, he can still detonate this thing. And the things needed for remote detonation, Tony Stark is there, and there are also in this base. As for whether it can be blown to death, it depends on God's will. After all, in Iron Man 3, a reactor didn't kill Killian. After moving and hiding everything he wanted, he began to make a remote-controlled bomb. This thing is actually very simple as long as the parts are sufficient. It took him only 20 minutes to make the bomb, and then put it in a cardboard box and stuffed it under the sofa. Then he moved Mordo's body to it, sat down, and hid his arms in his robe. Finally, he took out a piece of paper and wrote a bunch of messages, thanking him for finding so many supplies for himself. After doing all this, Russell left the cave and hid in a high place nearby. He didn't dare to get too close to prevent Spider-Man from finding him. Time passed by minute, and the false sunlight gradually dimmed and finally disappeared. Soon it was late at night, and Russell was still lying on the tree branch motionless, very patient. 2 hours later, the sound of a car engine broke the silence, from far to near. Back. Russell didn't look directly at it, fearing that Spider-Man's spider telepathy would notice it. He just used the corner of his eye to observe the car lights. Until the car stopped at the shore and the engine was turned off. He pressed the switch without hesitation. Because it was impossible to watch the 2 people walk in, he had already practiced the time required to walk into the cave in advance, and the detonator on the reactor had entered the countdown. Bang! Tony Stark slammed the car door shut and cursed. Damn! Damn fireman! I will blow him into ashes sooner or later. He didn't buy pepper at the auction, and it was bought by mutant firemen. Definitely. The more real reason is that he didn't dare to rob. Although the big boss behind the black market did not allow fighting in the mine, he was afraid that the crazy woman behind firemen would find him. At this time, Peter Parker said unhappily. Okay, who doesn't know who? Hurry up and take your scrap metal, it's time, I want to go to bed. He was also angry that he couldn't taste Iron Man's wife. Tony didn't choke back. Although he didn't get what he wanted, he still used the reactor to exchange some broken steel armor parts. Those people couldn't understand, but he knew that these armor models were higher level than his own. It is said that they fell with that woman. So he still gained something. The two quickly returned to the cave entrance. Just as he was about to step in, Spider-Man stopped suddenly, sniffed and said, "There is a smell of blood. There is no breathing sound in the cave. Something happened." His 5 senses are very strong, and he found these just by hearing. Iron Man's face suddenly changed, his helmet rose, and his mask was buckled. "My stuff!" This guy shouted and rushed in anxiously. Spider-Man wanted to warn that there might be a trap inside, but when he saw that nothing happened when Iron Man went in, he followed him in. The cave was already illuminated by the reactor on Iron Man's chest. He wanted to say good guy as soon as he entered. Except for the sofa and some broken garbage, the base was plundered cleanly, the kind that would make a mouse cry. Oh, no. There is also Mordo's body. This guy died in a very ugly way, he was shot to death. What a waste of iron. At this time, he saw the message on the body. After picking it up, he asked Iron Man, who was helpless and furious, to read it together. The handwriting on it was messy. "Dear Mr. Tony Stark, Mr. Steve Rogers asked me to say hello to you on his behalf. He said that he felt that he couldn't get along with each other, so he chose to split up. He chose to take the loss and leave the house to you." Oh, Mr. Mordo also agreed. "We put him in a prominent position. If you don't believe me, ask him. Finally, I would like to thank Mr. Iron Man for his selfless dedication. We will definitely make good use of the reactor." Spider-Man couldn't help but glance at the bloody hole on Mordo's body and sighed. The bullet hole of the Glock is from Steve. Tony was even more angry. "I didn't expect that guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes to betray. Damn it, I should have been alert when he didn't come back last night. Mordo is also a waste. A secret magician can be shot to death. Bah!" He kicked the body and the sofa together. Then the two of them saw the reactor bomb hidden underneath at the same time. The countdown on it had reached 12:01. Instantly, the two of them felt numb. FK. FK. PS. I checked it again on purpose. Although spider telepathy can detect danger, it cannot detect traps that do not change airflow, surrounding animals and insects, sound, and object movement trends at all. This skill is not invincible, and Spider-Man has been deceived many times in the comics. Have fun reading books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. 014 The Power of Spells. Boom! The blazing flames illuminated the night. Russell stood on a tree branch, looking at the explosion below. The two reactors were detonated together, and the power was far more than just 1+1, forming a huge amount of fireballs rising up. Then the shockwave turned into a strong wind, and the forest shook violently. Russell stared at the flames, waiting for the result. 1 second. 2 seconds. 10 seconds. When the fireball dimmed, a pleasant sound like the sound of nature sounded. The plunder entry is completed. Living venom fragment. Chaotic wool is detected, erasing. Erasing completed. Venom battle suit, mutation. Can be extended, shape-shifting, increase the wearer's strength and speed. And no longer afraid of flames and sound waves. Hearing this, Russell showed a look of surprise. Unexpectedly, Venom's weaknesses disappeared. It seems that these weaknesses do not come from matter, but from Venom's will. This is a surprise. Not to mention the buffs brought by the battle suit, at least you don't have to explode your clothes after using the ability of Extremis. Armor Master, Purple. Tony Stark's ability to forge armor, as well as related scientific and technological knowledge. All looting is complete, would you like to load? Is this the end? Russell was a little surprised. There is no curse of knowledge, heart of the furnace, but there is an additional armor master? Is it that the same entry cannot be infinitely refreshed, or that the entries of these variants are different? Or both? Russell didn't think about it, and silently said in his heart, "Load." The power of the entry was acquired instantly. The next second he jumped off the branch without hesitation, and the moment he landed, the dark liquid spread on his body surface, forming a battle suit with red-gold patterns. Then he ran towards the direction of the river. Venom is dead. Iron Man is dead. Spider-Man is still alive. But Russell has reason to believe that even if Venom absorbs the damage, the opponent will definitely be seriously injured. Ahem. Peter Parker slowly climbed out from the edge of the deep pit, and then breathed in big gulps of cool air. After feeling better, he turned his head and looked into the pit. Iron Man fell to the ground in his battle suit, motionless. The surface of the metal armor was almost undamaged, but it was glowing red, and a smell of barbecue emanated from it. Obviously, the armor was shock-proof but not heat-proof, and Tony Stark had become a roasted chicken in a stew pot. Peter Parker showed a trace of fear in his eyes. If he hadn't ordered the Venom to expand and wrap himself at the moment before the explosion, he would have turned into charcoal at the moment, no better than Tony. Although Spider-Man's body is tough and strong, it can't resist the tens of thousands of degrees of high temperature at the moment of the explosion. And he can feel that he is still injured, his internal organs have been displaced, and there are small cracks. Fortunately, Spider-Man's physique can self-heal. It's a pity that the Venom battle suit is gone. He is very fascinated by the feeling of being wrapped in full power. At this time, a cool breeze blew. Peter Parker shuddered. Without Venom, am I so sensitive? But this thought didn't last for half a second, and his face suddenly changed. No. This is spider telepathy. Without hesitation, he followed his instinct to roll to the side to avoid it. At this moment, the night sky was bright. A 5-meter-long and half-meter-wide flaming sword appeared and fell from the air. Boom! The ground trembled, and a large amount of soil and gravel splashed around, forming a big pit again. Peter Parker was shocked and angry, and looked up suddenly. At a glance, he saw a man wearing a black battle suit with red and gold patterns standing on the bank of the river. The other party looked at him coldly, without hiding the malice in his eyes. You killed Mordo and then modified the reactor bomb. Peter Parker stood up slowly, his expression ferocious. Russell shook his head slightly. No, I guessed wrong? Peter Parker was stunned. But at this moment, Russell showed 2 rows of white teeth and grinned. You don't mention Steve Rogers. The Great Hydra Captain is the first to die. Hearing this, the angry Peter Parker felt as if he was instantly poured with a bucket of cold water. The other party planned step by step and easily hunted down his 3 teammates. And now that the other party is standing here, it means that he is confident that he can eat him. It seems that the person in front of him is Spider-Man, and he and others are just insects that fell into the spider web. At this time, he suddenly heard a voice from the other side. Can I know why you were cut into the void? Peter Parker said with a gloomy face. MJ, that BCH, is my girlfriend, and she is still flirting with Harry. So I killed that BCH in front of my good brother, and then sent him to hell to see his father. Russell smacked his lips. Although he knew that the other party was affected by Venom, this guy was not so cruel in the normal timeline. The bully Maguire is as simple as Teletubbies compared to you. In the distance, Peter Parker, who has the night vision ability, caught the enemy's distraction in an instant, and his eyes lit up. Good opportunity. He did not hesitate at all and turned his wrist to the side. The erupting cobweb instantly stuck to a huge amount of stone, and then swung it hard, and it suddenly turned into a cannonball and whistled towards the enemy. If it was Russell who had just crossed over, he might not be able to react. But at the moment he had undergone a drastic change. Just in time. Russell did not dodge, and his hands quickly outlined shining golden lines in the air. The magic circle was quickly formed, and then pushed forward. In an instant, a huge amount of polyhedral energy shield was formed. Carrying huge power, the stone like a cannonball hit it and did not cause any damage. Instead, the stone originally shattered. The defense is really good. And this is not his maximum energy output, otherwise it can be stronger. Russell sighed in his heart, and felt more and more that it was the right choice to destroy Mordo's hands before. Otherwise, he might have fallen in the first step. Suddenly Russell laughed. "Mr. Spider-Man, why did you run so suddenly? Didn't you say goodbye?" Peter Parker didn't want to avenge his teammates, and he didn't know the enemy's strength, and he was injured. In addition, this is not Spider-Man's terrain at all. At the moment, if he didn't run, he would be crazy. He is not the arrogant Tony Stark. But how could Russell let him go? He put his hands on his chest and twisted the magic circle. And then swung his right hand forward. Suddenly, a magical energy whip was swung out. The whip extended rapidly, breaking through the distance of dozens of meters in the blink of an eye, and was about to wrap around Spider-Man's neck. But at this moment, Peter Parker suddenly turned his head to avoid it. Spider telepathy. Then he raised his right hand and grabbed the end of the whip that was about to wrap around him. In an instant, he felt a huge amount of power coming from it. The power of this magician was even stronger than that of the Snake team. He was very surprised. But Peter Parker sneered. He has never been afraid of anyone in terms of strength. What's more, this is exactly what he wants. The next moment he snorted coldly, his muscles bulged slightly, and he burst out with unparalleled power. In an instant, the energy whip was no longer stretched straight. The magician in the distance was like a fish caught by a hook, being pulled and flying over. Peter Parker took a step back. He arched his body and charged his right fist. He wanted to punch through the magician's body. The distance was getting closer and closer. 40 meters. 30 meters. 10 meters. At this moment, he suddenly saw a sly smile on the enemy's face, and the panic faded. Before he could react why, he saw the man grab the air with his other hand, and a blazing flaming sword condensed in his hand. In an instant, Peter Parker's scalp was numb, and spider telepathy was crazy. But it was too late to dodge. He instinctively raised his arm to resist, and at the same time exerted force on his feet, trying to dodge. Swish! The two crossed and passed each other, and the flaming holy sword was like a golden line crossing the dark space. Bang! Russell landed lightly on the ground, took a step forward and turned calmly. Wherever he looked, Spider-Man knelt on one knee on the ground, trembling all over. His right arm was cut off at the root, and fell into the mud like an orphan. P.S. Thank you Mu Yuchenfeng for the 100-point reward. Thank you big guy. Thanks, Omega. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. 015 obtained the new entry Spider Totem. Russell was quite satisfied with the spell of Vishanti Holy Sword. It has powerful long-range attack power. It is indestructible when used in close combat. He hardly felt any resistance when the sword went down just now. It was a pity. Spider-Man's reaction was too fast, otherwise his head would have fallen off. But it didn't matter. It was a fight between trapped beasts, and the victory was already decided. Russell reversed his grip on the holy sword of flame and threw it out like a javelin. Spider-Man didn't even turn his head back, and even though he lost an arm, he still rolled nimbly to avoid the attack. At the same time, he turned his body sideways and raised his wrist, and a bunch of sticky cobweb sprayed towards Russell like a storm. "Wow, you are the upgraded version of Super Spider-Man," Russell complained, but did not choose to dodge. Instead, he raised one arm, and the golden spell lines quickly formed a shield, embedded in his arm. Spell weapon construction. Although it is only a green entry, it is simple and has no precasting. Bang, bang, bang. More than a dozen balls of cobweb all stuck to it and were blocked. But this is just a feint. Spider-Man didn't think it would be so easy to hit the opponent. At the moment when cobweb hit the shield, he also arrived. At this moment, Russell's eyes have reflected Spider-Man jumping in the air and swooping down to attack. He seems to have no time to do anything. "This time I want to see how you cast the spell," Spider-Man roared, and was about to punch the magician's dog head in front of him. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt his scalp tingling. Spider telepathy appeared again. How is this possible? Spider-Man's eyes were bloodshot. He couldn't understand how the opponent could threaten him at this point and at such a close distance. Even if he could build a fire sword out of thin air again, he would definitely not have time to raise it to attack him. Absolutely impossible. Spider-Man suspected for the first time that his ability was wrong, and he couldn't change direction in mid-air. He roared, bursting out with 200% strength, vowing to kill the enemy with one punch. However, at this moment, he suddenly saw the opponent's pupils glowing slightly, emitting the color of molten gold, and his chest bulged high without knowing when. The next moment, his chest sank, and a flaming meteor instantly cut through a distance of less than 2 meters. Plop! The sound of falling sounded. Russell dissipated the spell shield and smacked his mouth. Although this trick is useful, it is really painful to bite your tongue every time. However, looking at Spider-Man who fell to the ground, holding his throat tightly with one hand, with his eyes full of disbelief, regret and anger, he still smiled with satisfaction. "No wonder you and Mordo are teammates. Even the look in your eyes before death is exactly the same. What a tacit understanding. Haha, if you had fought with me from the beginning, you might have had a chance. I didn't expect you to turn around and run away. You must be the stupidest and most cowardly Spider-Man I have ever seen." Peter Parker was originally covering his wound with one hand. When he heard this, his expression suddenly twisted, and he let go of his hand, and yelled with blood foam in his mouth. "Do you know what Spider-Man terrain is? FKU. After saying this, the arterial wound on his neck spurted blood crazily, and he died directly. Decedent is the greatest. Russell happily forgave Mr. Peter Parker's impolite behavior, and a pleasant system voice came to his ears. The plundering entry is completed. Spider Totem. Purple Gold. The source of power for all Spider-Man in multi-universe. Attributes: magic. Possessing this totem can gain super strength, agility, insight, climbing, spider telepathy. Super strength: a punch can produce 25 tons of force. Agility: the body is more flexible and can perform incredible actions while increasing speed. Environmental perception: insight into the information of the surrounding environment, the position, shape, and motion state of objects. It can quickly adapt to complex environments and make accurate judgments. For example, when shuttling in a narrow space or climbing between buildings, it can accurately find support points and footholds. Note: this ability can also enhance the accuracy of magic construction and release. Climbing: you can climb on objects with non-zero friction at any angle. Spider telepathy: perception of subtle changes in the surrounding environment, and can feel the malice and danger from others. Hearing this, Russell smiled with satisfaction. Although he was a little surprised that Spider-Man's power came from magic, he had to say that the ability brought by the totem was really strong. Super strength completely crushed Extremis and Serum, and agility plus the elite fighting of the Snake team became more powerful. The most important thing is Spider telepathy. What he values most is the perception of malice. It will definitely be very useful for walking the timeline in the future. Spouting cobweb, blue. Physiological rejection, mutation. Magical cobweb, mutation. From launching cobweb from the flesh holes on the left and right wrists, to launching cobweb from the magic mark. The toughness of this cobweb is doubled, and it can be cancelled at will. Hearing this change, Russell immediately loaded the entry, and then raised his hands to look. I saw a black and purple totem the size of a fingernail file appeared on both wrists. Without practice, Russell instinctively knew how to control it. He raised his right hand and swung it, and with his mind, a deep purple cobweb shot out, accurately hitting a boulder on the river bank, and the end stuck to it firmly. As he exerted force suddenly, the spider web did not break, and a rock weighing 5 or 6 tons was pulled out of the soil. The next second, he moved his mind, and the cobweb instantly dissipated like air, leaving no trace. Really good! Russell exclaimed. He was originally worried that a hole would grow randomly on a part of his body, but he didn't expect that this ability would actually transform into a magic cobweb. Beautiful and practical. And even stronger. He even guessed that the magic cobweb might be used to weave spider web arrays. Just as Russell was imagining the future, the harsh voice of the system suddenly sounded. Warning! In the multi-universe, the Maloon family is hunting all beings with spider totems. P.S. The magic cobweb is marked as shown in the picture, you can click on the illustration to view it. PS2, daily request, flowers, comments, and monthly tickets. This book has been decided to be written, and it will not be abandoned. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 016 Don't push me. Morloon family. Multi-universe. Hunting. These 3 words combined are somewhat shocking. Russell didn't expect that Spider-Man's ability came from something other than magic, but from prey. It's hard to imagine what kind of existence the Morloon family is. All the Marvel information he talked about was learned through some short videos before the time travel, or the popular science made by a certain station up. There are certain limitations. But Russell was not very panicked. He is still trapped in the void, and it is meaningless to think too much. It may not be long before the day comes. With the plunder entry system, time is power for him. Thinking of this, Russell couldn't help but sneer. Who will be the hunter and who will be the prey at that time is still uncertain. But this warning made him think of another question. The sacred timeline and multi-universe seem to be a little unreasonable. Now Loki has not yet ascended to the gods at the end of time, and the sacred timeline has not been liberated. How does the Morloon family hunt Spider-Man in the multi-universe? Also, in his memory, the 616 universe of Marvel Comics and the 616 universe of the movie are obviously different. The most obvious one is mutant. The former has it. The latter doesn't. Also, if once a time branch appears, the time change situation will be cut immediately, then the female Loki Sivir should be cut at birth, not in childhood. The same is true for other Loki variants. Russell thought about it and maybe there is only one possibility. Some variants are not time branches, but characters on other timelines that have been bound by the TVA time-weaving machine. But even so, it can't explain the multi-universe formed after the liberation of the sacred timeline, which is different from the multi-universe in the comics. There must be some secrets in it. Even the so-called Marvel universe seems to have been wrapped in the Disney universe, and it seems to have become more complicated. Forget it, don't think about it. Russell sighed. Again, I haven't even reached the level Godfather yet, so it's useless to think too much. Work hard to become stronger, and all problems will naturally be solved. Boom! At this time, purple lightning lit up in the distant sky. Russell took a look, and suddenly he had no idea, so he turned around and ran. A huge amount of monster was vaguely visible. It could be the violent sound of the explosion, or it could be the magic fluctuation, and the time monster appeared. Fortunately, this thing does not eat dead things. Russell did not have to worry about his supplies being eaten, and he ran madly along the river. Spider-Man's speed and venom battle suit buff and super serum and extremis. He ran very fast, almost like a car at full speed, and ignored the terrain. He has the heart of the furnace and good endurance. After running all the way, Russell finally found a cut-off shabby house in a forest and broke in without hesitation. Both the Loki TV series and Deadpool 3 show that as long as you hide in the barrier of dead things, Elriose will not find it. Bang! Enter the door and close the door. Run into the room. Then get under the bed. All in one go. Lying peacefully on the ground. Da-da-da. Bang! Enter the door, close the door. Run into the room. Then crawl under the bed. All in one go. Serene, soft touch. Whew! The woman suddenly opened her eyes wide. And her palms ejected sharp blades. But before she could turn around, she was locked tightly in an arm. The next second, a warm breath was exhaled in her ear. Woman, do you want to attract Elrio's attention? Laura stopped struggling immediately, motionless, and even her breathing became weak. The daytime world is very dangerous, and she has the ability of night vision, so she always goes out at night to collect supplies. I didn't expect to encounter a time monster this time, and I didn't expect that there would be someone under the bed of a broken house. Russell didn't expect that he would run to such a place and still meet someone. From the sound, it should be a girl, about 16 years old. Although she is not old, she has good capital. I tightened the other person's body with my arms, and I could clearly feel it. At the moment, feeling that the girl in his arms stopped struggling, he also breathed a long sigh of relief. Elriose is still very powerful. Loki and Sylvie can control this time monster with mental magic, but it is just a script written by the survivors. Otherwise, these two little Kayla will not have a hair left. If the girl is stupid, he will have to consider using the portal after killing the other party. But because he only has this affected position in his mind, the farthest he can go is to the black market. In terms of the range of Elriose's activities, it is very likely that he is still in the other party's hunting area. And it is unknown whether there is any danger on the other side of the portal. This is why he chose to run away instead of teleporting. Time passed by. Russell began to feel a little uncomfortable. The girl fell sideways and came in backwards, so she didn't find him at the first time. But this also made the girl fit him perfectly after being imprisoned by him. It was like he was hugging the other party tightly. Zero distance fit, temperature rise, smell, plus the arm was placed in a place where it shouldn't be, so. Laura also felt something and felt a little uncomfortable. She whispered in a mosquito-like voice. You hit me. And let go of your hand, don't worry, I won't attack you. Russell didn't believe it. When the girl found him, she wanted to attack immediately. There was no guarantee that this guy would not continue after Elriose left. As for GE, there was even less that could be done. Sometimes he had no say in certain things. Just bear with it. It's time to be hypocritical. Russell whispered back. Laura did not refute, her face slightly red. She was 16 years old, and she was not some brainless fairy tale heroine. She definitely knew what it was. But she was only 16 years old. She was cut into the void 3 years ago and had no experience in this regard. At the moment, she was a little overwhelmed and could only passively bear it. As time passed, Laura could not help but whispered. It's a bit hot. Russell was also hot, and even more uncomfortable. He thought for a moment and whispered, how long does it usually take for Elrios to leave? Laura felt a little dizzy at the warm breath beside her ear, but she still whispered back, usually he'll stay in one place for 2 to 4 hours, devouring all the living things exposed in the area. The same is true at night. Hearing this, Russell smiled bitterly. It looks like he'll have to suffer for a few more hours. P.S. The little wolf girl is shown in the picture. The next chapter will show her when she grows up. The setting here is that 3 years after Wolverine's death, X-23 was cut, and at the moment he was 16 years old, younger than in Deadpool 3. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. 017 Ba, you scumbag. The night in the void is cold. At first, Laura felt very embarrassed, but as time went by, this feeling became weaker and weaker. After all, the situation was urgent and there was no way, and the other party did not do it on purpose. And this person had not taken the opportunity to kill him before. With the power of the other party locking him, he should be able to do it easily. It is rare to meet a good person in the void. After thinking it through, the uncomfortable feeling of being hot together suddenly turned into warmth. In the 3 years in the void, she felt that the night was not so cold for the first time. The warm breath even made her sleepy, and it became stronger and stronger. Don't sleep, Laura. You are in someone else's arms. What if the other party has bad thoughts after Elrios leaves? It's over. Laura tried to open her eyes wide and warned herself in her heart. An hour later, Russell suddenly heard something and was speechless. What the hell is going on? The rhythmic, even and subtle breathing sound all explained a fact. The little girl in his arms fell asleep. This is too much. With a sigh in his heart, Russell was relieved. Others are not embarrassed, why should I be embarrassed? Thinking of this, his brother also chose to return to reason. The room was dark, and in the quiet environment, only the even and rhythmic breathing sound came from his ears. So, after a day of high concentration, Russell, who had fought twice in a row, seemed to be infected, and the more he listened, the sleepier he became. Can't sleep. Russell stared at the bed with his eyes wide open, as if he wanted to see something. What if this woman wakes up the next day and stabs me directly? Without the threat of Elrios, maybe it's the enemy. Although there are no fatal parts in the body, even if the head is stabbed, it won't die, but it still hurts. Absolutely. Absolutely can't sleep. Who? Hugging the girl who was soft and warm like a big pillow, Russell slept very sweetly that night, and didn't even dream. Until he felt something bulging in his arms. Russell suddenly opened his eyes. Just looking at each other with sleepy eyelids, it was obvious that they also opened their eyes at the same moment. The sky was already bright. The two of them had been hugging each other face to face without knowing when. He put his arm around her shoulders, she hugged his waist, staring at each other face to face. You're annoying me again. Laura, who had just woken up and was still a little dazed, blurted out instinctively. But she came back to her senses immediately, and her face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Russell originally thought that he didn't mean it, after all, it was like this when he just woke up, but at the moment he was stunned, the red temperature of this little girl was comparable to his own extremis. No. Russell blinked his eyes and found out in surprise. Isn't this girl X-23 Laura? I was wondering how claws could pop out from the gaps between fingers. At this moment, his arms felt lighter, and Russell saw Laura suddenly pupated like a puppy, and quickly crawled out from under the bed. Then he heard hurried footsteps and the sound of a door being slammed open. Russell shook his head and laughed. How ruthless you run away after sleeping. Scumbag. He slowly crawled out from under the bed with a sigh. Stretched his body in front of the sunlight coming in through the window. It was just a joke just now. He hasn't slept so comfortably for a long time. As for the other party running away, he didn't feel anything. It's not a pity for Wolverine's self-healing genes. He is not a good guy, but he is not a bad guy with pus on the soles of his feet. There are still choices for looting entries. Otherwise, the moment he opens his eyes and recognizes the other party, he can kill the other party in seconds. Wolverine can't live without a head. After moving his body, Russell also walked out of the house. Next, he will build a shelter and use the computer he got from Tony Stark to try to crack the time tablet. As for the power supply, he left one of the 3 reactors, which can generate power wirelessly. Recalling the route last night, Russell walked in the direction he came from. But not long after, he suddenly heard the sound of running in the distance. Then he saw the little wolf girl appear in sight, running wildly. At this time, he saw that the other party also obviously saw him. But after a moment of hesitation, he actually gritted his teeth, and then ran away to the right, and disappeared after a few seconds. No, do I look so scary? Russell touched his face, a little confused. You know, he is a school grass level in school. If he hadn't kept himself clean, I don't know how many baby death machines he would have used. As a result, this little wolf girl ran away when she saw him, and twice. This is a bit of a blow. Just when Russell was doubting his life, he suddenly heard a sound from afar again. This time it was the roar of a motorcycle. Soon, 3 motorcycles with a very wasteland style flashed from a distance, with a total of 5 people sitting on them, screaming and chasing in the direction of the little wolf girl. Looked very excited. Russell immediately understood that the little wolf girl didn't run away when she saw him, but didn't want to implicate him. After figuring it out, he felt much better. Moreover, if you lead me here, I really might not help you. Now. Hee, you are a scumbag, but I can't be a scumbag. Russell laughed and talked to himself, his pupils slightly shining, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. P.S. Some Wolverines can really live without heads. Nick Fury in the comics has done experiments and can live after cutting off the head and putting it in a vacuum. But the little wolf girl's ability comes from the movie Wolverine, which is not so exaggerated. PS2, thank you for the reward from the Starry Sky Purple Boss, thank you for the monthly ticket from the Boss 17662 and the Bad Boss, and thank you for the urging of the boss who wrote the Sci-Haywin XXX. Thanks, Omega. Reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP coupons. 018 Running away after sleeping is wishful thinking. 2-in-1 3000 words. Boom. Boom. The sound of the engine idling was getting louder and louder. In a valley, 3 motorcycles occupied 3 directions and stopped in place. On them sat several unkempt men wearing dirty clothes, laughing maliciously at the moment. Haha, I haven't seen such a beautiful girl in a long time. She's so young, she looks like a virgin. By the way, can you tell whose variant this is? This is the first time I've seen it. Why bother so much? She just ran away when she saw us. She can't be very strong. Bob is right. Remember not to scratch your skin later. The price will be too different. The expressions of several people were relaxed. It seemed that they didn't regard the women in the middle as opponents at all. Then one of the men wearing a worn-out jacket and a beard got off the car. He pulled out the short knife from his waist, threw it up and caught it again and again. Without any vigilance on his face, he just walked over. Until he got close, the man showed a greasy and disgusting smile, stretched out his big hairy hand and wiped it towards the woman's face. Swoosh! The sharp blade popped out, and the reflected light flashed. Without seeing the action clearly, Laura's steel claws had already penetrated the man's head from the bottom to the top, from the chin, with sharp claws. Swish! Blood splattered, Laura pulled out the steel claws, slightly bent her waist, posed an offensive posture, and made a fierce expression. The disguise worked. Kill one person, and the pressure of the battle will be less in a while. However, When she looked up, she found that the expressions of the remaining 4 people on the motorcycle were very calm. Laura's heart tightened. Something is wrong. She is not a fledgling. After Wolverine died, she had fought many times with the mutant teenagers. Disguise was learned at that time. And now these enemies are neither angry because of the death of their teammates, nor regretful and shocked after seeing his ability. Instead, they show a strange satisfied smile. The ability has been tested. Well, it's probably a variant of Wolverine. The self-healing factor is a bit troublesome. It's a pity that the electromagnetic car can't be driven in the woods, otherwise it would be the easiest to deal with this kind of alloy bones. The few people completely ignored Laura and just chatted. At this time, the corpse on the ground disappeared like a phantom. The blood that splashed on the ground and remained on the steel claws was the same, as if it was just an illusion just now. Looking at this weird scene, Laura bent her body, a little at a loss. At this time, someone on the motorcycle said, "Hey, who will go?" "I won't go, it hurts too much." "You go." "Stop hesitating, I'll go." A man wearing a baseball cap who looked only in his 20s and had many freckles on his face got off the car. Then he actually rushed directly towards Laura. Such a move made Laura stunned. Knowing his ability, he still came to close combat. Is he a fool, or is he confident? Just when she lost consciousness, the other party had already rushed over. She followed her fighting instinct, dodged, and swung her claws. Puff! Blood splattered, and the neck was pierced. The kill was successful. However, the next second, the body disappeared again. It was still fake. At this time, Laura saw another person abandoning the motorcycle and rushing over. Consuming my physical strength? What is the point of this tactic? Laura couldn't figure it out, but still swung her claws to attack. Puff! Still a one-shot kill. At this time, the man who said "I won't go, it hurts too much" took over the responsibility of attacking without hesitation and launched a new round of charge. Laura's expression was serious, and she was not careless at all. This time, she saw through the weakness and swung her claws forward. Puff! The sound of flesh and blood being pierced sounded, but it was a little more dull. Sizzle! Yellow smoke burst out wildly from the wound, and Laura wanted to retreat but it was too late. After inhaling, her whole body was numb and she fell to the ground with a plop. Hee, I finally got fooled. On the motorcycle, the last man with messy hair smiled playfully, with a cunning look in his eyes. Laura tried desperately to stand up again, but found that she had no strength at all, and suddenly there was a trace of despair in her eyes. It's over. The self-healing factor doesn't work. Seeing that the plan was successful, the man slowly walked to Laura and said with a proud look. After observing several times, I changed my charging posture. Sure enough, your last blow pierced through the heart. I have a special poison there to deal with self-healers like you. Magician stuff is really useful. After catching the little wolf girl, the man was obviously very excited. At the moment, he introduced himself. Oh, by the way, my name is Jimmy Madrock, and my ability is duplication. Jimmy? Laura said with an expression of incomprehension. Are you mutant? I saw your name in X-Men. Jimmy half-squatted with a smile. Then you remembered the wrong person, I am a member of Brotherhood. Poof! Laura suddenly raised her foot, and the sharp blade that popped out of it pierced Jimmy's head. After doing this step, she fell back with a plop, and then gasped heavily. She definitely knew that Jimmy was a member of Brotherhood, and she had read X-Men comics countless times. Just now, it was just to attract the other party to get closer and make the final blow. Fortunately, it succeeded. Laura let out a long breath. This time she really had no strength left. However, at this time, the sound of a motorcycle came from the bottom of the mountain again, and stopped in the valley half a minute later. The next second, a laughing voice sounded. You really have no strength this time, right? As footsteps sounded, the two men walked to a position 2 meters away from Laura. Laura looked at the two people who appeared again, and this time she really showed despair. At this time, the man with heavy forehead wrinkles, sparse hair, and a face that looked like a British guy started to compliment. Jimmy, you are really amazing. You can subdue Wolverine's variant just by duplication. You are much stronger than Fireman, you should be the captain. Jimmy lowered his head and glanced at the little wolf girl who couldn't even speak. A hint of complacency flashed in his eyes, and then he smiled. Don't say that, Siren. Fireman's combat power is much stronger than mine. I am very convinced that he should be the captain. You are convinced, you are pretending to be your mother. No wonder Fireman can lead a team, but you can only ride a motorcycle. Siren cursed in his heart and smiled and replied. You are too modest, Jimmy. Jimmy smiled. And this time he didn't refute, but said. I still trouble you to carry him. His Edelman skeleton is too heavy, and I don't have enough strength. Damn, it sounds like I am a power-type mutant, FK. She cursed again in her heart, but the siren did not refute, and bent down to pick up the little wolf girl on the ground. Laura looked desperate, this time she really couldn't fight back. Looking at the disgusting hand that slowly reached out, she couldn't help but think of the arm that hugged her last night. Warm and powerful. Now that she thought about it, she must have felt the long-lost sense of security at that time and fell asleep. Maybe if she had just run towards the other party, it would have been a different ending. But in just a moment, she drove this idea out of her mind. It was because she was not careful enough that she was caught. How could she blame others? Maybe the warm embrace last night was God's last gift to Luluaxu. She should be content. Laura slowly closed her eyes, not wanting to look at the palm that was about to touch her, and the stranger who appeared in her mind was the stranger last night. At this time, she suddenly found that the other party was really good-looking. Although he was Asian, it was the first time she saw such a good-looking man. And his voice was also very nice. Hey, if you move your hand down a little bit more, I will suck out your soul, believe it or not. The threatening voice was so real. Laura was a little surprised with her eyes closed. Did she imagine that person speaking? Just when she was still a little confused, the voice sounded again. I'm sorry, as a boyfriend, I can't let you take her away. Laura opened her eyes suddenly. The greasy palm had retracted, and its owner and Jimmy were looking at the distance with gloomy faces. She followed the line of sight of the two and tried to turn her head to look. What she saw was the figure that appeared in her mind. The other party really came. For a moment, Laura had a strong surprise and uncontrollable worry. Surprised that the other party came to save herself. Worried that the other party would be implicated by herself. At this time, she saw that the other party noticed something and suddenly looked at her. The next second, Russell smiled very unceremoniously. Hey, girl, it's too naive to think that I will run away after sleeping. Laura was completely stunned. In her eyes, at this moment, the light through the tree canopy formed a beam of light that sprinkled on the other person. At a glance, it seemed that she saw the shining angel. P.S. James Madrock, a mutant with the ability to copy himself, and can control duplication and obtain duplication memory. He appeared in Mutant, The Last Stand and is a member of Brotherhood. As shown in the picture, the one in the middle is the fireman, and the pile of duplications on the right is him. The reason why it is cut to the void here is that the duplication ability has mutated, and the duplication copied is not exactly the same as himself. Have fun reading books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 019 If you hit him, you can't hit me. Boy. Mutant Sean, nicknamed Siren, said gloomily. Heroes saving beauties must also see the situation clearly. This is the prey of Lady Cassandra, you'd better not meddle in other people's business. As long as you are in this area, no one does not know how powerful that woman is. He believes that the other party should know how to choose. At this time, Jimmy patted his teammate on the shoulder and blamed. Don't be so fierce to Siren, making us look like villains. Don't forget that we are no longer working in brotherhood. As he said, he turned his head to look at Russell not far away, showing a kind expression, and said sincerely. This brother. There are many women in the Void Land. How can there be true love if they sleep with each other for one night and then run away? Why don't you go back to the base with us? This credit will be counted as one of the three of us. When Lady Cassandra pulls out the claws of this little wolf and collects them, the rest will be for you to play with, and if you get tired of playing, you can sell it for a good price. Hearing this, Laura's heart sank silently. On one side is a high-risk battle. On one hand, you can join a big organization in the Void Land, get rewards, and yourself. This seems to be a good choice. No one will refuse. The siren still looked fierce, as if a little unhappy. Jimmy smiled and waited for a response. Russell was silent, as if thinking. The forest fell into silence again. A few seconds later, Russell suddenly sighed and showed embarrassment. I wanted to agree, but who told me to play big? A little girl without claws is not interesting. He looked at Jimmy and tried. How about you kneel down and beg me? I am a soft-hearted person. I can install you into a handsome Iron Man. Maybe that crazy woman will fall in love with you at once. Then the captain of the firemen you are jealous of will kneel down and lick you. The smile on Jimmy's face disappeared. He lied to the other party from the beginning, and all he said were lies. But it was obvious that this man was not fooled at all, but acted like a joker. He took a step back. The siren smiled grimly and took a step forward. Damn, I always act with you, but in the end, you still have to rely on me. Stupid clone, your brain is also divided equally. Boy! He stared at Russell fiercely. What kind of person do you want to save people? I will suck you dry in a while. As soon as the voice fell, his sparse red hair turned grey and his face turned pale. At this moment, he did not look like a siren, but like a vampire. And in fact, it was because of this change that he was cut by TVA. Laura, who fell to the ground, suddenly showed anxiety. She was very moved, but she was afraid that Russell would die to save her. The ability of this mutant looked very strange, and the powerful power might be useless. Go. She tried to say a word. Go? Wishful thinking. After saying that, the siren suddenly opened its mouth. Instantly, circles of visible sound waves burst out, covering the distance. The speed of the sound waves burst was subsonic. Jimmy believed that people who didn't know the siren's ability would definitely suffer a big loss suddenly. Maybe he could solve the opponent in one go. However, the smile on his face stopped before it rose, and his eyes showed an incomprehensible look. The sound wave fell into the air, only smashing a tree behind the opponent. The man opposite seemed to have predicted the future. He actually jumped lightly at the moment the siren opened his mouth, and cleverly avoided the sound wave. The siren's face also showed astonishment, and blurted out. Do you know me? Do you know my ability? Russell stood on a tree branch, tilted his head, thought for a while and said, I don't think I know him. Bald Englishman like you are hard to forget after meeting once. I don't remember anyone so ugly. The siren was almost furious. What he hated most was being called bald. Looking for death. In an instant, the sound wave burst out again. However, no matter how fast this ability is, it has a pre-swing. He has to charge and open his mouth to aim at the enemy. With spider telepathy, Russell can easily avoid it. For a while, there was a constant roar in the woods. The siren was like a satellite spirit, shaking his head and chasing Russell, who was jumping in the woods. Bang bang bang! After smashing a few more trees, the cloak he was wearing behind him suddenly swelled up without wind. The next second, he suddenly flew out on the spot. Like a cannonball, with sound waves wrapped around his body, he crashed into Russell, who was jumping in the air. "You like jumping, don't you? See how you can dodge this time!" he roared, and was about to hit the other person to death. On the ground, Laura was so angry when she saw this scene that her eyes were bloodshot. No. She struggled to get up with strength from nowhere, but the anesthetic made by the magician was still taking effect. She fell to the ground again with a plop. Her chin and face were covered with mud. At this moment, she had never hated herself so much for being weak, and once again implicated others. But at this moment, a chuckle sounded. "Do you know what Spider-Man terrain is?" The purple magic cobweb was as beautiful as a meteor, passing through the space in an instant and hitting a tree trunk. Just when the sea monster wrapped in high-energy sound waves was about to hit Russell, the latter's body seemed to be pushed by the invisible force and moved sideways in an instant. The sea monster passed by and suddenly stopped in mid-air, turning its head to look in surprise. Puff puff puff. The reward was a bunch of cobwebs that covered his face. What the hell? The siren struggled to tear off the spider web on his face. Before he opened his eyes, he heard his teammates shouting, "Be careful!" What be careful? He opened his eyes, and then he knew what to be careful of. A foot wrapped in a battlesuit was rapidly enlarging in front of him. He thought it must be 23 yards. Bang! The siren was kicked away. But before he could react, the next attack hit him again. Far away. Jimmy's face was panicked, and his eyes were full of shock. He saw that the man who should be a Spider-Man variant constantly launched cobwebs and shuttled back and forth in the woods. And his teammate Siren. Not to mention counterattacks, even the body can't be controlled. Like a broken puppet, it was constantly hit repeatedly from various angles, and screamed. Until the end, with a bang, it was kicked from bottom to top, and then it was trembling and frozen in the air. At some point, a purple spider web was woven. The siren, with her cloak spread out, was like a moth, firmly trapped in the center of the spider web, with her head lowered, without a sound. The next second, a shadow fell. A face with a terrifying smile, hanging upside down in front of me, said something extremely creepy. "Brother, it's your turn next." P.S. The siren appeared in X-Men First War, but it didn't fly like in the comics. Have fun. 020 You annoy me again. Jimmy wanted to say, "If you hit him, don't hit me." But he knew that was impossible. Seeing his teammates suffering, he chose not to suffer. Bang! The wrist that fired the gun was grabbed, and the bullet passed by his scalp. Want to die? Russell looked at Jimmy, who wanted to commit suicide, and figured out the key in an instant, and said in surprise, "I didn't expect you to be a duplication. I really underestimated you." This is the first time he has seen such a coward, and he really deserves to live in the void. But it doesn't matter. Although it is impossible to plunder the duplication's entries. But from this guy's point of view, it is not himself who copied the duplication. So even if he plundered the entries, it is likely to be just an ordinary duplication. But this does not mean that the duplication in front of him is useless. Russell looked at the dazed replica in front of him, and suddenly showed a very friendly smile. "Want to die more easily?" As he spoke, his palm turned slightly red. Squeak! The aroma of protein denaturation appeared. Jimmy Duplication screamed immediately, feeling the intense burning pain. 2 seconds later, the entire right hand was carbonized and shattered. 5 seconds later, the right forearm was just short of cumin and chili powder. 8 seconds later, the charcoal grilled elbow was ready. 10 seconds later, Russell and Mr. Jimmy reached a friendly consensus. A few minutes later, Russell killed the duplication casually and fell into deep thought. He just got a lot of information from Jimmy. The entire organization led by Cassandra has a total of 46 mutants, including Juggernaut, Red Devil, Fireman, Sabretooth, Deathwoman, Toad, War Trace, Scorpion Man, Blob, Torrent, etc. In addition, there are a large number of hot weapons, as well as Cassandra's collection of magic tools and potions. So, Russell was a little confused. With this kind of force, how did Wolverine and his 5 people succeed in Deadpool 3? When he watched the movie, he thought it was a bit exaggerated. The electromagnetic car was never used again, otherwise X-23 and Wolverine would not be considered as combat power. Blade and Erica are just flesh and blood, and they will be finished if they are shot. Gambit. This Gambit is much worse than in the comics. As for Deadpool, his combat power is not that strong. Russell couldn't figure out how he won. Anyway, he has no idea about this organization at the moment. What's more, Cassandra's mental power is too abnormal. Even Doctor Strange with Infinite Sling Ring became a trophy. He didn't think he could handle it. Sure enough, the time tablet is the way out. With a sigh in his heart, Russell raised his hand and shot the unconscious siren. The next second, the system voice sounded in his mind. The looting entry is completed. X ability sound wave, blue-purple. Its ability includes sonar. It can evaluate the surrounding environment with different resolutions in a completely dark environment, or detect the distance of an object. Sonic scream. It can vibrate objects covered by sonic waves and cause imbalance and dizziness. Flight. Through sonic waves, you can hover or fly with the help of a special wingsuit, with a maximum speed of subsonic. Do you want to load the entry? Russell didn't dislike it at all and loaded it without hesitation. Although sonar is useless, flight can only fly with the help of a wingsuit. But with the existence of the Venom battle suit, you don't need to wear it at all. When you need to fly, just use the Venom battle suit shape-shifting. Sonic Scream is a good means of surprise attack. For example, if you suddenly use it in close combat, the effect must be very good. And you don't have to bite your tongue all the time. In short, this trip is a good harvest. Snap. Russell casually snapped his fingers to cancel the magic spider web. If he didn't want to get familiar with the power of Spider-Man just now, using magic combined with close combat, he was confident that he could kill the siren within 10 seconds. He then walked to the still numb little wolf girl, squatted down and said with a smile, "Hey, girl. I saved your life, have you thought about how to repay me?" Laura stared at the man in front of her, afraid that this was just her fantasy, and he would be gone in the blink of an eye. "Are you stupid? What kind of medicine is so strong?" Russell pinched the girl's face and pulled her eyelids to see the pupil reaction. "It's normal." Just when he was a little surprised, the little wolf girl suddenly said, "My name is Laura." She spoke very slowly, but very hard and clearly, as if she was afraid that the other party had heard it wrong. Russell was stunned for a moment, then nodded vigorously, and then Zheng Zong said, "My name is Russell." He didn't like people calling him so low in this world, so he directly transliterated Russell. This is his name in the Marvel world from now on. The ordinary Russell has disappeared, and there are Russells who will reach the top. The little wolf girl repeated it several times, then suddenly raised her head and said very seriously, "I'm not a scumbag." This time it was Russell's turn to be a little embarrassed. "I know that, I was just joking just now. By the way, where is your base? I'll take you back." He tried to change the subject. The little wolf girl nodded. As if she had figured something out, she said without any pretense, "I'll be your girlfriend." Ahem. Russell almost choked. This girl is too serious, and he doesn't need to repay a favor. Comics are all lies, don't learn. He muttered, and easily carried the little wolf girl on his back, completely ignoring the weight of the adamantium. Following the instructions, after walking for more than 2 hours, he found the other party's home in a hidden forest near a water source. From the outside, it looks like a house that has been abandoned for a long time, and even the foundation has sunk a lot, and the back half is still embedded in the mountain. But after walking in, you will find that it is very clean inside, and there are several sofas. The colors are different, and you can see that they were dragged back from outside. The reservoir in the middle is very clear. Further back, there is a cave. Russell recognized that this is Laura's base in Deadpool 3. But where are your teammates? He asked. Laura is much better than before, shaking her head and saying, "Without teammates, I have been sneaking around in the void for 3 years. That is, I haven't met Blade Warriors, Gambit, and others yet." Russell put the girl on the sofa and asked the doubts in his heart. "By the way, why don't you go to the gathering place of mutants? Besides Cassandra, isn't there a more friendly mutant organization?" Laura shook her head. "I was picked up by that organization when I first arrived in the void. It's very chaotic inside. I can't tell who is a real good person and who is a disguised saint. Once I went to the black market to trade, and after I came out, they tricked me into attracting enemies. After I escaped, I was alone. In the void, good people are indeed a rare species." Russell sighed in his heart, but didn't say anything to comfort him. The other party is very strong and doesn't need those. "How do you feel now?" Russell was still thinking about the things hidden beside his river. If you can avoid flight in the void, don't flight. If you can avoid opening a portal, try not to open a portal. It was really troublesome to attract Elrios. It would take some time to run back, and it would probably be dark again. But he didn't know that just after he finished speaking, he saw the little wolf girl said weakly, "I feel very uncomfortable, and I still can't move." Russell scratched his head. Save people to the end. If he left at this time and someone broke in, it would be a waste of time. "Then I won't leave for now." Russell picked up the girl again. "Where is your room? I'll take you to rest." "Over there." Laura looked at the cave weakly. Russell nodded and walked in with the girl. The environment inside was dark, with almost no light. There was a line on the ground 10 centimeters away to help the bell. It was a warning. However, Russell had night vision ability. After walking about 10 meters, he found a dug room inside. It was only 7 or 8 square meters in size, and a template blocked the wall. With Spider-Man's ability, he could easily perceive that the back was empty. "I think it should be an escape route." Russell was about to put the girl on the simple mattress. Who knew that at the moment of putting her down, the little wolf girl's arms suddenly became strong. She hugged his neck and fell together. Russell pressed on it. Spider telepathy did not trigger. He knew that the other party had no ill intentions. But what was this for? At this time, Laura's voice sounded, not weak at all. "Didn't you say that I was your girlfriend? Do you want to cheat?" Russell was a little embarrassed. "It's just a joke, how can I take it seriously?" "I take it seriously," Laura replied in seconds. Russell could feel the girl's breath spraying on his face, itchy and greasy. He felt a little hot, so he said, "You are too young. I'm 16, an adult. You just want to repay a favor, really, don't care about this. I like you as a person, my heart beats very fast, you can feel it." This. Russell couldn't speak, he could feel it. At the moment he didn't know how to respond. "I just unconsciously remembered that the feeling when I just woke up today was really good." Laura obviously sensed something and said again, "I can feel your heartbeat speeding up, and you are annoying me again, you can't fool me. So, do you want a 16-year-old girl to continue to be unrestrained?" Russell felt his breath approaching. It smelled good. The next second he smiled with relief. The body reflects the most real. "What are you awkward about?" So this time he took the initiative and lowered his head. That night, the dark environment was no longer silent. P.S. In fact, the emotional drama can be slower and smoother. But this is a big loosie, and the male protagonist has more than one woman. So it's better to push it quickly. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. 021 Start cracking the time tablet. Although they were two newcomers, the battle was fierce that night. Wolverine Gene vs Spider Totem and Super Serum and Extremis. Although the former has a high recovery rate, but the latter has a powerful charge ability and endurance. Every attack killed the opponent and made them lose their armor and scream in surrender. Although the enemy was too cunning and continued to fight after recovering their physical strength. But in the end, the superposition of the three abilities was more powerful. Russell became the well-deserved winner. Early morning. The loser was exhausted and still sleeping. Russell was energetic and had already gotten up to get supplies. The location was not too far away. In a total of 3 hours, he moved back the computers, servers, arc reactors, mechanical parts, micro-engines, alcohol, medicines, daily necessities, etc. The little wolf girl had woken up at this time, and when she went out to see the things on the ground, she was shocked. Although I knew that Russell was going to bring some things before going to bed yesterday, this was too much. Whose house did you rob? She had been a wretched person for 3 years, and she had never seen so many good things. Especially the reactor, as a stable energy source, it is a hot commodity in the void like a wasteland world. While assembling the computer and stabilizing the voltage supplied by the reactor through the transformer, Russell replied. The captain of Hydra wanted to trick me, but I solved him and his teammates Spider-Man and Iron Man. The family assets they have saved are naturally mine. Hearing these careless words, the little wolf girl's expression was shocked again and again. She definitely knew who Russell was talking about. Those variants are notorious and have killed many people. But technology, magician, and super ability are very powerful together, and no one will avenge dead man. Now I didn't expect that he would die silently in Russell's hands. After the shock, the little wolf girl felt particularly good for no reason. She lay on the table, tilted her head and looked at her boyfriend, and said proudly, "Russell, you are so awesome." Russell raised his eyebrows. "Needless to say, didn't you know last night? Laura is not that kind of little woman," and she immediately got up. "That's just a temporary truce. Let's compete again tonight if you dare." After more than 10 hours of recuperation, she is confident that she is invincible tonight. Can young people endure this? Russell put down the work in his hands and dragged the unconvinced little wolf girl to fight. He said it here. One of them must lie down today, and begging for mercy won't work this time. 2 hours later. Russell came out sweating all over. It was another hearty battle. I don't know if the exchange last night was effective, the little wolf girl's fighting power is indeed a little stronger today. But she is still defeated and was killed without armor. There is no way. The continuous operation of the heart of the crucible, he is the father for continuous fighting. After getting a bucket of water and washing himself casually, Russell continued to work. First, he stabilized the power supply, fixed the computer and server, and then used the knowledge he got from Baron Mordo to make magic vines to cover the whole house. From the outside, this part of the mountain was covered with vines. And there was no sign of a house inside. Now this is considered a safe base. He also planned to build a meditation room so that he could practice magic himself. After all, there was a knowledge curse entry, and he was very good at this. Before he knew it, it was dark. Russell didn't disturb the little wolf girl's rest. He ate some canned food and started trying to crack the time tablet. Tony Stark's computer is very high level. It has added the computing hardware of the armor, so the computing power is very high. After connecting the time tablet, Russell began to look for the locking program. TVA is completely technological, and you can definitely find it as long as you are careful. If you can't find it, it's Tony Stark's technological garbage. He must be fine. While searching on the computer, Russell sat aside with nothing to do, recalling magic knowledge in his mind. Mordo still has 3 spells that he hasn't learned, but he remembers the specific practice methods. They are Astral Projection, Ice Vine of Ixaron, Shape of Archon. The first one is Soul Astral. Mordo originally knew it, but after using Soul Extraction, this spell was sometimes effective and sometimes not. Until the end, it was completely useless. Russell knew that his soul was marked. I'm afraid that Mephisto secretly tampered with the soul extraction to prevent others from discovering his abnormal soul, so he couldn't use astral projection. The second spell is Ixaron's Ice Creeper. This is a spell created by the great magician Ixaron, not the kind of secret method that requires the consent of the dimension Mephisto. It can release ice creepers to attack and bind. It's a good spell. As for the form of Archon, Russell knows this awesome spell without Mordo's knowledge. On Titan, Doctor Strange used this trick to divide thousands of duplications to fight Thanos, which is a big move. Russell is confident that he can learn it as long as he has time. At this time, a ding prompt sound came from the computer. The screen has shown that the lock program has been found. Russell's face was happy. But the next second, he saw the computer prompt that the computing power was insufficient and could not be cracked. Insufficient computing power. He got up and went to the pile of armor parts to fiddle with it. There is an entry for Warframe Master, and Russell soon found a special GPU in it, which is computing power hardware. Then it was a tossing and turning. If Tony can install it in the computer, he can do it too. He increased the output voltage of the reactor, restarted the computer again, and started calculating. Soon a prompt appeared on the screen. Cracking degree 0%, time required seconds. Do you want to start? Good news, it can be cracked. Bad news, it will take 3 years. And the computer has to run continuously for 3 years. Russell felt that it would be difficult to last for 3 years with the quality of this computer and the surrounding environment. No. This must be too slow. Since the computing power is insufficient, I will continue to increase it myself. Before crossing over, those supercomputers were just stacking games, so this method should be useful. Although there is no computing power hardware in the remaining armor parts, there may be some in the black market. Russell decided to try his luck. Now there is a teleportation spell and the flight ability in the Siren entry. So even if there is a crisis, it should not be a problem to escape. P.S. Thanks to Silver Bracelet Yace and Source Master for the monthly tickets. Have fun reading books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. 022 The black market is secretive, and Thunderbolt is confident. Russell planned to go to the black market the next day. But he kept procrastinating until the 5th day. As for why he didn't go, there was no way, his self-control was not strong, and he would procrastinate all the time. But the good news was that he didn't have to run this time. Driving a Honda Odyssey, which was not known how many times he had used it, he took 3 hours to get to the mine. Last time he could only watch from a distance. This time he drove straight in. Although any fighting was prohibited in the black market, Russell still didn't bring Laura with him. The little wolf girl was a little angry because she didn't win once recently. Now she is training at home, hoping to defeat him. After getting out of the car, Russell looked around. There were 2 18th-century Western-style bar wooden houses outside the mine, but they were dilapidated and no one was inside. The black market was in the mine cave. It was not dark inside. There was an old-fashioned incandescent lamp every 10 meters, and the light was dim. Until walking diagonally down for more than 100 meters, a golden door appeared in front of him, with cuneiform characters engraved on it. A strong Egyptian style, somewhat out of tune with the entire mine. But this is not the most important thing. The next second, Russell almost took action directly. Soldiers wearing TVA combat uniforms stood on both sides of the door. But after a closer look, the two men were unkempt and their clothes were rather worn out. It was immediately clear that they were just two-time offenders in disguise. I wonder if the owner of the black market deliberately intimidated the newcomers. I haven't seen you before, newcomer. Do you know the rules? The two gatekeepers spoke one after another. Russell nodded. No fighting, and you have to pay at least 0.1 ounces of gold, right? The little wolf girl told him this rule. He could understand the former. But this gold was really incomprehensible. This is a wasteland-like void, what's the use of this thing? Fortunately, the little wolf girl has collected it, otherwise he would have to find it now. Russell took out a fingernail-sized gold and handed it to one of the gatekeepers. In an instant, the piercing system alarm sounded again. Warning! 0.1 micrograms of spiritual essence will be lost soon. Ding! Soul immunity. Warning cancelled. What's wrong, don't you want to go in? The gold will not be returned if you don't go in. Seeing Russell not moving, one of them frowned. Russell smiled. Definitely go in, but I suddenly remembered that I forgot to refuel the car, and it seems a bit difficult to go back. Another gatekeeper said proudly. You are ignorant. As long as you have something valuable to exchange, let alone gasoline, Iron Man's armor will do. Russell nodded and said thank you. At this time, the golden door became illusory, and he walked in directly. At the moment, the smile on his face had disappeared. At this moment, he finally understood why this black market wanted to collect gold. That FG thing is not gold. It is clearly a trade of souls. The soul is made up of spiritual essence, although it is only 0.1 micrograms, it looks very inconspicuous. But it can't resist the accumulation of small amounts. How many years has this black market existed, and how many times has it been traded? It is probably an astronomical number. He is sure that the controller behind this black market is definitely related to the Egyptian pantheon. But Russell doesn't understand why he can be immune to the soul. Is it because the traverser does not belong to the soul of this world? If so, wouldn't it be a huge profit to trade with Mephisto? Russell thought about it and drove this idea out of his mind. Dimension Mephisto is much more powerful than the Egyptian god. And the most important thing now is, will he be discovered if he doesn't trade spiritual essence? Russell stood behind the door and waited for a while. If there is any abnormality, he will directly start the teleportation. And he believes that this transaction is not done by the person behind the scenes, it should be just a procedure. It is highly likely that it will not be discovered. The golden door became illusory, which should mean that the transaction was passed. A few minutes later, the golden door suddenly became illusory again. Russell took a look and saw another familiar guy. The other party had the same face as Captain America. Russell couldn't help but glance at the butt. Well, it's not perky enough. Obviously it's not Captain America or the Snake Team. Then, get out of the way, you gay. FK, how can someone still stare at my butt when I'm in the void? FK, being handsome is also dangerous. The man looked at Russell with a warning look, and then walked away cursing. Russell's mouth twitched, and he was speechless. It was confirmed that it was really the guy named Thunderbolt this time. I have to say, he really looks like he deserves a beating. He shook his head and followed him in. After passing through a corridor, the space suddenly became clear. This is a hall with an area of more than 10,000 square meters. There is a miniature sun on the dome dozens of meters above, making it look like daytime here. Russell only took a glance and instinctively knew that it was just a fake sun created by magic. He understood that it should be the ability of knowledge curse that triggered the magic side. Russell decided that if he had the opportunity in the future, he must go to Camartage to learn, and he would definitely gain a lot. Only then did he start to look at the entire black market. The hall was circular. The inner ring was for things that outsiders deposited in the black market for sale. The outer ring was where the time prisoners sat on the ground and set up stalls, with all kinds of things. These were also told to him by the little wolf girl. Russell glanced at the outer ring and found that it was all a pile of junk. Then he walked straight into the inner ring. To his surprise, there were really steel armor parts here. Russell knew where the computing components were, and he saw a total of 4. Then he saw the trading requirements above. The trading conditions for these parts were 1 ton of food, or 3 cubic meters of wine, or 50 bottles of painkillers, 500 tablets, or a large number of weapons, or high-level technology products, or magic tools. These are all good things in the void, and the people who sell them are obviously very smart. However, although these trading conditions seem difficult, Russell is not worried. Because he can make the last magic tool. The red crystal defense necklace that Mordo had at that time was a magic tool. The production method is in the entry obtained from the other party. As long as you find the gem, you can make it. And gems are much easier to find. Seeing that he can't afford it at the moment, Russell began to stroll around casually. Finally, he used some compressed food and canned food he brought with him to exchange some gasoline and new clothes for the little wolf girl. Carrying the oil bottle, Russell returned along the original route. Thunderbolt walked out of the cave with a box of canned food. However, as soon as he arrived at the mine, he stopped and looked outside with a gloomy face. I saw a convertible painted with hellfire and 2 modified trucks parked outside the mine less than 50 meters away. 6 or 7 people were sitting in the car, and some were standing. But all their eyes were looking here. Thunderbolt's face suddenly darkened, and then he shouted loudly. "You rubbish worse than feces, do you know the rules? This is the black market, you are blocking me here. FK, even the devils in hell are better than you." He had heard that the crazy woman wanted to catch him, but he didn't expect that she dared to do it. No one has ever dared to make trouble in the black market. However, as soon as the voice fell, the fireman shouted from the opposite side. "Stupid Thunderbolt, what has this got to do with you? Are you worthy? You have been mixed up in the void, and you still think you are a star, get the hell out of here." Hearing this, Thunderbolt was stunned. If it's not him, who else is worthy of being blocked by these mutants? This is impossible. These dirty bugs must be deceiving him. At this moment, he suddenly heard a faint voice from behind. "Please make way. I have to send these rubbish on their way quickly, my girlfriend is waiting for me to finish dinner at home. P.S. I don't have much to say, I just want to PS 0.0. Reading is fun every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. 0.23 second kill." The moment Thunderbolt heard the voice behind him, he saw the fireman and Sabretooth in the distance all looking behind him. It was obvious that the target this time was the other party. He turned around and found that the person who walked out of the cave was the guy who looked at his butt before. Thunderbolt blurted out. "You also have a girlfriend in the void. You are not gay. No. Are they waiting for you?" Russell glanced at him lightly as they passed by. "None of your business." Thunderbolt did not swear this time, but was happy and said. "So that crazy woman is interested in you, a pretty boy. Ha ha ha, I'm safe." As he said that, he winked and said. "I heard that the crazy woman is very perverted and likes to insert her hands into people. I don't know if your little body is the board can withstand it. But if you are afraid, you can hire me to fight for you. A box of the most ordinary wine will do." "You are actually upset that the person waiting on the other side is not you." Russell did not say this. After taking a serious look at this guy, he kindly said. "Go home quickly, Flame Baby. There is someone on the other side who is a natural counter to you, don't you know?" Flame Baby, Human Torch stared, his blood pressure rose. Those days, Dr. Doom couldn't beat me, Silver Glider was even more defeated, and Planet Devourer called me Daddy. Counter me. Now I will let you know why my nickname is Hellfire. Aren't you the Human Torch? When did you get this nickname? And stop bragging, okay? One of the above can beat you to death. Russell was speechless. But before he opened his mouth, he saw the Human Torch throw the can in his hand to the ground with a snap and shouted, "Thunderbolt fire!" After saying the line, he was burning with flames all over his body, and flew towards Sabretooth and others in the distance with a whoosh. Very imposing. But I still like the way you shout the Avengers to assemble more. Russell muttered, put down the things in his hand, and followed him out. He was afraid that if he walked slowly, this guy would be beaten to death. Sure enough, as soon as he walked out of the mine, he saw the Human Torch with a missing brain stem hovering in the air and spraying flames, and then was sucked up by the fireman. With a bang, he fell directly to the ground, and it hurt just to look at it. But this guy didn't die from the fall, his expression was distorted, and he turned his head and said painfully, "Brother, save me. Your father can't save you either." The toad laughed sinisterly, opened his mouth suddenly, and his tumor-covered tongue shot out, trying to catch the Human Torch back. But a purple cobweb was faster than him. The toad retracted his tongue and ate a mouthful of dirt. He looked at the target with a very ugly face and pulled the thunderbolt to his side. "Thanks, buddy. I'll buy you a drink when I'm free." The thunderbolt climbed up with a grin, and then excused himself. "I was careless just now. If I didn't use the flame jet, I would have smashed him to pieces with a rocket headbutt. So it's not that he restrained me, but that I chose the wrong battle plan. Next time I will definitely win." Russell rolled his eyes. He is really stubborn. At this time, the sound of "pa pa pa" sounded. The fireman smiled and applauded. "Jimmy is right, you are Spider-Man. Tisk tisk, this is a rare species in the void." Russell was not surprised that he was targeted on this black market trip. The replica that died was just a duplication, and the original body would naturally cause trouble for him after getting the memory. Just now in the trading hall, he perceived that someone was observing him with malicious intent. He knew that it was the mutants who came to block him. But he didn't expect that this group of people would block the entrance of the mine so carelessly, and it seemed that they didn't give the black market any face at all. Russell felt that either this group of mutants didn't know the existence behind the black market, or he might have to evaluate that existence again, and it might be different from what he thought. But no matter what, this battle is inevitable. "Who will go up?" the fireman said calmly, and it seemed that he didn't take Spider-Man seriously. "Roar!" Sabretooth jumped off the car with a bang, looking at the target with a grim smile. "Let me do it. Tiger kills Spider, easy." Human Torch swallowed his saliva, looked at Russell and whispered, "Dude, you are Spider-Man. These guys are not martial ethics, this terrain is blocking you, why don't we run back to the black market?" Russell patted the shoulder of the Human Torch, and said confidently, "Don't worry, I am Spider-Man mutated by Captain America. Watch how I chop off his head." "How can you brag more than me?" Human Torch looked skeptical. "But this guy is really nice, even though his body is now drained by the fireman, he stood there and didn't run back." Roar! Sabretooth roared wildly, and the nails of his 10 fingers grew rapidly, forming sharp claws. Then he charged directly. In contrast, Russell walked towards the other party slowly, and it seemed that he had weaknesses all over his body. The next second, the two were about to collide. Just when Thunderbolt thought that his friend was about to be stabbed to death. Suddenly, he saw this Spider-Man nimbly sideways to avoid the attack. At the same time, he grasped Sabretooth's sharp right palm with both hands at a very fast speed, crushed it with force, and pierced into the opponent's neck. Plop! Sabretooth ran 2 more steps and knelt directly on the ground. The head was pulled together, leaving only a trace of skin, and blood gushed out of the neck. Killed instantly. The scene was silent. It seemed that no one expected this result. At this time, a laugh suddenly broke the silence. Who's next? P.S. Thank you 15,361 for the monthly ticket. Thanks, Omega. Reading is fun every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. 024 Crush. Fireman narrowed his eyes slightly. Sabretooth is not a weakling, whether it is self-healing ability, strength, or combat skills, they are all very strong. But now he was killed instantly in a situation that was obviously not restrained by ability. It's not that Spider-Man has not been hunted before, but this seems a little different. The Human Torch was even more stunned. He thought that this pretty boy brother could win, but he didn't think he could win so easily. Speed. Strength. Skills. They are all completely crushing Sabretooth. The most important thing is, who will come next? This is so damn cool, why am I not the one pretending to be cool? The Human Torch silently remembered this sentence and planned to use it when he had the chance. But the next second, he silently took a step back. He saw that the fireman, Toad, Deathwoman, Callisto, female, monitoring mutant level and high speed, and Quill people on the opposite side all moved. It's stupid to fight alone. They are villains, but they are not brainless. Sabretooth was killed instantly, and the surprise was too big. The first to attack was Fireman. He raised his hand, and the mechanical ignition device on his wrist provided a weak flame that expanded in an instant. It turned into a hot column of fire and exploded, drowning Russell in the blink of an eye. The scorching heat wave made the surrounding air curl. The mouth of the Thunderbolt was dry. It was not because he felt hot, but he didn't expect that Russell, who was just pretending to be cool, would be BBQED like this. It turned out that this was not Spider-Man's terrain. If you meet someone who doesn't follow martial ethics, you will still die. Just when he thought he should run, a lazy voice suddenly came from the flame. Can it be higher? I can still hold on. The temperature of the yellow flame is only 900 at most, which is too easy for Russell who can withstand 2600 high temperatures. The Thunderbolt, who was about to run, stopped and said with his chest up. Brother, you are awesome. I knew you wouldn't lose. FK those bastards. Damn, you were about to run just now. Toad looked at him with contempt, and was also shocked that Spider-Man was not afraid of fire. No wonder he didn't dodge just now. The fireman, who was controlling the fire, had a gloomy face. The tone of the prey gave him a feeling like taking a hot spring bath, but complaining that the temperature was not enough. It was simply humiliating himself. Looking for death. The fireman changed from controlling the fire with one hand to controlling the fire with both hands. The flames that were ejected in an instant rolled like a tornado. The Thunderbolt was a master of playing with fire, and it was obvious at a glance that he wanted to compress the fire to form a high-pressure and high-temperature state. But looking at the color of the flame, it seemed that there was no change. Hello-level mutant. It's a good idea, but it's a pity that it can't be done. The Thunderbolt mocked with a yin and yang look. Being mocked by his defeated opponent, the fireman felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten shit. In fact, the temperature of the flames has definitely risen by several hundred degrees, but it has not reached a qualitative change. Quill! He shouted. The latter immediately arched his body, and the next second, dense spikes shot into the flames. Ability mutation, he couldn't do this before. That's why he was cut by the Time Change Bureau. But before the shooting spikes sank into the flames, a shadow jumped out of it. Humph, I've been waiting for you. The Toad, who had been accumulating power and waiting, sneered, ejected his tongue, and instantly wrapped around the prey. At the same time, Callisto's figure disappeared. In less than 0.5 seconds, he crossed a distance of more than 20 meters and came behind the opponent. As soon as she raised the dagger, she heard the toad screaming, and at the same time, there was a hissing sound in her ears. But she didn't stop attacking. Let alone screaming, teammates don't care even if they die. However, when the dagger fell, there was no feeling of piercing flesh and blood. On the contrary, because he used too much force, his body lost balance after he missed the target. Then he heard a sneer in his ear. "It's so easy to predict a waste like you." Before Callisto could react, his neck cracked, and he fell to the ground without even a scream. Behind. Thunderbolt was shocked at the moment. He saw the whole process, and finally understood why the fireman's flame had no effect on the opponent. How could a 900-degree flame burn a person who could release thousands of degrees of high temperature? The toad's tongue was scorched in an instant, and then stretched and torn apart by the huge force. It was obvious that being hit and entangled was intentional. What shocked him even more was that this Spider-Man seemed to be able to foresee what would happen in advance. Then he easily dodged the fatal attack of the woman who could move at high speed, and directly broke the opponent's cervical vertebrae. Another one was killed in seconds. Even the opponent seemed to be going to die. But the battle did not stop because of this. The next second he saw the Quill Man charging confidently. The Human Torch suddenly became nervous. This guy dared to attack after seeing the ability of this mutant Spider-Man. He must be a powerful existence. Maybe I should stay away from the battlefield. Bang! The Human Torch just took a step back and saw that the very confident Quill Man was kicked by Russell and flew more than 10 meters away. He spun in the air and vomited blood, leaving a line of blood, and fell to the ground with a smack. He was dead as hell. Well, this time he really died. The Human Torch stopped silently and slightly straightened his chest. It was so embarrassing that he was scared by such a super idiot. I hope my good friend didn't see it. At this time, Russell turned his head and asked curiously, "Why did you step back? Is the ground you were standing on hot?" P.S. Callisto appeared in Deadpool 3, a soy sauce character. Quill Man, Omega ability, ability confidence, dog head. Just kidding, this guy may be the most useless mutant, but he was super confident in the X-Men's last stand. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 025 entry integrate. Thunderbolt remained calm and said without hesitation, "Brother, you are such a joker. My legs are just a little numb from standing all the time. You know, I usually fly. Have you heard of the bird without legs? I am almost the same. It is impossible to admit it, not in this life. Only by being tough can one barely maintain some face." As he said this, he suddenly discovered something, pointed behind Russell, and said anxiously, "Hey, the fireman is going to drive away. I definitely know, this is not caring about you." While Russell was speaking, he stretched his arm back, without turning his head, and grabbed from top to bottom. Thunderbolt suddenly felt that the sunlight seemed to become a little more dazzling. No. It's not the sunlight that is dazzling, it's something else. Thunderbolt opened his mouth involuntarily, and a golden meteor was reflected in his eyes. Boom! The blazing flaming holy sword fell from the sky, accurately hitting the already started convertible, and a violent explosion occurred immediately. The strong impact turned into a gust of air, directly knocking over the death girl who was running towards Russell. The face of the Thunderbolt changed, and he wanted to lie down, but it was too late. He cursed a word of FK, and was also knocked over, eating a mouthful of sand, and his head was buzzing. Puh, puh, puh. Isn't your explosion too outrageous? The Thunderbolt shook his head, looking shocked. How could a normal car explosion be so terrifying? It must be because of the flaming sword. At this time, the dust had fallen. He looked up and saw that the original position of the convertible had become a big pit, with scrap metal parts scattered everywhere. As for the fireman, he tried to look for it, and found that this mutant Spider-Man was really good. Not only was it cremated very cleanly, but the ashes were also scattered. Suddenly, the Thunderbolt remembered that when he first entered the black market, he seemed to have called the other party a gay because he looked at his butt. By the way, is it too late to apologize now? You don't need to take off your pants yourself. At this moment, he felt a chill on his butt. Russell didn't know that the Human Torch was thinking about it, and turned to look at the Death Woman who got up from the ground. Why didn't you run just now? The Death Woman's face did not have any fear, or any expression, but she said indifferently, Lady Cassandra's order is to capture you back. The fireman is good at flattery. If I just run back like this, my end will not be much better than being alive. That's why he turned around and ran, because I definitely won't run. Russell didn't sympathize, and smiled grimly. I remember that your self-healing ability is much better than Sabretooth, almost comparable to Wolverine. I wonder if you can survive after your head is cut off. The Death Woman opened her 10 fingers slightly, and the sharp adamantium spikes popped out of her fingertips. She licked her lips. Come over and I'll tell you. A few minutes later, Russell pulled out the Death Woman's head along with the spine, and the latter's eyes suddenly fell into grey. Haha, it seems that you are much worse than Wolverine. This scene looked extremely horrifying in the eyes of Thunderbolt. Russell, covered in blood, holding a head and spine, was even more terrifying than the devil in the Bible. At this moment, he suddenly felt that sometimes some things could be endured. In order to survive, it is not impossible to sacrifice. At this time, he happened to see the other party looking at him, and he was immediately startled, and tried to force a smile on his face. Russell frowned and looked back, always thinking that the other party was thinking something bad. However, spider telepathy did not trigger, probably because he was just talking nonsense in his heart. He was too lazy to pay attention to this guy, and the fine wounds on his body and the battle suit slowly healed, and the system sound came to his ears. Entry Plunder completed. X ability Death Girl, purple. Possessing the self-healing factor, it can be immune to fatal injuries except decapitation, and can quickly regenerate any body organs and parts. It has a certain bonus to body modification. Although this ability is not as powerful as Wolverine, Russell is still very satisfied. The rapid regeneration of self-healing ability is much faster than Extremis, but the weakness of decapitation is eliminated by Extremis. Presumably it is not much weaker than Wolverine. As for the latter's super long life, Russell has already obtained it from others. Russell moved his mind, and all the entries he plundered before appeared. X ability Sabretooth, blue-purple. Good self-healing ability, with 300 years of life. X ability Quill, green. The body can burst out quill spikes and shoot. X ability Toad, green. Jumping ability is strengthened. The tongue has extremely high ductility, which can be extended to up to 10 meters, and can secrete a paralyzing toxin. Note, after this entry is loaded, the skin will show a certain Toad mutation. X ability Fireman, blue. Control fire and absorb fire. Russell was not too happy. The fireman's ability is average. It's better than nothing, with a little more means of controlling flames. But at this moment, the system's voice sounded again. Integrable entry detected, Extremis. Integrating. Integrate completed. Extremis flame blood control, purple. Extremis temperature increased, up to 3800. Can create flames and fiery blood. Can control flames and fiery blood. Can absorb flames. Warning, excessive consumption of fiery blood will cause weakness. Russell completely ignored the warning, and at this moment, he couldn't help but feel surprised. The entry can actually be integrated. And it has become obviously more powerful. Both the temperature and the means of attack are much stronger than before. Even the fireman was wiped out. Comparable to 1 + 1 = 10. As for the weakness caused by excessive consumption of fiery blood, that's not a problem. Sabertooth's self-healing factor, plus the Death Girl's self-healing factor, perfectly make up for this weakness. Russell retracts his previous comments on firemen. The brother's ability is not ordinary at all. Outer good. As for Quill and Toad's abilities, what the hell, get out of here. P.S. Blazing blood. Similar to the red blood control in Jujutsu Kaisen, but it will be a bit higher level. There will be a description of the battle later. PS2. Thank you 5109 for the monthly ticket. Thanks, Omega. Thank you. Have fun reading books every day during the National Day. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 026 Surprise. Cassandra appears. Russell was in a good mood. Although the integrate entry was only purple, the combat power was really improved a lot. And with this experience, the combat power of Cassandra's absolute faction will definitely be improved to a higher level next time. It's not impossible to even take action personally. Tisk tisk, you really killed them all. Suddenly, a woman's voice full of laughter and curiosity sounded in the air. Russell's scalp was numb, and he only felt the crazy alarm of spider telepathy. But he looked up and found nothing. Thunderbolt seemed to have thought of something, and gave up his good brother with a strange cry, and turned around and ran towards the black market without hesitation. But as soon as he took a step, he fell to the ground with a bang. Then he was hung upside down in the air by the invisible force. Russell's pupil shrank, and he had already guessed who the person was. I didn't expect that. I was so unlucky. Just when I thought that Cassandra would not come back, that crazy woman came. No. The other party might have been there all the time. Russell's body temperature rose rapidly, and he took a defensive posture. At the same time, he used spider telepathy to detect the other party's position. However, under the perception, it seems that there is malice everywhere, and there are enemies everywhere. At this time, the woman's voice sounded again. Your fighting power is obviously different from what the Paradox guy said. He only said that you have the power of Extremis, but now you not only have the ability of Spider-Man, but also can use magic. You said he was lying. Or, what secrets do you have? The previous voice was still floating around, and the last sentence suddenly appeared behind Russell. Come, let me see your memory. Cassandra appeared strangely behind Russell, and her 5 fingers were about to pierce into his head. Her mental power is very strong, not weaker than Professor X at all. But when you peek into other people's memories, you must touch them with your hands. Russell wanted to dodge, but found that his body was solidified by a powerful invisible force. Not to mention moving, even a little finger couldn't move. The Thunderbolt, who was hanging upside down in the air, noticed this and suddenly looked desperate. This woman is too strong. She can kill 5 good brothers of mutant in a row, but she can't even resist. I'm afraid I'm really going to sell Maya this time. I hope the rumors I heard are true. However, the Human Torch gave up, but Russell didn't give up. He didn't expect the high-temperature body to stop Cassandra. In the movie, this guy has incredible self-healing ability under the power of the mind. He wants to use another ability. Magic Impact, White. Furnace Overload. At this point, Russell didn't even think about whether he would be extremely weak after using the trump card under the blessing of the self-healing factor. He only knew that Cassandra didn't show up because of the sea monster, but because TVA came to catch him. So he would never let her go like he did in Deadpool 3 and give herself a chance. So, staying alive is the most important thing. Russell wanted to fight desperately as soon as he thought about it. But at this moment, boom! A bell rang, and the blazing sun shone down. Russell suddenly felt that his body had regained the ability to move, and he jumped away from the spot without hesitation. Then he immediately used the sling ring to leave. As for the fact that the spatial fluctuations would attract Elrios at this time, he could not care any more, so he ran first. However, the next second he found that this space had been locked at some point, and the portal disappeared instantly after exploding with a little golden spark. Russell did not hesitate, and turned back to summon the Vishundi Holy Sword. At this time, Cassandra's angry voice sounded. Kong-su. This is outside the black market, are you sure you want to stop me? Kong-su? Moon God? Russell's pupils shrank slightly, and he looked up along Cassandra's line of sight. He saw a being with golden bandages all over his body, a bird's head in a human body, holding a scepter standing in the air. The golden sunlight burst out from the scepter. Russell's eyes were filled with doubts. This outfit was very different from the Kong-su in his memory. Except for the bird head, this one looked more like the sun god. At this time, a vicissitudes of life voice came from the sky. Cassandra, you are still so irritable. Although you look like you have strong spiritual power, your mind is actually very weak and you don't have any faith. If you continue like this, you will destroy yourself sooner or later. Cassandra's face was grim. Get lost. I just want to ask you, do you want to fight me today? Kong-su fell from the sky, scepter touched the ground, and suddenly the golden sun pattern spread around, and the sound was not easy to shake. You forgot the rules, Ms. Nova. Cassandra's scalp was instantly blue. Bullshit rules, this is the void, I've been unhappy with you for a long time. She pressed her hands together suddenly, and the air seemed to solidify into a solid at this moment, and it was madly compressed towards Kong-su in the center. But the sun totem on the ground lit up at this time, and the air actually burned. It's impossible to breathe here. Cassandra's body was also burning. But she didn't scream. She raised her hands and the ground roared violently. A huge, nearly 100-meter tall giant made entirely of sand and stone rose from the ground. Not only did it destroy the sun totem, it also smashed towards Kong-su. And that's not over yet. Cassandra was doing two things at once. She pressed her telekinesis ability layer by layer on Kong-su, trying to control him in place and prevent him from using the scepter. Far away. Russell didn't leave, but started without hesitation. Both hands constructed a magic circle at a very fast speed, and the sky was suddenly blazing. A flaming holy sword of tens of meters hit the giant instantly, smashing all the parts above the chest. Cassandra showed a mocking look. Stupid, this is a puppet I control with telekinesis power, there is no life at all. You are just wasting your energy. Hehe, I hope you can still be so brave in a while. She grinned and wanted to say some cruel words out of habit. But the next second, he saw a flaming sword appear above his head. Russell grinned. Thanks for the reminder. In an instant, the blazing flames fell with a bang. Cassandra's face sank. In an instant, huge amounts of puppets collapsed, and an invisible barrier appeared above. The flaming sword hit it and shattered instantly, failing to break through the defense. At the same time, Russell said, "Bang." He didn't intend for this attack to be useful at all, he just wanted this opportunity. A moment after releasing the spell, he made a pistol gesture with his hand and aimed it at Cassandra. Then when the barrier blocked the flaming holy sword, he launched the blood-burning. A miniature blood arrow that seemed to be made of magma burst out from the fingertips, hitting Cassandra's head accurately with a speed that exceeded the speed of a sniper rifle bullet, and then pierced through. Plop! Cassandra's eyes lost their body, and she fell directly to the ground, motionless. Did she win? Russell stared at the corpse. It seemed simple just now. But if Cassandra hadn't been busy controlling Kong-su, if she hadn't found the only chance within 0.01 seconds, she wouldn't have succeeded at all. However, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed. Russell didn't hear the feedback from the entry plundering system. At this time, the vicissitudes of life sounded again. Don't look, this woman is not dead. Her mental power has escaped. P.S. The sun god Kongsu is a foreshadowing here, which will be filled in later. In addition, this ability to control objects with mental power is not called psychokinesis, but is called telekinesis ability in comics. PS2. In comics, Cassandra can't be killed by the method of physical death. In Deadpool 3, it should be impossible to fight against the positive and antimatter machine, and the body and the spirit will be annihilated together. But don't worry, it won't be long before she becomes an entry. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 027. Escape with spiritual power and abandon the body. Russell was not too surprised that Cassandra could do this. After all, Professor X could do it. However, Russell looked up at Kongsu in the distance. He didn't believe that this god who could control the sun couldn't keep him. Even in the previous battle, the other party might not have used real power. And the most important thing is, it may not be safe now. Russell looked normal, but he was already alert in his heart. God knows whether this mutant Kongsu saved him because of the so-called black market rules or other purposes. At this moment, spider telepathy was magnified to the extreme. He was ready to deploy the Venom battlesuit at any time and use the Siren's ability to fly away. Definitely, this is probably useless. The power gap between the two sides is too great. Russell took a deep breath. It feels so bad that the fate is in the hands of others. It was too smooth to kill the Snake Team, Mordo, and others before. The power after that was even more overwhelming to win the Siren, Fireman and others. This made him lose his fear of danger unconsciously, and even a little arrogant. This time, coming to the black market without any preparation was a lesson. Even if there was no TVA, that Cassandra might not come. More importantly, the power he obtained seemed powerful and could easily deal with most of the existence in the void. But the reality is that once he encounters a real strong man, he can't even escape. The time tablet must be repaired as soon as possible. The void is a good base, after all, you can't hide in the doomsday timeline all the time. But if you want to become really strong, you must leave here and seek opportunities in the timeline. At this time, Russell felt a blazing gaze falling on him. Then the vicissitudes of life sounded again. Don't be so nervous, human. As a protection, you have paid in advance. In fact, I evaded the ticket. Russell definitely couldn't tell the truth, smiled and said politely. Thank you, Mr. Kongsu, for your help. Kongsu couldn't see anything in his empty eyes, but Russell could feel a smiling gaze. Then he heard the other party laughing. No need to thank me, this is called fairness. I care about this the most. And I have long wanted to warn Cassandra, otherwise this woman will become more and more unscrupulous. Russell did not ask why he didn't kill the other party directly, nor did he want to know what secrets were inside. At this time, the sun was shining brightly. Kongsu turned into light and dissipated without leaving any words. Seeing this, Russell was relieved. He was afraid that this god would turn around and ask him to do something. After all, the third-rate novels he read before crossing over were like this, accidentally involved in the calculations of the big guys, and then all kinds of dangerous stories happened, and few of them ended well in the end. It's great to ignore me. Russell sighed, this crisis seems to be really over. He picked up the body of the dead woman and walked towards the Thunderbolt, who fell to the ground with a confused face. Hey, Flame Baby! Is your brain still at home? Wake up! Russell patted Thunderbolt's face and provided a wake-up service. The next second, the other party shuddered suddenly, woke up from the trance, and opened his mouth with honey. Damn, you crazy woman! Such a big giant! Almost crushed me to death when he fell, Damn, she usually uses this. Frightened my father. Russell exclaimed, her mental power is still here, she can hear. What? Thunderbolt's eyes were straight, showing a "this time it's really over" expression of despair. Russell immediately felt much better when he saw this. Brothers can't bear the pain alone. Good brothers should share it. Thunderbolt is not really stupid, just because it was too exciting, ups and downs, and didn't think, and now he realized that Russell was lying to him. He smiled bitterly and said, "What's the matter? I just came to the black market to exchange some food, and I almost lost my life. And this time, who knows, that woman might really target me." Russell patted his shoulder and comforted him, "It's okay, I'll help you kill her when the time comes." The Thunderbolt couldn't help but roll his eyes and said unhappily, "You're already in trouble, and you're still helping me. If that day comes, I'll kneel down and call you daddy." Russell laughed, "That's settled. But before that, do me a favor first." The Thunderbolt couldn't help but cover his butt and said with a vigilant face, "What are you going to do?" If he didn't need the other party's help, Russell would have kicked this BCH who was comparable to Deadpool. He said unhappily, "Please trade these adamantium on the black market for me, and exchange them for a few steel armor parts." As he said that, he described the armor parts with computing components. Adamantium is a good thing, he guessed that he could at least exchange for two. As for why he didn't go. Although he was immune to soul trading, if Kongsu was still observing him, he would be finished. Hearing this request, Pailuo was relieved. It was really great that he didn't have to sell his A. He didn't ask why Russell didn't go in himself, for fear that the other party would go back on his word, and picked up the remains of the dead woman and ran to the black market. 10 minutes later, Russell took the 3 armor parts, drove his Honda Odyssey away, and got home safely. Next, it depends on how long it takes to crack the time tablet. P.S. Thank you for the monthly tickets from Puppet 488 and Xiaoming classmate who doesn't eat coriander. Thank you for the 588 reward from Dusk and You. Thanks, Omega. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 028 The Truth About Kongsu. Night. The little wolf girl has fallen asleep in his arms. Russell was not sleepy, thinking about the next plan with his eyes open in the dark. The computing components have been assembled and connected in series, and the time required to crack the time tablet has been greatly shortened. From the original 3 years, it has become only 1 month. This is good news, he does not need to risk going to the black market. However, after the time tablet is unlocked, he can't take Laura with him to run around in the timeline. Not only is it too much of an accident, but it is also inconvenient. But it is not safe to stay here. Although Cassandra looks embarrassed to escape, only mental power is left. But he knows that for such a strong mind, it is too easy to occupy a new body, and there will be no serious injuries. If he is blocked again next time, there will be no other Kongsu to save him. Relying on luck alone, it will be cold sooner or later. So, he must move. Russell thinks that the ruined city that is completely opposite to Cassandra's organization and farther away is very good. There are a lot of stupid Loki living there. And it just so happens that phantom magic is also his goal. This top-level spell from Asgard will be very useful for his timeline travel. Next, he should think about which time to go first. Boom! The ground shook violently, and a lot of soil fell. There are earthquakes in the void? Although Russell was puzzled, it did not affect his reaction. Holding the awakened little wolf girl, he walked out of the house in a few steps. The next second, the two were stunned at the same time. I saw a golden energy column in the distance, illuminating the dark night. Even from a long distance, I could feel a terrible breath of destruction, which was palpitating. Obviously, the earthquake was caused by that terrifying attack. Is that the direction of the black market? The little wolf girl said with a shocked face. Russell's face sank. Is this revenge for the day? But Cassandra can't be so powerful, so this is probably the TVA's move. This kind of power, indeed, can bind the organization of the timeline. How could it not have powerful means of attack? At this moment, a loud laugh rang out. Stupid survivor! Why do you think I showed up today? You've been fooled. Haha, I didn't expect that I was deliberately cut out back then. Only here can I collect souls safely without causing time branches. Most importantly, thank you for your positive and negative energy. Today I will surpass the Father and become a god. A faint green light suddenly lit up. A huge illusory pyramid made entirely of soul matter appeared. The terrifying positive and negative energy falling on it seemed to cause some kind of chemical reaction. The green pyramids seemed to be infected, and quickly turned into gold, and became more real. At this time, the energy column quickly became thinner and disappeared. Instead, a blood-red lightning lit up. The time monster Elrios appeared. This time it did not roar, but swooped down and crashed into the pyramids. Boom! Russell felt that the whole space trembled. Then I saw Elrios explode, and countless red lightning burst out, spreading across the entire pyramid like a waterfall, causing hideous and terrifying corrosion. Dream on! Kong Su snorted coldly, and his voice resounded through the sky again. Power Sun! In an instant, night turned into day. A sun hung high in the sky, emitting blazing sunlight. Suddenly, the blood-red lightning of Elrios's self-explosion made a hissing sound and began to dissipate. Kong Su seemed to be winning. But Russell didn't think so. Sure enough. The next second, TVA portals appeared in the sky. There were no TVA time guards, nor any mechanical puppets. There was only a large amount of orange-gold viscous liquid flowing down from it. They first fell on the sun. The latter suddenly began to dim, and golden cracks appeared on it. Russell looked familiar, and suddenly found that this kind of golden cracks were everywhere on the castle at the end of time. At this time, the sky returned to night. The sun went out, turned into huge amounts of solid spheres and fell to the ground. At this time, golden wedge-shaped runes appeared out of thin air, combined and arranged with each other, forming a huge amounts of magic circle. So fake stars appeared in the sky. Moonlight came from nowhere, projecting on the orange-gold liquid that was falling. But this did not have any effect. Instead, the moonlight seemed to be polluted, turning into the same color, and then breaking into entities and falling. Russell had good observation skills and clearly saw that the fragments also had golden lines inside. This thing seemed to be able to seal all energy and objects. He guessed that this thing was related to time, but he didn't understand why the effect was like this. At this time, Kong Su's voice sounded again. But he was no longer proud as before, but became angry. This is impossible. How can there be so much negative time energy? Is this the purpose of your binding all timelines? Despicable time thief! As the voice fell, a virtual shadow of a scale appeared. The pyramids constructed by the soul fell apart in an instant, and part of it fell on the scale pan on the left. Suddenly the scale tilted, and a vortex opened. That was the legendary gate to the afterlife. Kong Su's figure appeared, and then he plunged into it without hesitation, leaving a solemn voice echoing in the void. The one who left, I curse you to die in time. The gate to the afterlife disappeared instantly, and the sun sealed by negative time on the ground suddenly cracked. It has not been completely sealed, leaving the core of the eyeball file size. The next second, the blazing light appeared again. This artifact was detonated. The sky turned white and nothing could be seen. After more than 10 seconds, when the void became dark again, no matter whether it was the portal, the orange-gold viscous liquid, or the fragments of the pyramids, they were all gone. It was as if nothing had happened. Russell looked at the sky and thought. The current history did not appear in Deadpool 3 and Loki. So was it covered up, or changed? Why does this moon god know so much? After a moment, he sighed. This is Marvel, full of uncertainty. If I follow the plot and everything, I will probably die miserably. At this moment, he was more and more eager to increase his strength. He planned to head directly to the ruined city in a while, without waiting. But at this moment, something strange happened. Russell suddenly saw dots of green matter appearing in his vision, approaching and gathering towards him. P.S. The time thief here is just what Kong Su said himself. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. 029 Swallowing Spiritual Essence, Awakening Entry. Russell thought this thing looked familiar. Why does it look like the spirit that Kong Su summoned just now? Before he could continue to identify it, the voice of the little wolf girl rang beside him. Aren't we going back, Russell? Hey! Russell looked surprised and said in surprise. Can't you see it? The little wolf girl looked puzzled. What do you see? She had a certain night vision ability, but she didn't see anything unusual. Russell was really surprised this time. It's the same green light spot as the pyramids just now, can't you see it? The little wolf girl looked carefully again, but still found nothing. No. Are you hallucinating? As she said this, she suddenly became alert and scanned the surroundings. Russell frowned slightly. Could it be that he was really hallucinating? Or is it that only he can see this green light spot? After thinking about it, he raised his hand and touched one of the green light spots. In an instant, a change occurred. The light spot actually disappeared into the fingertips in an instant. Russell suddenly had an indescribable feeling, and at the same time, the system sounded in his ears. Warning: the subject has absorbed spiritual essence. No impurities, integrate successfully. Warning cancelled. This is, the spiritual essence obtained by Kong Su and the transaction was absorbed by himself? What's the principle? Russell was not afraid. Since the system cancelled the warning, there should be no danger. But he didn't understand why? And this thing seemed to have seen it himself. Could it be that because the previous transaction failed, there was still a little connection? But anyway. Russell looked at the spiritual essence that was shining like stars all over the mountains and plains, and his heartbeat was getting faster and faster. It is recorded in the knowledge entry obtained from Baron Mordo that there will be many benefits when the soul becomes stronger to a certain extent. First, the strength of the mind will become stronger as the soul becomes stronger, which can prevent other people's mind invasion. Even after reaching a certain level, you can trap the other party in your own mind. Definitely, there is no absolute, it depends on the gap between the two sides. Second, soul strength has a certain increase in magic control, especially in some complex magic or secret methods. Third, the astral projection time will be much longer. Learning spells in this state will be twice as effective with half the effort. Fourth, when the soul is strong enough, you can abandon the body and live completely in the form of the soul. And the use of magic in this form will be several times stronger than the physical body. But even if it can be done, Russell does not intend to abandon the body. It can only be said that when encountering a crisis, you need to cast spells in this way, or you are forced to escape. But if it were only the above points, Russell would not be so excited. Because in the record of Mordo's knowledge entry, a strong soul means that it can carry some special power. For example, divine power. That's right. The gods of Asgard have never been aliens. But real gods. Their divine power comes from the ancient god Gia, and it is said that the world tree is also related to each other. Although the system may plunder the divine power entry, it is very likely that it will not be perfectly loaded. Just like the soul extraction spell, it is the same whether you get it or not, you can't use it. So you are also very important. The system complements each other and is the best way. Russell looked at the spiritual light spots in front of him with a fiery look. Kong Suab planned for so many years, and in the end, he got the advantage. Although it is only a small part of the last pyramids, it is actually a lot. As for the danger, the system has been certified. If there is still an accident, you can only blame yourself. Russell took a deep breath and stopped hesitating. If you delay, something will happen. If someone else finds it and snatches it, it will be a big loss. Tell the little wolf girl that there is no time, he will sit cross-legged directly. Then just do it according to the way of meditation to absorb the free magic in the air. In an instant, it seemed that the stars were disturbed, as if attracted by a black hole, and the spiritual light spots all over the mountains gathered towards Russell. If someone in the void projects a soul astral, you can see an extremely exaggerated scene. It was as if the stars fell on the earth, forming a vortex of huge amounts of. The galaxies rotated, extremely spectacular. After several hours, the sky was already slightly bright. Russell suddenly opened his eyes, and there was a flash of light in them. At this moment, he felt like a giant, and he could use unparalleled power with just a wave of his hand. However, Russell knew that this was just an illusion after the soul suddenly became too strong. It won't be long before this situation disappears, and the soul and the body fit together. At this time, the voice of the system came to my ears again. Ability awakening detected, converting entries. Conversion completed. Spirit Hall, purple gold. The barrier of your spiritual world becomes stronger, and you can also put the opponent into the spirit hall while defending. Here your spiritual power is amplified, and the invader will be weakened. Weakness erasure, when entering the mind, your body can act according to instinct and will not fall into stiffness. Soul carrying, gold. Your soul can carry more powerful power, such as divine power, dimensional energy, spirit of revenge, etc. Weakness erasure, eliminate any will in the power. P.S. Let me say in advance that normally there is no specific realm in Marvel Comics. But it is not appropriate to put it in the novel, it will be more confusing. Here we will temporarily divide it into the following categories according to the powers that are more recognized online. Ordinary human level, Superman-like level, planetary level, level Godfather, single universe, multiple unique, omnipotent universe. For the rest, I am not sure here. In addition, some big guys may not agree with this, please bear with me, it is really impossible to unify. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 030 Loki. When Russell saw the gold quality soul-carrying entry, he knew that he had made the right bet. If today, because of worry, he did not absorb the spiritual essence, and his soul underwent a qualitative change, then in the future, even if he obtained powers such as the power of Thor and the power of death, the entry would definitely be usable, but it would definitely not be able to exert 100% of its power. And for super entries such as Phoenix Fragments, there may even be a system warning that the consequence of using it is the collapse of the spirit and the body. Definitely. What surprised him most was the weakness erasure that came with the entry. That is to say, when he obtained dimensional energy, he did not have to worry about the Lord of the Dimension contaminating him in reverse. It was simply a high-end version of Ancient One secretly. If he obtained the Spirit of Vengeance, it would be even more amazing, directly erasing the will and perfectly obtaining the ability. He felt that this weakness erasure alone could be compared to a gold entry alone. As for the Mind Palace entry, it was also a timely help. Although it could not restrain Cassandra's telekinesis ability, it could prevent the other party's mind from invading. Even, if he played a bigger game, he could trick the other party into entering it. However, Russell still planned to be more cautious at present. It would be funny if he still couldn't beat this crazy woman after she entered his mind and weakened her. After all, Professor X is known as the most powerful master of the mind, and Cassandra, who killed him, is undoubtedly more powerful. This can only be regarded as an uncertain trump card, or insurance. Even if he is unlucky enough to meet this crazy woman, he will not let her slaughter him. He has a certain resistance ability. At the moment, the sky was bright. Russell took the little wolf girl who guarded him in the middle of the night to rest. Until the night fell again, Russell, who had been sparring for a few hours, left alone in the night. This place is hidden by magic vines and is not so easy to find. And it is more dangerous for the little wolf girl to follow him. There were no accidents along the way. Russell followed the direction told by the snake team and spent 3 or 4 days to finally see the ruined city. There were fewer buildings in the city, but the dilapidated Stark building was particularly eye-catching. And from time to time, there was a clipped halo in the sky, and garbage fell down. And at the edge of the city, there was the moss plain. It looked bare, with no trees except for the various cut garbage. But Russell knew that there were a large number of Loki variants living in this area, and the underground was like a rat hole. As for how to find these rat holes, he had a very simple method. For example, when the cat comes, the rat will naturally drill a hole. Russell put on the sling ring and welded a portal directly. Then, close, open, close, open. A few minutes later, thunder suddenly came from the gloomy sky. Russell looked far away and saw that the horizon was covered by dark clouds, and a scarlet lightning flashed through it. Elriose is here. Russell thought that this time monster was controlled by the Legacy Kong to self-destruct and died, but he didn't expect to encounter this thing sweeping when he was on the road the next day. He didn't know whether it was not dead, or the Legacy created another one. But he was more inclined to the former. At the moment, although Elriose was still far away in the sky, the wind had already started on the plain. The next second, Russell, standing at the junction of the city and the plain, saw a very spectacular scene. The ruins of the city seemed to have been poked in a rat's nest, and at least 100 Lokis rushed out. Some of these guys used green magic, some drove cars, and some ran very fast, drilling out from various corners of the ruins and rushing to different places in the moss plain. Less than 2 minutes later, the plain was quiet again. A clean breakthrough. At this time, Elriose had crossed the distance in the sky, and his hideous head was visible to the naked eye, roaring towards the ground. It's time to go. Russell had already set his sights on the target, created a portal to cross the distance, and came to the side of a cement pipe. After drilling in, he moved a piece of iron sheet, revealing a dark hole underneath. It turned out to be a shaft underneath. Finally, when Elriose rushed over here, he jumped in and covered the iron sheet again. With Spider-Man's ability, Russell easily climbed down in the dark and narrow shaft. After more than 100 meters, a tunnel appeared. There was a pile of garbage on the left, and a faint light was on the far right. After sneaking for about another 40 or 50 meters, Russell heard a noisy sound coming from inside. What bad luck! Didn't the monster come once this morning? It ate several Lokis but was still not satisfied. I just saw a fallen takeout box, and this damn thing came again. I don't know if there will be any tomorrow. I saw a crocodile with a crown, but not only did I not catch it, I was bitten, and finally a little kid picked it up. I'm okay. A Viking Loki promised me a trade tomorrow. The idiot wanted to exchange a whole box of brandy for an axe. You know I collected a rusty one before. This is really stupid. By the way, where to trade? Maybe we can save an axe. Hehe, I thought so too, so I told him how to leave our base, and then we will besiege him together. As these words fell, the inside suddenly fell silent. The next second, all kinds of curses rang out. In the not-too-dark shadows, Loki found a man standing there, holding his forehead slightly, with a worried look on his face. Russell couldn't help but sigh. To be honest, are these Loki's entries really useful? They look too stupid, won't they infect me? Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. 031 one shot, 1 Loki. Russell didn't plan to return empty-handed since he was already here. He stood in the shadows and suddenly said, "Let me interrupt you, everyone. Excuse me, does anyone among you know the magic of illusion?" The sudden voice startled the 4 Loki in the cave at the same time. Who is talking? Someone. Stop talking nonsense, damn, you idiot, you actually lured people here. FKU, I'm luring the enemy deep into my heart. Get out of here, do you have that brain? I'm definitely not going to fight you tomorrow. Idiot, you'll die soon. FK, I'll kill you first. Although he knew that most of the Loki were like this, Russell was still shocked. Before they saw the enemy, these Loki were fighting among themselves, and even fighting. This is too stereotypical. At this time, one of the Loki wearing a baseball cap was kicked away by an unknown variant. He was about to get up and go back for revenge when he was lying on the ground, but when he looked up, he suddenly found something and pointed at the shadow with a surprised look on his face. Look! I found the hidden intruder, ha ha ha, just one person. Russell looked at his position and was speechless. I also hid. Although it was in the shadow, it was not very dark. The other 3 Lokis who were fighting stopped at this time. After seeing that there was really only one person in the shadow, these people laughed again. Where did stupid Loki come from, dare to come in alone? It's been a long time since I met someone who came to my door. Haha, I said that I was luring the enemy deep into my territory, but you still didn't believe it. Sure enough, I am the smartest among us. Okay. This time it counts as your first achievement. Remember that your internal organs were damaged, Loki needs it. Russell was shocked again. Good guy. I became a substitute? Brother, you lied without changing your face or heartbeat. At this time, a blind monk found a bright spot. Loki, who first discovered Russell's baseball cap, was a little puzzled. He doesn't have Viking style, did you recognize the wrong person? Loki took a serious look and said with certainty. It's him. See the tattoo on his wrist, the evil spider totem, Vikings love tattoos, there's no mistake. And his eyes, see, they're brown, Vikings are like that. Others Loki nodded, seeming to agree with this explanation. Russell also agreed. If he continued, he would think he was the Viking Loki. He sighed and walked out of the shadows, interrupting. I rarely have such impatient times. And you, my friend, unfortunately, you have to die first this time. As he said that, he raised his right hand and pointed at the other party with a pistol gesture. Haha. The tempting Loki was immediately happy and couldn't help laughing. I didn't expect he was a mental patient. Maybe Thor smashed his head before the cutting. The other Loki also laughed. For a while, the cave was full of laughter and joy, and it was completely invisible that these Loki almost beat their brains out. Come on. The tempting Loki poked his head out, pointed at his temple, and said happily. Shoot here. One shot hit, and he died without any pain. The void is meaningless, and I have to thank you then. Russell nodded. Although I planned to hit your chest at first to let you feel the pain. But since you begged me so much, I'll satisfy you. The tempting Loki laughed even more happily, so he stretched his neck again and said. Don't be polite, just hit here. The other Loki were also waiting for the performance. Russell laughed sincerely, and then, in the eyes of several people, he said softly. Bang! Ha! The laughter stopped abruptly the first second after it appeared. Several Lokis froze in place as if they were under a spell. Their pupils trembled, and a large amount of red and white sticky liquid splashed on their faces and bodies. This time, Loki finally stopped talking. His head disappeared, and his body lay on the ground sleeping peacefully. But the smile will not disappear, it will only move. Russell showed a harmless smile, and his fingertips slowly moved to another person. Why don't you smile? Aren't you happy? Loki, who was pointed at, almost cried. I said I didn't smile just now, do you believe it? Not all Loki variants are giants of Jotunheim, and he feels that he can't stand that weird pistol. As for dodging, he didn't see anything clearly just now, and Loki's brain was blooming. He still feels the taste of that guy in his mouth now. Russell smiled slightly. I don't believe it. The next second, his fingers trembled twice, and 2 more Loki died. The last Loki had no idea of resisting at all, and knelt down on the spot. Big brother. Oh no, great master. I know phantom magic, which is more useful than those 3 rubbish. He clearly remembered that the first sentence the intruder said when he came in was to ask who knew phantom magic. I know it. With the experience of working under Thanos, he felt that he could survive. Sure enough, he saw the other party showing a satisfied expression the next second. This wave is stable. Bang! Loki's expression froze on his face, and he looked down at the burnt hole of the size of a fist file on his chest, and fell to the ground with confusion in his eyes. Russell blew on his fingers. Not bad, it's not a waste of time to give a guarantee. Read books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. 032 outrageous Loki entries. The cave fell into silence again, and a system prompt sounded in Russell's ears. The looting entry is completed. Frost Bloodline, low level, green. Low-level Giants of Jotunheim Bloodline, which has a certain increase in the body, and ice blue patterns will appear on the skin. Warning, this bloodline will weaken extremis. Frost Bloodline, low level, green. This bloodline cannot be stacked. Frost Bloodline, low level, white. Very thin Giants of Jotunheim Bloodline, which has almost no increase in the body and only has a weak resistance to cold. Medium level fighting, white. Good fighting ability, can defeat ordinary humans within 5 people. Submission, green. Fawning and surrendering to the enemy, there is a certain chance of being forgiven and taken in by the other party. Fraud, low level, white. Use language to perform a weak deception effect. Note, this effect is very easy to see through. Russell couldn't help but twitch his cheek. What the hell are these rubbish entries? Not only do they have no positive effects, but after loading, they will also reversely upgrade your strength. They are even worse than the entries of Quill people. This is too Loki. Russell discarded these rubbish without hesitation. Looking at them for 1 more second would pollute his eyes. Fortunately, the system sound continued. This is the last Loki entry. Vanaheim Bloodline General, white. Just the physique of an average Vanaheim person under the rule of the gods, with a slight affinity for magic and a healthy body. Submission medium level, blue. As long as you submit to your submission, the enemy has a good chance of taking you in as a subordinate. Advanced Magic Illusion Magic low level, green. Can only perform certain illusion changes, create magic firework, and control magic ball attacks with average power. Note, this entry can be upgraded by self-cultivation. Russell breathed a sigh of relief and almost cried. Finally, a useful one came out. 4 Lokis, 9 entries, it's like panning for gold and shit. Although it's just a low-level application of phantom magic, it's good that it can be practiced by itself. And this is the magic that I came here for. Not a loss. Russell loaded the entry and immediately mastered this magic, and at the same time, he also gained related magic knowledge. Then he didn't control his expression again, and his face was speechless. Because this Loki didn't know how to continue practicing this magic. It's not that the Queen Frigga didn't teach, nor that this guy didn't learn. But this rubbish has long forgotten it, leaving only a vague impression. I hate Loki. Russell raised his hand and used the flame blood to summon the flame to burn the 4 bodies clean. Then he didn't leave. Although it's stupid to lure the enemy Loki, the previous stupidity can save himself some trouble. I just hope that the Loki who comes later will be more reliable. The next second, the green light spread over his body, and Russell completely changed. I declare. Article 267 of the Act has come into effect. Driving and honking are prohibited in Loki City. In a cave that is at least 400 or 500 square meters, a proud Loki wearing a golden antler crown and a torn green suit is announcing loudly. In front of him, there are 8 or 9 Lokis who look completely different. At this time, one of the Lokis who connected the bicycle handlebars to his hat as a crown said with a puzzled look, "But Mr. President, we don't have a car." "Shut up." President Loki pointed at him and said, "This is the Constitution. It has nothing to do with whether you have a car or not, you idiot." "Although you said it very well." Loki, who was wearing a fur hat with several horns on it, interrupted, "But it's my turn to be king today, right?" President Loki nodded slightly. "The king and the president do not conflict. You are the king and I am the president. Isn't this different?" 2 Loki whispered to each other, not understanding. "Then do the presidents rotate?" "I think I can be one too." One Loki asked a fatal question. President Loki pretended to flip through the book The Postman Always Rings Twice, then looked up and said, "Sorry, there is no such article in the bill. Reject." As he said this, he seemed to be afraid that someone would continue to ask questions. He clapped his hands to attract the attention of the Loki and said, "Today's speech ends here. That Loki, you said you got a Loki base, right?" He looked at a Loki with a beard and tattoos on his thick arms and asked. The latter nodded, grinned, and said in a rough voice, "Haha, that stupid Loki tried to deceive me, but he didn't know that I was smarter than him. I saw at a glance that he wanted to seduce me to kill him. I followed his words, and finally not only got the location of his base, but also knew that there were a total of 4 Loki inside, a lot of food and drinks. Definitely. No one can snatch his axe from me, otherwise I will smash his head." President Loki smiled and said, "Don't worry, no one will snatch the axe from you. I decide with the president's power, that's your trophy." As he said, he looked at the Lokis who had already started to get excited and completely forgot their position as presidents and said, "Go and see if Elios has left. If it's too late, those guys will react and run away, and we will lose a lot." Immediately, a Loki looked outside through the periscope, and after a few seconds, he turned around and shouted excitedly to everyone, "The monster is gone. We can set off." Cheers suddenly rang out. The Lokis were eager to grab something good. A few minutes later, a Loki army, they thought of themselves as an army, set off in a mighty manner. The moss plain was neither big nor small. Half an hour later, President Loki found the corresponding cut garbage according to the description of Viking Loki and found the entrance in the pipe. Going down all the way, the Lokis finally came to the deepest part. However, seeing that there was only one Loki lying leisurely on a recliner in the cave in front of them, everyone was a little confused. How could this be different from what Viking Loki said? President Loki was particularly disappointed. But he still took a step forward and showed a sincere smile. "Dear Mr. Loki, if you can vote for me in the next presidential election, I can let you join our team and survive." Hearing this, the Lokis behind him looked at each other in surprise. The next election? By the way, have you ever had an election before? At this time, President Loki spoke again, but this time his voice was a little cold. "Definitely, if you don't agree, then you are not a citizen of Loki City, but an enemy. We have the right to execute you. So, what do you want to choose?" After the voice fell, the president showed an expectant expression. He wanted to rule the entire ruined city and plains, so he couldn't miss any opportunity. Although the other Lokis were a little anxious, irritable, and even unhappy. But they were still waiting for the answer. But the next second, the answer did not appear, and there was only a helpless voice. For Loki's sake, I will give you a choice. I really don't want to read garbage entries. So, those who can use phantom magic stay, and those who can't get out. P.S. The Postman Always Rings Twice is highly recommended for everyone to read, a famous American literature, comparable to JPM. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 033 Odin, what a horror, Loki. The scene was silent for a moment. The Lokis looked at each other, and 2 seconds later they burst into laughter. President Loki also laughed and shook his head. It was too abstract. We are all Loki, so who knows who? Why are you pretending to be a master here? He couldn't help but sneer. Stupid and naive variant, don't you look at who you are facing? Which Loki hasn't played this kind of disguised scary trick? Ha ha ha. The crowd laughed even more happily. Because one of the great pleasures in the ruined city is to watch the performance of Loki who is even lower than oneself. That will naturally give rise to a sense of superiority, as if still in Asgard. At this time, President Loki raised his head slightly and said with a proud face. It's a pity that you made the wrong choice. Viking Loki, go and kill him. Although he didn't like the tone of this stupid president, Viking Loki still stepped forward when he thought of showing his powerful strength in front of everyone. Then he pulled out a fire axe full of holes from his back, stared at Loki who was still lying on the recliner in front of him, and grinned cruelly. Are you still pretending to be calm? Haha, in fact, you are already scared to death. Come on, beg me, so I will give you a quick death. If you die slowly with one axe, you can even see your own body. The other Lokis looked like they were watching a show, expecting Loki to beg for mercy. The next second, everyone saw that Loki on the recliner finally sat up, his pupils slightly shining. Shining? What kind of trick is this? The Lokis showed curious eyes. At this time, Viking Loki had walked to the recliner, with a ferocious look on his face. I hate this kind of bullshit trick the most. A real man should kill the enemy with strength. As soon as the voice fell, the muscles in his arms swelled up suddenly, bursting out with amazing power. The broken fire axe drew a perfect arc, making tearing air sounds, and smashed towards the forehead in front of him. Bang! A dull sound sounded, and all the Loki's eyelids jumped at the same time. The scene of the watermelon smashing did not appear. A white palm that seemed to have no calluses easily grasped the rusty axe blade. The Lokis showed shocked eyes, not expecting the other party to take this blow. Viking Loki widened his eyes and shouted in disbelief. Impossible! How can a weak chicken like you have such strength? He was about to pull out the axe and hit it hard again. However, no matter how hard he tried, the axe did not move at all, as if it was welded to the other party's hand. Viking Loki's forehead was sweating. The Lokis felt something was wrong. President Loki felt even more uneasy at this moment. It was at this moment that the cold voice sounded again. Unfortunately, you made the wrong choice. As soon as the voice fell, the fire axe first glowed red, and then turned into molten iron and spilled all over the ground. Viking Loki sat on the ground with a fire stick in his hand, looking confused. President Loki's scalp tingled when he saw this scene, and his face changed wildly. Go! Go together! Besiege him together, otherwise no one can escape. Hearing this, the other Loki looked at each other, and then the whole team moved together. Well, they didn't attack, but all ran behind. Only fools don't run. You stinky shit! President Loki almost fainted. I wanted to fish in troubled waters and use these Loki to buy time for myself to escape. As a result, these guys ran faster than each other. For a while, they left him behind. Oh no, there is a Viking Loki sitting on the ground. This guy may buy time for himself. President Loki thought so, but before he could turn around, he saw that the big guy who didn't look like Loki was set on fire, screamed and collapsed directly. FK, this must be at least 3,000. And seeing how casually the other party used the fire, it seemed as easy as eating and drinking water. President Loki felt like his soul was running out, even when he fell into the space and was transported in disorder. So, he fluttered and knelt on the ground. The submission ability was activated. Definitely, he didn't know what ability was and what was not, but he knelt on the ground and begged for mercy very sincerely. Great King Loki, I, Loki Lofson, am willing to submit to you. Believe me, I will be of great help to you in this void. Russell glanced at him lightly and said, Do you know phantom magic? President Loki's forehead was sweating, but he didn't dare to lie, and hesitantly said, I can learn. Russell stopped looking at him, just aimed at the running crowd and slowly raised his hand. Extremis blood control. The next second, a red flame appeared in his palm. It turned into 8 gorgeous fire lines, passing through the dazed President Loki, and disappeared behind him. Then the screams came and went quickly. After just a dozen seconds, everything in the cave returned to silence again. President Loki had already guessed something in his heart, but he couldn't help but look back trembling. In the faint light, 8 grey-white ashes were scattered in the tunnel. Apart from that, nothing was left. And this kind of scene suddenly seemed familiar to him. Then he suddenly remembered that there seemed to be some on the ground inside the cave. Gulp. At this moment, the sound of swallowing saliva was extremely clear in the cave. President Loki turned his head suddenly, knelt on the ground, trembling and not daring to raise his head. He was afraid that he would turn into ashes in the next second. Odin, what kind of horror is this, Loki? P.S. Thank you for the monthly ticket of 15,361 boss. Thanks, Omega. Reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. 034 Only Loki can find Loki. Russell ignored President Loki. At the moment, the system's entry prompt sound kept ringing in his ears. The looting entry is completed. Frost Bloodline, low level. Frost Blood. Frost. Viking Bloodline, white. A mutant bloodline of Earth humans infected by Odin's divine power, strong body, about 3 times the strength of normal humans, an irritable personality. Frost. Trick, low level, white. There is a certain success rate when making plans and conspiracies, but more often there are loopholes. Electronic music, white. You can skillfully use various electronic instruments. Submission. 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 Humble expertise, white. You can skillfully use the hammer as a weapon. Playing dead, blue. You can play dead in a more deceptive way. Playing. Low-level fighting. Deception. President Loki knelt on the ground trembling, and the more he knelt, the more scared he felt. Life or death, can you please be happy, sir? Every second that passes now feels like being tortured in hell. Finally, he couldn't help but secretly look up, and then he saw a gloomy face. He immediately lowered his head, chanting Odin's blessing in his heart. He felt that he might really die this time, not the kind of pretending. Submission. Pretend to be dead. Frost. Ice. I hate giants of Jotunheim. Russell gritted his teeth and said. Not only is it a pile of garbage again this time, but there is no guarantee. None of these Loki can use illusion magic. They are just garbage among garbage. Suddenly, a weak voice agreed. Yes. Yes, I hate giants of Jotunheim too. Russell looked down and saw President Loki looking at him with a flattering face. Russell didn't know if this guy's surrender ability was effective, so he planned to give him a chance. "Can you find me those Lokis who can use illusion magic?" Today, he used to attract Elrios to find a Loki who can use illusion magic, and then followed him. But he couldn't use this method every day. If it happens too many times, accidents are likely to happen. After all, he can't resist Elrios now. Hearing this request, President Loki was stunned for a moment, and then nodded hurriedly like pounding garlic. "Yes. Yes. I can find a Loki who can use illusion magic." As he said this, he suddenly remembered that when he first met this big guy, the other party said that those who couldn't use illusion magic could leave. It turned out that they could run away at that time. At this moment, he could only cry without tears, and regretted it in his heart. At this moment, President Loki suddenly saw the other party's eyes turn into molten gold, and his sight seemed to be able to penetrate his soul. "I suddenly felt an indescribable feeling, as if I had seen the former Odin in a trance. It was the trembling from the suppression of the soul." He held back his fear and trembled. "I dare not lie to you, I really can't find Loki directly. But I am very familiar with this plane and city, and I can search for them effectively." Russell's eyes were more oppressive, and he asked again. "In this case, your team should be larger. Why are there only so many people?" President Loki showed an embarrassed expression. Not all Loki agreed to join. Also, we didn't win every time. At most, my men. I fooled more than 20 Loki, and sometimes a lot of people died. This team was only formed not long ago. So now I usually evaluate the target first. For example, this time the Viking Loki met a fool, so we came here. Definitely, this is not 100% accurate. If I really encounter danger, I will run away." He felt a little uncomfortable when he said this. In the past, he would have run away when he encountered such a situation. As a result, this big guy was too fierce, and those fool Lokis also saw the danger. So these guys belong to the nature of Loki. Betray, escape. But he thought it was a blessing in disguise, because he survived because he ran slowly. Those who ran fast should have been reincarnated. The molten gold in Russell's pupils disappeared, but the sense of oppression was still there, and he said faintly, "You only have one day, if you can't find it. Believe me, turning into ash is already a good ending." President Loki nodded quickly, indicating that he understood. At the moment it was almost evening. Russell didn't rush to find it tonight. He lay down on the recliner again and asked casually, "You look like Loki in the sacred timeline, and you should have grown up in Asgard. Why don't you know illusion magic? Didn't Frigga teach you?" President Loki replied awkwardly. "In my timeline, Asgard doesn't have this spell. As for me, I was always playful when I was a child, and when I grew up, I was not interested in these spells or anything. When I realized that it was not my turn to sit on the throne of the God King, I went to Earth to run for president." As he said this, he showed an indignant expression. "I have successfully become the mayor of New York, but TVA came. These garbage who should go to hell and be eaten by Mephisto, they cut me off without even listening to the explanation. Damn, I'm obviously a good person. It's better to believe that the legacy captured me to make me the Lord of Time than to believe that you are a good person." Russell glanced at the other party and closed his eyes to meditate. "Let this guy try it tomorrow, I hope it works. P.S. Thanks to the 2 monthly tickets from the Gold Rush boss in flying shit. Thanks, Omega. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. 035 Betrayal, selling out?" The cave was silent. Time passed slowly. President Loki turned his head to look at the passage he came from, blinked a few times, and calculated the distance in his mind. It was impossible to surrender, not in this life. Loki was born to be a king. When this guy entered deep meditation, he would find a chance to slip away. Thinking of this, he secretly glanced at Loki lying on the recliner, and then saw that the other party looked at him with a smile. "Do you think I don't know what kind of people Loki is?" President Loki smiled flatteringly and was about to explain. But before he could say anything, he saw the other party's wrist raised, and then he was thrown in the air without seeing anything clearly. Not only that, his hands were tied and his mouth was stuck with spider webs. Russell nodded with satisfaction, and this time he really started to meditate. Hanging upside down, Loki didn't even dare to whimper, and his eyes were shocked again. What kind of Loki variant is this? Not only can he control extremely hot flames, but he can also use cobweb? Spider-Man Loki? What kind of monster did TVA cut out? The next day, Russell had a very clear perception of time. He woke up just after dawn. The next second, he dissipated the magic cobweb with a thought, and President Loki fell to the ground with a thud, grimacing in pain. But he didn't dare to complain. He quickly got up and said flatteringly, "Great Master, should I take you directly to those suspicious marks or to the ruined city later?" Russell didn't say anything. With a glance, President Loki quickly explained. "The marks are suspicious locations in the caves, and there are several areas in the ruined city where the probability of dropping cut garbage is high. There are usually more Loki there. I recommend that we go to the ruined city to wait for the rabbit during the day, and look for the caves to draw prizes at night. What do you think?" Russell suddenly understood why Loki was so successful after being picked up by Thanos. In addition to Thanos' original intention to use him, this guy's dog-licking skills are also very good. "Okay, I'll do as you say." He nodded in agreement. President Loki immediately showed a very honored expression. After leaving the underground, Russell looked around the moss plain. The sky was gloomy, and there was still no figure on the ground. But he knew that Loki was definitely moving in the invisible place. Entering the ruined city all the way. The buildings here are very dense, and with a lot of collapse, it looks even more chaotic. I don't know if it's because I followed President Loki or a coincidence. Not long after walking, Russell felt spider telepathy being triggered. Someone was spying on him in the dark. President Loki was still wondering why the big guy behind him stopped, and then he saw 5 different-looking Lokis jumping down from the second floor of the street. "I'm really lucky today. I haven't seen such a stupid Loki swaggering into the ruins for a long time. Hehe, I like that suit." Looking at the excited faces of several people, he showed a strange look on his face. "It's so familiar. Yesterday, a group of people of mine did the same thing, and they died miserably." However, he was very aware of being a lackey, and before Russell could speak, he stepped forward and said, "Who among you knows phantom magic?" Hearing this, a Loki in a green windbreaker immediately raised his head and smiled confidently. "I didn't expect you to know that I know phantom magic. Come on, beg for mercy from me now." "I don't know, and I hope you can laugh later." President Loki silently took a step back, then turned around and bowed to Russell and smiled flatteringly. "Fortunately, I have fulfilled my mission, Master, and I will find one right away." His appearance made the 5 Loki opposite him stunned, and then they immediately laughed. A Loki who looked like Loki, wearing a green sweater and a cartoon crown made of gold plastic, mocked. "You are used to being a dog under Thanos, and you still like being a dog in the void. Damn, it brings back bad memories for me. Watch me kill your master first." After saying that, he pulled out the 2 daggers from his waist and jumped up gracefully. The other Lokis stood there and waited with a smile. This one among them is the leader. Although he doesn't know phantom magic, he is an assassin and has good combat power. Steady and accurate. Snap! Russell slapped Loki who fell in front of him, and then wiped the blood on his palm on President Loki, and said speechlessly, "What kind of frontal jump / is an assassin playing with me?" The remaining 4 Loki looked at the leader, who twisted his head several times and had a collapsed face not far away, and looked confused. It was not until Russell's voice sounded that he suddenly woke up. "FK him. Go. Revenge for the boss. Kill." The 4 Loki shouted and ran, slipping away quickly. Russell looked at the familiar scene, raised his hand, and made a pistol gesture to call out the names. A second later, the system sounded. Frost bloodline low level, green. The low-level giants of Jotunheim bloodline has a certain increase in the body, and ice blue patterns will appear on the skin. Russell had a blank expression, and the next one was still garbage terms X12. Until the end, the expected voice sounded. High magic illusion magic low level, green. Perform certain illusion changes and control magic ball. It is detected that this term is already possessed, and the superposition is completed, and the proficiency is increased. Russell was a little disappointed when he heard this information. The increase in proficiency is really useless. What he wants is the high-level term, or the complete knowledge of illusion magic. Time passed in a blink of an eye for most of the day. With the help of President Loki, Russell got 5 more phantom magic entries. But unfortunately, they were still low-level entries, which only increased proficiency. The only thing that could be considered a gain was that one entry had an extra ability, which could use phantom magic to create a dagger. But this was just icing on the cake for Russell. He guessed that perhaps in this void, only the old Loki's phantom magic entry was high level. Even if the other Lokis knew phantom magic, they were all a bunch of rotten fish and shrimp. After thinking about it, Russell decided to change his strategy. He would no longer kill the next Loki variants he met, but let these people pass on the message for him with his crushing power. If anyone can find a Loki who can use high-level phantom magic, he will reward him with a set of Iron Man armor. With such a high reward, this bounty was passed on between Loki at a very fast speed. 3 days passed in a flash. In a cave somewhere underground, a black Loki, a young Loki, an old Loki, and a crocodile were eating instant canned food with an unknown brand of red wine. Suddenly, the black Loki said, "Have you heard about the bounty? A set of Iron Man armor in exchange for information about Loki who can use advanced phantom magic. Our area may be undergoing major changes." The young Loki sneered. "It must be fake, and even if it is real, I can cut it with one sword when I meet it. I have killed Thor." The crocodile screamed. The young boy rolled his eyes and said, "Then don't worry about it, young Thor is still Thor." At this time, the old Loki said lightly, "Why bother so much? If it doesn't work, we will move out of this area. Loki is not welcome in crowded places, so we will go to a farther place." The crocodile and the boy nodded in agreement. Black Loki was silent for a moment, and suddenly said, "Then it's decided. Tomorrow we will go to the ruins together to collect more food. The supplies in the cave are not enough to walk too far." The other people agreed. Late at night, only the sound of even breathing remained in the dark cave. A shadow suddenly sat up and left quietly. However, just after he opened the manhole cover, a flash of green light suddenly appeared, and old Loki and young Loki holding the crocodile walked out together. "I didn't expect you to really betray us. We have lived together for so many years. I thought we were companions," young Loki said angrily. Old Loki sighed. "I didn't expect that I would have to escape after being cut after so many years of running outside. I'm sorry, Loki, I can't let you go." However, at this time, Black Loki suddenly laughed strangely. "Who said I was going to report the news? And I remember that your phantom teleportation has limitations. You can't open it twice in 5 minutes. P.S. Thanks to the monthly ticket of the wind ahead. Reading books every day on the 11th. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. 036 shock. Burning. Old Loki's face suddenly changed. There is actually no limit to the number of times teleportation can be used. It is only him who has the limit. He is too old now. The giants of Jotunheim are not like the Aesir, who are a race that gets stronger as they get older. Their strength has declined greatly. After using teleportation now, their mental power cannot support the search for the next space coordinates. He immediately understood everything and said angrily, "So you deliberately showed that you wanted to betray us during dinner. Why?" Black Loki's face twisted when he heard this, and he said angrily, "Why? You actually asked me why. Because you have powerful phantom magic. Because this dead kid has the sword of Vulcan. Because even this FG new crocodile has a FG higher combat power than me. Leaving this area, other places are much more dangerous. I will definitely be the first to die at that time. You don't even consider me." Old Loki looked incredible. The young Loki said angrily, "If we hadn't helped you when you first arrived in the void, you would have died long ago. And the decision to leave was made tonight, and you betrayed us before." The Black Loki didn't listen at all, and a grim smile appeared on his face. "Now you have to die first." After that, he suddenly shouted to the sky, "Mr. Red Devil, my mission is completed." Red Devil? Old Loki and young Loki looked at each other, and they saw confusion in each other's eyes. Because the one who offered the bounty for phantom magic is Loki. I've never heard of any Red Devil. Puff. At this time, the sound of space transmission sounded, and a man wearing a burgundy suit, with a devil-like face and a slender and flexible tail appeared. The young Loki pulled out the Vulcan sword behind him, and the old Loki looked alert. The two had an instinctive feeling that the creature in front of them was definitely not a Loki variant. "You did a good job, Black Man." The Red Devil smiled and spoke, looking at the Black Loki with satisfaction. Black Loki didn't care at all that he was called ANR, and said flatteringly, "Mr. Red Devil, my mission is complete. Next, I can join Lady Cassandra's organization." The corner of Red Devil's mouth slightly raised. "Definitely." As he said that, the tail behind him suddenly pierced through the head of Black Loki like a flexible whip. "No." Looking at the latter's astonished eyes, he smiled and said, "You are Loki. What organization dares to accept Loki? Don't you two agree?" he said, turning his head to look at the old Loki and the young Loki, and at this moment he did not hide the malice in his eyes at all. Green energy appeared in the hands of the old Loki, and he said with a wary face, "You are an outsider. There should be no hatred between us." The Red Devil shrugged. "Definitely no hatred, you can only blame your bad luck. Also, your illusion is really realistic, but unfortunately it is useless," he said with a sweep of his tail, and the bodies of the old Loki and the young Loki disappeared. And outside the hills a few dozen meters away, the two people who were running away suddenly stopped. In the dark night, a golden spark suddenly exploded. Ruined city. On the top of Stark Building. Russell sat casually on the edge of the building, looking at the night in the distance, without meditation. 3 days passed, and there was no useful news, which made him a little depressed. He didn't plan to wait any longer. If there was no news for another week, he would continue to move north to see if he could get some new entries. You can't just hang yourself on a tree. As for the original plan to establish a base here and take the little wolf girl over, it was also cancelled. Almost all Lokis are too unreliable and have no loyalty. Once I leave, it's easy to have problems. At this moment, Russell stood up suddenly. On the plain in the distance, there was a dazzling green light. But after only a second, the green light disappeared again, as if it was just an illusion before. It's not an illusion. And this scale of illusion magic. Russell stared at the distance and muttered to himself. So it's you, old Loki. After just a few seconds of hesitation, Russell moved his mind and launched the Venom battlesuit. The next second, the sound waves surrounded him, and his body flew into the air and disappeared into the darkness in an instant. On the rooftop, President Loki shrank his neck as he watched this scene. Another ability, really perverted. After seeing the massacre of a large number of Loki, he had no idea of escaping at this moment. Definitely, mainly because this is the void, there is really no place to run. A few minutes later, as the whistling sound fell, a figure fell to the ground with a bang. Russell stood up and looked around. Although there was no sign of any battle, but he took a few steps forward and lowered his head. I saw a black man with a hammer hanging around his waist, dead at the edge of the shaft. The corpse was full of astonishment in his eyes, and he died with his eyes open. Black Loki. Russell recognized the identity of this man. In Loki, he was a teammate of old Loki and betrayed them in the end. He jumped down the shaft. There was no one in the cave, and the supplies were neatly placed in the corner, without being looted. If it is really here, then the light just now must be the phantom magic of old Loki. So what happened that made him use magic so late, and disappeared in an instant? Russell fell into deep thought. The other party lived in the void for so many years, and lived until Loki appeared and died in Elrios. But now that he has issued a bounty, the other party has an accident. Is it the bounty hunter who wants to capture him? But why are there no traces of fighting? Russell felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. However, being able to find this place is also a gain. The next second, his pupils lit up, and hot flames burst out from his body, sweeping everything around him crazily. The flames of thousands of degrees continued to burn and penetrate, and some sand and gravel even melted into magma. It was as if hell was spreading all around. After an unknown amount of time, a shattering sound suddenly sounded. P.S. Thanks to the monthly ticket from Zing 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 Zing. Thanks, Omega. Have fun reading books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. 037 Hunter. Pray. On the dark plain, Ant-Man's skeleton crawled on the ground like a giant beast from ancient times, shocking the soul. Inside the skull, old Loki and young Loki were chained and hung in the air. There was also a woman hanging with them. Cassandra gently scratched the woman's skin with her fingertips, and blood like magma oozed out. She dipped her finger in it and put it in her mouth, with a flash of pain and pleasure in her eyes. After a moment, she suddenly said, "Are you sure it's him?" The Red Devil, who was standing not far away and straight, immediately bent down and said respectfully, "I can't be 100% sure it's him. But according to the description of the few Loki spies I recruited, the other party does have the ability to shoot blood arrows from his fingertips. He also showed the magic cobweb, and the power is also exaggerated. As for making fire, I have never seen it before." Cassandra's eyes lit up. "A new ability? Then it is more likely to be him." The Red Devil echoed. "Although he has Loki's face, I guess it is probably phantom magic. But because it is too low level, he is looking for high-level phantom magic users. That's him." As he said, he pointed to the elderly Loki. "This is the information revealed by the Black Loki. And as early as a week ago, he had won over and deceived the other party." Cassandra said without any concern. "Fake is always fake. This boy who has never seen the world wants all the shabby spells." Old Loki lowered his head and did not refute. But the young Loki shouted with indignation, "Lowly human! You are the one who has never seen the world and don't know the power of illusion magic at all." Cassandra raised her eyebrows, grabbed the young Loki casually, and was taken into her hand through the air, and then her 5 fingers sank into the brain to read the memory. After more than 10 seconds, she sneered, "It's still garbage. Well, you are also garbage." Throwing the boy away, she looked at the Red Devil and said, "Go as planned tomorrow." "Yes, sir." The Red Devil lowered his head humbly. Stark building rooftop. As the whistling sound disappeared, Russell landed steadily on the ground. President Loki opened his eyes when he heard the voice, and instinctively shrank his neck when he saw it was him. Hey? Why did I shrink my neck? He was a little confused. Although he was afraid of him, it had been several days, so he was not so scared when he saw him. Why do I feel familiar? President Loki muttered, feeling a little strange, but he couldn't figure it out. The next day, he went to the first floor of the Stark building as he did the previous 2 days to wait and see if there was any Loki with intelligence. But in his opinion, there was no Loki who could use high-level phantom magic. What kind of people are Loki? But it's good to go on like this. Although she looks like a receptionist. But she has no shortage of food and drink. Most importantly, other Lokis are respectful to her. That feeling is so good. In this way, time passed quickly and it was noon. The sleepy President Loki suddenly opened his eyes. He heard the sound of a car approaching in the distance. A few seconds later, with the sound of brakes, several Lokis came in with an old Loki. Hey, we're here to exchange bounties. Someone shouted. President Loki was a little unhappy. Who are you to talk to me like that? He slightly raised his chest and pointed at old Loki with his chin. Is this true? Don't blame me for not reminding you. If you use fake things to fool people, the great Mr. Loki can burn you to death with a fire. A trace of fear flashed in the eyes of several Lokis. Obviously, they had seen the other party kill people before. Don't worry, it's absolutely true. Although I don't know where the Red Devil found this Loki from, and why he asked me to change. But this Loki does no phantom magic. The other party just demonstrated magic. Hearing this, President Loki showed surprise. Is there really a Loki who can reach that level? In that case, come up with me. He was also very curious. If it was true, it would be considered an eye-opener. After climbing 102 floors, several Lokis with less pure bloodlines were already tired. But when they came to the rooftop, they didn't dare to breathe. The man not far away was really too intimidating. President Loki ran over happily, licking his face and said, Master, someone has caught Loki who can use high-level phantom magic. Want to try it? Russell had seen the old Loki a long time ago. This guy is exactly the same as he remembered, wearing a funny green old-fashioned comic-style battlesuit. Although his hands were chained and his face looked bad, he was indeed the old Loki. And no one knew what the person he was looking for looked like, so it was difficult to fake this. But looking at the tired look of the Lokis who were holding him, his heart moved slightly. It is impossible for these rubbish to catch the old Loki. But then the question came, why didn't spider telepathy trigger? Russell narrowed his eyes slightly, thought for a few seconds, and said directly. Give them the iron armor, no need to try. The armor was what he had teleported back before, assembled randomly, and the performance was average. At the moment, no matter what these people want to do, just send them away. If they don't leave, then don't leave. President Loki was confused. Don't you even check the goods? The person opposite is the notorious Loki. But he dared not disobey Russell's words. Without saying a word, he took out the iron armor. The few Lokis who got the armor were very surprised. They didn't expect that they could successfully exchange for the reward so easily. Several people looked at each other, each with their own hidden agenda. However, they did not dare to fight here, and hurriedly left after saying goodbye. Looking at the performance of several people, Russell became more and more convinced that his judgment was correct. These rubbish could not catch old Loki, there must be someone behind the scenes instructing them. And his enemy. At this time, an old voice sounded. Young man, you took great pains to catch me and do whatever you want as soon as possible. Don't torture me, an old man. The old Loki looked tired, as if he had already looked down on life and death. Russell raised his hand, and a line of fire as thick as a finger appeared out of thin air, shooting towards old Loki. The next second, snap! The sophisticated handcuffs were melted through and fell to the ground. Old Loki was surprised and asked, "Won't you do something to me? Like killing me, or stealing my magic? I know some spells can do that." Russell shook his head and laughed. "Definitely not. I just want to know the complete illusion magic, not to kill you. He is not an evil villain, he has his own bottom line. Old Loki can be said to be a rare good man among all the Loki mutations. He avoided TVA all his life, and finally died to help Loki. Yanjeo died. Such a person, whether Loki or not, should not be an entry." Surprise appeared in the depths of old Loki's eyes. Old Loki said, "I see, but I have another question. How do you know I can do high-level illusion magic? If you let them go without trying, aren't you afraid of being cheated?" Russell smiled. "Someone once told me that there is a Loki who has the most powerful illusion magic. He is the oldest and has a glorious mission." Old Loki lowered his head, as if touched by this sentence. At this time, Russell asked the inner doubts. "I don't know who caught you. I think those rubbish shouldn't have this kind of power." Hearing this, old Loki slowly raised his head, smiled and said, "Definitely, yes, yes." "When? Run." He suddenly seemed to be stuck, and his face began to twist. Half anxious, half smiling, very weird. But he still finished the rest of the words. "Run, run. Loki." Russell's face changed, and he saw the old Loki in front of him laughing strangely again. "It's too late. Your flame smells like extremis, I remember that smell very clearly. Finally caught you, Russell." In an instant, golden sparks exploded, and a golden portal rotated and opened. "Cassandra." Russell's face sank, and he was about to open the portal and escape without hesitation. But at this time, the old Loki suddenly raised his right hand. In an instant, the air seemed to solidify, and Russell could feel an extremely strong restraint on his body. At this time, the portal had been opened, and Cassandra, wearing a yellow windbreaker, walked out leisurely from it. She looked at Russell, who looked like a statue, with a playful look and smiled. "You should be proud. You are the first prey that I need to use my brain to catch. For this, I even split my spirit body. You don't know, it is actually very painful, and it is also very troublesome to heal." She waved to the old Loki, who immediately lost all his strength and fell to the ground, and she herself trembled. "Hiss, it still hurts a little," she said to herself. Here, the old Loki regained his freedom and lay on the ground breathing heavily. The feeling of the spiritual world being occupied is very painful. At this time, Cassandra tilted her head and looked over, praising. "You old guy is also very good. Just now, you were able to briefly snatch control of my body from me. I didn't expect that there was someone like you in Loki. Now I give you a chance, be loyal to me." The old Loki raised his head, his face without any joy, only hatred. "You are dreaming." President Loki, who was already scared and lying on the ground pretending to be dead in the corner, could not understand this behavior. He won't agree? Did Thor smash this old guy's brain? Cassandra didn't care. She shrugged and said casually, "I'll deal with you later." She then slowly walked to Russell and said with a smile, "This time there's no Kong Sud to help you. If you can still run away, I'll help you kill the TVA people. 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9, 10. You still can't move. I won, hee hee." At this moment, she was as happy as a child who finally got her favorite toy. But as she was laughing, her expression suddenly changed. With a strong curiosity in her eyes, and she was about to stick close to Russell's face to observe carefully. "TVA clearly said that you only have extremis, but you have so many tricks. When the Hydra Captain, Spider-Man, Mordo and the others die, you can use their abilities. So, baby, how did you steal other people's abilities? I'm really curious. She finally couldn't help it, and her 5 fingers sank into Russell's head. The world changed in an instant. She came to the spiritual world. But the environment here is completely different from what she thought. This doesn't look like a memory scene, but like a huge amounts of church. The marble floor reflecting light, tall stone pillars, and a hazy huge dome. The only difference is that there is no statue of Jesus on the throne, but a white throne. A person sat quietly on it, looking down. The next second, Russell's voice echoed in the holy place. I've been waiting for you for a long time, Cassandra. Boom. The dull thunder sounded. 4,000 words, 2 in 1. P.S. The Stark Building replaced the Empire State Building, which is about the same height, just over 100 floors. PS2. The reason why Cassandra didn't control him when they met was that she was not sure that the person with Loki's face was Russell at that time, and she was worried that she would alert the enemy if she caught the wrong person. Have fun reading books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. 038 Golden Entry Thor. Thunder in the spiritual world? Cassandra looked up at the dome, as if her vision could penetrate and see the scene outside. But she failed. The situation that crushed other people's minds in the past disappeared, and her vision was blocked. She lowered her head, looked at the man in front of her, and re-examined the previous sentence. Are you waiting for me? Cassandra raised her eyebrows and showed an interested look. Interesting, so you let me in on purpose. The expression on Russell's face was no longer panic, which was too different from the real world outside. He looked at the crazy woman below and said very seriously. You made a mistake. Cassandra almost laughed out loud, spread her hands, and looked around at the holy place. Are you referring to here? I can indeed feel the power being suppressed, but, you are too confident. Russell shook his head. Although this is indeed the graveyard I prepared for you, this is not what I am talking about. Cassandra was really confused this time, and said puzzledly. I think my plan is quite successful. The only surprise is that the old Loki can resist me. But that doesn't matter. When we met, the ending was already determined. Russell shook his head again. It wasn't him either, but last night. Last night? Yes. Why? Russell lowered his eyebrows, and under the shadows, something seemed to be brewing in his eyes. I'm looking for the old man. Loki has another purpose, and you showed me the way last night. Cassandra narrowed her eyes slightly, as if she thought of something. Is there something else there? Yes. Russell slowly raised his head, and his eyes had turned bright blue without him noticing, and thunder was constantly overflowing from them. Boom. Time went back to last night. In the fire, Russell waited quietly. This cave was also one of the reasons why he was looking for the old Loki. Even in terms of priority, it was not inferior to the illusion magic at all. Because, in addition to several Lokis, there is actually another person here. Oh no, it should be said that there is another god. Thor. In the footage of the Loki series, it was clearly shown that there was a glass jar in the soil layer of the cave passage. A frog wearing Thor's armor was trapped inside. But that was not a frog. It was Thor who was cursed by a certain Loki to shapeshift. All his divine power was sealed, and even the most ordinary glass jar could not rush out. When the glass shattered, the frog's flesh and blood turned into charcoal in an instant. However, he did not die. The curse has been broken, and the power has returned. In the fire, the scarlet flesh and blood broke through the charcoal-like frog body and was growing rapidly. Then a creepy roar sounded. Loki! This time I will slaughter your entire clan, enslave their souls in the underworld, and Jotunheim will fall into eternal darkness and become history. All 9 realms are mine. Kill. Kill you all. Puff. Sorry. I freed you from the curse, not for you to slaughter. In the fire. Russell held the flaming holy sword and pierced the heart of Thor, who had not yet taken shape. If it was a normal weapon, it would not be possible. But this is a powerful magic weapon from Vishanti, and even Thor, who is intact, dare not let it be cut casually. The angry voice stopped abruptly. Thor, whose power had not yet returned, was killed instantly. He didn't even know who did it. The plan was successful, and Russell breathed a sigh of relief. Although it only took a dozen seconds from releasing the flame to killing Thor. But it would be a lie to say that he wasn't nervous. This is Thor after all. Fortunately, the other party had been cursed for who knows how many years. Not only was his power returning slowly, but his 5 senses that had not yet shape-shifted back to his original body were also relatively dull. He didn't notice that there were others in the thousands of degrees of hot flames. In short, Russell made the right bet. And high risks bring high rewards. The system voice sounded at this time. The plunder entry is completed. Aesir God Bloodline Royal Family High Level, Gold. This bloodline will be favored by the World Tree and have the opportunity to awaken divine power. At the same time, it can greatly increase physical fitness. Note, Extremis upper limit is increased, Flame blood control upper limit is increased, temperature 6000. Warning, the Aesir Protoss is being watched by the hungry Shadow Ancient God, please load with caution. Russell's face darkened slightly. Shadow Ancient God. Isn't this the real murderer of Ragnarok? I didn't expect that this Frog Thor's timeline actually had this thing. No. Maybe it's more than that. Russell narrowed his eyes slightly and suddenly thought of something. In the sacred timeline, Odin let Hela escape and return to Asgard. So that in the end, the god's domain was pierced by the flame giant, causing the predicted Ragnarok. But before that, Odin could have prevented all this from happening. Whether it was killing the flame giant Surti in advance and sealing his head in another corner of the universe, or not putting the eternal fire in the warehouse, or killing Hela back then. If any of these 3 is missing, Ragnarok will not exist. It's like Odin deliberately led things to develop in this way. Although the god's domain was gone in the end, the Aesir Protoss did not break the inheritance and rerouted in Midgard, Earth. Although it seems like a conspiracy theory. But this is Marvel, the silly and sweet guy won't survive more than 2 episodes here. Russell rubbed his brows and muttered to himself. I hope I'm overthinking. Thoughts flowed in an instant, and the system's voice continued. Thor Divine Power, Gold. The divine power from Thor. Thor has the power to control thunder. But it is not completely awakening. Note, this divine power can continue to increase. Warning, this entry is loaded as divine power imprinted in the soul. If the soul's strength is insufficient, it will be destroyed by the power of thunder. Please load with caution. Excuse me, are you loading? Russell was very grateful for Kong Su's gift at this moment. If it weren't for the other party, I'm afraid I could only look at this powerful entry. The next second Russell decisively loaded 2 entries. As for the gaze of the Shadow Ancient God, it's like being hunted by the Morlun family after loading the spider totem. Don't be afraid of choking and throwing the baby out. Strength is the only thing. Who will be the food at that time is still unknown. Boom. Boom. Thunder descends, divine power explodes. In Cassandra's shocked eyes. The Soul Hall at this moment becomes the Temple of Thor. P.S. The comics do not clearly state that divine power is in the soul. But Odin and other gods in the past can still use divine power when they are summoned as heroic spirits after death. Have fun reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. 039 The Power of Thor. At this moment, countless thunders spread. Bathed in it, the ground trembled wildly, metamorphosis became like gold. The stone pillars continued to rise, and mysterious patterns appeared on them. The dome was painted with magnificent thunder and lightning paintings, and purple lightning shuttled through it like a dragon, and sometimes burst into dazzling lightning. Russell stood up from the throne. The bright lightning kept jumping and gathering into pieces of silver armor, which were constantly superimposed, combined, and fell on the body to form a majestic divine armor. As he stepped forward, the lightning extended backwards and woven into a cloak, making a sound behind him. "This is impossible." Cassandra's face finally lost its calmness, and she shouted in surprise. "How can Thor exist in the void? You are deceiving me." She was responded by a dull thunder. Boom! The whole spiritual world was shaking, and a voice that seemed to carry the power of heaven sounded. "I am Thor Russell. Destroy the evil spirits." As if the words were spoken, they were followed by the law. A purple lightning as thick as a bucket fell from the dome and struck Cassandra. Boom! A melting pit appeared on the golden ground. Cassandra's figure reappeared more than 10 meters away. At this moment, her face was very ugly. The spiritual world is not a false place, all the manifested power here is real. Definitely, the premise is that you have it. And now, the other party undoubtedly really has the power of Thor. If he hadn't dodged just now, he would have been injured in one blow. Even because it is a spiritual body, it is completely impossible to ignore the damage to the body like in the real world. She fell into the trap. Cassandra was about to leave the spiritual world without hesitation. She didn't want to deal with a being with divine power here. However, just when she wanted to withdraw, the walls, dome, and ground of the temple were all spread with thunder. Cassandra groaned and was bounced back directly. Failed to escape. Looking at Cassandra with an unbelievable look, Russell sneered. "Do you think I can come in and go out as you please? I finally tricked you in, how could I let you leave?" At this moment, the power of the Spirit Hall entry was activated to the extreme, and began to suppress Cassandra's spiritual power crazily. At the same time, his own spiritual power was amplified. Cassandra clearly perceived that she was being weakened, and her face suddenly changed. Without hesitation, she grabbed Russell fiercely. Telekinesis power. She wanted to directly crush the opponent's spiritual core. At this time, a heart-pounding explosion sounded. Thor's armor burst out with fine thunder. At a glance, not to mention crushing the spiritual core, even Thor's armor was not damaged. At this time, Russell's cold voice sounded again. "If it was yesterday, you still had a chance. But now it's too late." With the thought, dense thunder fell from the dome. Cassandra stretched out her hands without hesitation, and a transparent spherical barrier immediately wrapped around her. However, although the mental barrier resisted the bombardment of lightning, her face became paler with each lightning strike. There was even a faint crack on her body that spread from top to bottom. Her mental body had not healed in the first place, and it was about to split again. Until the end, she even screamed in pain. The mental barrier was instantly shattered, and the cracked Cassandra did not last 2 seconds in the thunderstorm and was directly annihilated. Russell sighed when he saw this. "I didn't expect that the enemy who was almost unbeatable before would be solved so easily. For a moment, I felt fake." "It's really fake." A cold and creepy voice suddenly came from behind. Russell's pupils shrank, and he felt a creepy feeling. Without hesitation, a shocking thunder and lightning exploded behind him instantly. Bang! This attack did not distinguish between friend and foe. He groaned and flew out, and huge amounts of stone pillars were directly smashed. The next second, Russell shook his head and stood up from the stone pestle. Although he looked a little embarrassed, he was not injured. At this time, he looked up and saw a baby with pink and purple skin, ugly face, big head and small body sitting on his throne. And the thunder and lightning that exploded before also left a series of charred and cracked wounds on the other party. I really hate this. It will bring back bad memories of my time in the womb. Cassandra looked heartbroken, covered her face, and cried. My cruel twin brother, he strangled me without hesitation. So, I'm dead. Ah! The baby screamed shrilly, and the whole spiritual world was shaking. Russell could feel the suppression of the spiritual palace weakening. He immediately realized that he must not continue like this. What he got was not the power of awakening Thor, and it was not so exaggerated that he could crush the opponent. If he delayed any further, I'm afraid something would really change. Thunder. With the summons, lightning struck again. But baby Cassandra disappeared strangely. Seeing this, Russell did not hesitate, and the blue in his eyes instantly turned into flames. Instantly, endless fire was born. At the same time, the baby screamed, and Russell saw the other party's figure appear 5 meters away. You want to kill me too? You want to kill me too? As the roar sounded, the telekinesis ability broke out, and the surrounding flames were immediately repelled. But at this time, the thunder fell again. The scattered telekinesis ability was completely unable to resist, and a large amount of lightning hit the opponent. The piercing scream sounded again. But Russell was not surprised, but his scalp was numb. A very terrifying scene appeared. The baby's broken body began to split. 1, 2, a dozen, hundreds. The densely packed ugly babies who looked like dead children rushed towards him like a tide. What the hell is ability? Russell rarely swore, took a deep breath and roared. In an instant, the visible sound wave burst out, covering all the terrible babies in front. The latter suddenly became stiff and solidified in place. At the same time, the flames in Russell's pupils dissipated and turned into rolling thunder. The dome of the mind hall suddenly split to both sides, revealing the scene outside. It was an extremely thick, dark cloud layer, rotating like a vortex, with lightning flashing inside, as if something terrible was brewing. This was Russell's trump card for Cassandra from the beginning. I thought it was not necessary. But now. Boom. Following Thor's order. A lightning column that seemed to penetrate the sky and earth and carried a terrifying destructive aura shot down from the center of the vortex, instantly submerging everything below. P.S. In the comics, Cassandra was killed by Professor X, who was also a baby, before she was born. Definitely, not completely killed. PS2. Thanks to Yujuju, 18,739, writes Ihewunk Thur, Kyunyi Wudeaju for the monthly tickets. Thanks, Omega. Have fun. 0:43 seconds to kill you. There are gods in this world. Then there must be divine punishment. The devastating lightning drowned all the horrible babies that split out. They screamed shrilly, carbonized in the sea of thunder, and then shattered completely. Did they win? No. There was no sound of the system plundering entries. Russell turned around suddenly and saw an almost transparent shadow appearing at the place where Cassandra split for the first time. That's not fake. Russell suddenly understood. The moment Cassandra entered the spiritual world, she was split. She never healed. And when she discovered Thor's power and the spiritual palace, she knew she had lost. So, the Cassandra in the spiritual barrier at the beginning was real. The Cassandra in the baby state later was also real. Everything she had was for the moment when she opened the holy place. She wanted to escape half of her spiritual body. Because she was definitely not her opponent here. Russell snorted coldly, looking at the dissipated phantom without any fear in his eyes. You only have half of your strength left, so what if you return to reality? I won this game. Real world. The elderly Loki was still lying on the ground. Looking at the crazy woman inserting her hand into Loki's brain, he tried hard to stand up. Most of the Lokis in the void are scumbags. It's not easy to meet someone with a good nature. He doesn't want the other person to die because of him. He gritted his teeth, and the green ability flashed in his palm. But just when he wanted to attack, he suddenly felt a very familiar pressure. Then in the next moment, he saw fine thunder emerging from Loki. "Brother!" he blurted out, his eyes full of shock. "No mistake. That's Thor's power." President Loki, who was lying on the ground pretending to be dead, felt this breath at the same time and looked back involuntarily. Then he saw a scene that made his scalp tingle. That was the power of fear from the blood, erupting in the body of Loki, who had been sentenced to death in his heart. The dazzling thunder drowned the bald woman in the blink of an eye. The latter screamed, and her charred body seemed to be pulled back by an invisible hand and fell on the edge of the rooftop. It seemed that more than 10 minutes had passed in the spiritual world, but in reality it was only a second. President Loki was almost scared to death, and trembled all over and said, "Thor, you are Thor." "Oh no. No, elder brother, I was wrong." He knelt down again without hesitation. "You know me, I was just scared just now, and I definitely didn't think of betraying you." This time, a green light flashed, and Russell showed his appearance. He glanced at the trembling Loki, frightening him so much that he almost fainted, and then looked at the charred body and said, "It's useless, Cassandra. There is no difference between reality and mind, you lose. Although there is no suppression of the mind palace, for the power of the mind, half and complete are not as simple as half and less." He he, ha ha ha. The charred corpse kept shedding its skin, revealing the flesh and blood that kept growing underneath. Cassandra slowly raised her head, and smiled distortedly on her face as terrifying as Red Skull. "I definitely know that I can't kill you with half of my power. But, this is the void, baby. I'm not alone." As she spoke, her new eyeballs suddenly lost their pupils, leaving only the whites of her eyes, as if communicating something. Old Loki seemed to sense something, and he turned his head suddenly and saw that the horizon had turned black at some point, with scarlet lightning wandering in it. "Elliot!" he said with a gloomy face. President Loki was about to cry. He wanted to escape, but he didn't dare at all. In his eyes, Russell was Thor, even more terrifying than this monster. Cassandra had stood up by then tilted her head and grabbed to the left. Suddenly a green light appeared, and the old Loki was strangled by the neck. She smiled grimly. "Recovered quickly, but a mere phantom magic wants to." A blood blade like magma condensed passed by in an instant and cut off her arm. "Do you think I don't exist?" Russell's eyes turned blue as he saved old Loki. The gloomy sky suddenly became darker, and a thunder as thick as a bucket fell. Cassandra's body was pulled away like a puppet, suspended in the air, and the thunder struck in the air. Russell had no intention of fighting, and took the sling ring to create a portal to take old Loki away. However, the golden spark just appeared and disappeared instantly. The portal spell was destroyed. At this time, Cassandra's crazy laughter sounded, and she raised her other hand. The sling ring inlaid with reality gem on it was shining red. "It's a pity, my sling ring is high level, it can close your door." Russell looked at Elrios in the distance, who was faster than usual and would definitely arrive in less than 10 seconds, and took a deep breath. He knew that if he didn't deal with Cassandra, even if he could escape, the old Loki would definitely die. Russell's eyes became determined, and he said coldly, "Since you don't leave after giving you a chance, then 3 seconds, kill you." Cassandra was not afraid at all, and smiled viciously, "You are so confident, but it's a pity, why should I fight you to death? All I have to do is interfere. As long as the monster arrives, you lose." Russell stopped talking nonsense. Thor's divine power burst out, and the storm armor gathered on his body as if time was going backwards. Then the whole building trembled suddenly, and his body was wrapped in lightning and turned into a residual shadow and shot towards Cassandra. Cassandra had no intention of fighting back. Using telekinesis ability, she moved her body quickly, and moved to the right before the opponent hit her, dodging easily. "Can you get away?" Russell had no intention of hitting the opponent directly, nor did he want to use the siren's sound wave flight ability to change direction. He had only one goal. Get close. Boom. At the moment of passing by, a hot red flame burst out from his body. It was as if a blazing sun appeared in the sky, and the flames rolled around and swept around, drowning Cassandra with a smile on her face in the blink of an eye. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 041 Cassandra's death. President Loki on the rooftop screamed after seeing the degree of distortion of the air, and turned his head to find shelter. The elderly Loki's scalp was also numb. Without hesitation, he held up a green magic barrier with both hands to block the flames. Both of them had good eyesight and knew that being burned by the flames would kill them. The surface temperature of the sun is 5,500, which is enough to vaporize the flesh and blood of humans. And the flame controlled by Russell's flame blood is higher than this. The temperature is 7,000. This moment is no different from the appearance of the sun. But the next second, the sun did not expand, but collapsed inward. Russell used the power of the fireman to compress the flame. But the same ability is completely different in the hands of different people. The fireman can only barely increase a few hundred degrees. But under Russell's control, the high temperature of 7,000 rose straight to nearly 10,000 degrees, and the color of the flame turned blue and white. At this temperature, even steel will be vaporized instantly. 1 second later, the sun went out. There was nothing left except the suspended reality gem. Russell was in a state of jumping and moving. At the moment, the magic cobweb ejected and pulled his body back to the rooftop. President Loki immediately ran over with a flattering look on his face. But before he could speak, a dagger appeared in Russell's hand and pierced his heart directly. Faced with this very Loki's behavior, the latter showed a look of astonishment, but his palm stabbed towards Russell like a knife. However, Russell just continued to slash the dagger to the right, and President Loki's left shoulder and arm were cut off. "You are that crazy woman." The elderly Loki immediately realized that he was possessed. The flames killed the woman's body, but her spirit escaped and possessed President Loki. At this time, President Loki no longer pretended, and a vicious smile appeared on his face. "Haha, you can't kill me, Russell." "Really?" Russell grinned with a sincere smile and asked. "You are waiting for Elrios, so why not guess what I am waiting for?" Cassandra blinked, not quite understanding. Seeing this, Russell grinned. "It seems that you are not as smart as you think. The so-called 3 seconds to kill you is actually a lie to you. I just let you deliberately delay time and not escape, otherwise I really can't do anything to you." Cassandra suddenly thought of something and screamed. "Impossible, I'm not dead yet." Russell grinned. "No, half of you is dead. You chose it, idle." Entry loading completed. X ability Psychic Power Defective, Purple Gold. Powerful mental power, can be controlled at will, and has the power of telekinesis. Can mentally leave the body, possess, split, and repair cells. Weakness Erasure, strip away Cassandra's madness. Instantly, the power of the mind burst out and swept away, tightly wrapping Loki's brain. Russell's method is very simple. As long as Cassandra's mental power is blocked from leaving the brain, the other party will die with the body. This is the weakness shown by Cassandra in Deadpool 3, and it is also the only way to kill the other party at present. Loki's eyes finally panicked. She wanted to get out of this body, but her brain was completely blocked by the power of the mind. What's even more desperate is, originally, the half of her lost mental power could have fought against herself. Now with Russell's own mental power, there's no need to think about it. At the moment, no matter how it hits, it won't move at all. She has no way to escape. Any last words? Russell looked into Loki's eyes, as if he could see the twisted face deep in his pupils. Cassandra didn't beg for mercy. After vomiting blood, she showed a crazy smile. Death is just eternal sleep for me. And you, my ability successor. I curse you to never have peace. I will hover in your mind every midnight. I will make you the next me. Ha ha ha. She laughed hysterically, without any fear of death. Russell showed a mocking look at this, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. It's a pity to disappoint you. Don't you feel that there is no madness in my mental power? Cassandra was stunned, and then perception. The next second, the smile on her face disappeared, and turned into impotent rage. No. No. How can you give up that madness? You don't know how cruel and boring this world is, only madness. Puff. The voice stopped abruptly. Russell crushed Loki's neck directly, and said with disgust. Noisy, let you talk endlessly. As soon as the voice fell, he turned his head and looked forward. The elderly Loki had stood on the edge of the building without knowing when, facing the incoming attack of Ilias, and laughed. I won't run away this time. Let's go, Thor, staying here is my glorious mission. As soon as the voice fell, the dazzling green light burst out from the palm of his hand, and then soared into the sky. Boom! The golden Asgard in the memory rose from the ground, and this moment was perfectly reproduced, without a millimeter difference. Thunders were mixed in it, as if summoned by Thor. Russell looked at this scene with some sighs. Although I have seen it on the screen before, it is far less shocking than seeing it with my own eyes. Old Loki has been displaced all his life, but he will always remember what his home looks like. At the moment, it was as if he was completely in Asgard. However, Russell looked at the furious Elrios who failed to devour the Asgard building and said lightly, I don't like tragic things. As soon as the voice fell, a portal opened out of thin air under his feet. Russell fell into it, and at the same time, 2 purple magic cobwebs shot out from it. Old Loki let out a very Loki-style ah and was dragged into it with the reality gem. The next second, the moment Elrios devoured it, the portal closed. Only the furious roar echoed in the ruins of the city. P.S. Although I am writing a book in the furnace, there are some characters that I don't want to write to death, and Marvel's middle-aged and elderly Loki is one of them. However, although the protagonist did not get the entry, he will get the complete phantom magic from the other party. And later, he will practice more fiercely than the old Loki to show the true power of this spell. Reading books every day on the 11th is fun. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. 042 Old Loki, impossible, absolutely impossible. Elrio's weakness is too obvious. As long as you go deep underground, this time monster will not be able to find anyone. In the cave, the old Loki sat on the ground with a confused look on his face. He was ready to die and welcome the glory, but he shouted excitedly for a long time, and nothing happened in the end. However, despite the embarrassment, he turned around and asked, Thor, if I died just now, could I go to Soul Castle? Russell observed the reality gem in his hand, without raising his head, and said, the void is outside the real dimension, either the negative dimension or the chaos dimension. If you are inspired by the Soul Castle, not only will you not be able to get there, but you will also fall into a strange corner. Definitely, the more likely scenario is that you will be swallowed by Elrios and nothing will be left. The old Loki looked dazed. Russell didn't care what he was thinking, and the system prompt sound in his mind had already sounded. The looting entry is completed. Spell, portal, purple. The entry is repeated, integrating. Spell, portal, purple. The speed of opening the portal is accelerated. Note, this entry can be upgraded further. X ability, psychic power, defective, purple gold. The corresponding entry is detected, integrating. Integrate completed. X ability, psychic power, gold. The psychic power is stronger than Professor X, the mental body is stronger, the telekinesis ability is improved, and you can invade other people's mental world by touching. You can mentally leave the body, possess, split, and regenerate cells. You can regenerate using only one cell. Weakness erasure, strip away Cassandra's madness. Looking at the entry information, Russell smiled with satisfaction. The combined Cassandra entry is undoubtedly more powerful. In addition to the abnormal telekinesis ability, invading the mind is also a good skill. Cell regeneration is even more surprising. At the same time, he also understood why Cassandra reappeared in her own body instead of occupying someone else's body. Because as long as she leaves her body cells in the base, it will be fine. This is undoubtedly a super life-saving trump card. Once she fails and dies, her spirit will leave her body, and then she can be perfectly reborn using the cells hidden in advance. If Cassandra hadn't been arrogant and wanted to delay until Elrios arrived, he really wouldn't have had a chance to kill him completely. Definitely, this move is not invincible. For powerful magicians and spiritual masters, it is possible to harm the spirit body. Russell is not greedy. Nothing is perfect, this ability is already very abnormal. And here, the plundering entry is not over yet. Magic ability high level, purple. Cassandra has a very high ability for arcane, spells, or witchcraft. Note, this entry ability can be superimposed with the knowledge curse ability. After loading, your mysterious side ability is further improved. There are still surprises? Russell almost laughed. I didn't expect this bald old woman to reveal so many good things. This entry is a complete surprise. In addition, the knowledge curse can be stacked. In the future, he may have the opportunity to go to Camartage to be a sorcerer supreme. At the same time, he was a little relieved. This mutant only learned the teleportation of Doctor Strange. Otherwise, even if he got Thor's power and the Mind Palace, he might not be able to kill the other party. After loading the entry, Russell looked at the reality gem in his hand. Magic knowledge is not enough. He doesn't know whether this thing can be used directly by embedding it in the sling ring, or whether it requires a special rune ritual to make it into a sling ring that can travel through dimensions. Russell doesn't plan to try it. Anyway, the time tablet will be unlocked soon, so there is no need to rush. As for using the power of this infinite gems, Russell had no such intention. Reality gem alter reality requires a price, and it is proportional to the degree of modification. Thanos can ignore the price, firstly relying on the space gem to provide ability, and secondly the infinity gauntlet to transform and carry. He doesn't have those things. This gem will be kept in his hand for collection, maybe it will be useful in the future. At this time, Russell turned his attention to old Loki. The old Loki suddenly felt a little uncomfortable when he saw it like this. He was still a little afraid of Thor, even if the other party was just a variant, even if he missed Thor. Russell didn't explain this misunderstanding, otherwise he would have to explain where Thor's power came from. Anyway, Loki has been pretending to be Thor for several days, so he doesn't need Thor. But before he could speak, old Loki took the initiative to give him the illusion magic. This included the complete spell structure, difficulties, practice experience, etc., all of which were explained in detail. Russell has a strong mental ability, and he can remember everything without recording it, without any error. After more than 10 hours, he showed a look of emotion. It is really unfair for this magic to be in the hands of Loki. If it can be practiced to the extreme, it may be no problem to be called the #1 magician in the 9 realms. In addition to the illusion created by Loki in the movie, phantom magic can also control shadows, phantom teleportation, mental phantom fraud, and phantom disguise. Even the old Loki only worked hard on creating illusions, which is quite powerful. And phantom magic has an even more terrifying power. It is also the origin of the name of this spell. Phantom power. When practiced to the extreme, it can turn phantoms into reality. Transform the world Snake Yemengard with powerful magic power. Judging from the performance of phantom magic records, it may reach the level of Godfather and easily devour the planet. Even after being activated with more powerful power, it can be even stronger. Russell can only say that it is worthy of the highest level of magic in Asgard, and Queen Frigga really treats Loki as her own son. Definitely, it is very difficult to practice powerful spells. Old Loki said. Most Loki can't even learn the simplest elementary level. Those who have entered the door are unwilling to continue learning because it is too difficult. Even I have studied for a lifetime to reach the previous level. Thor, although I don't know why you suddenly want to learn this spell, my suggestion is to just play with it, otherwise it will waste too much time. In fact, he still said it more tactfully. Just like most Loki are trash, most Thor are magic idiots. This Thor should have got the elementary level phantom magic from a certain Loki by chance and learned it, thinking it was very simple. So he wanted to learn the advanced ones later. But he didn't think that the Thor in front of him could learn it. Then, the next day he showed a surprised look, and sighed in his heart that this Thor still had some magic ability. He can already phantom invisibility. The fifth day, old Loki breaks his prejudice. It turns out that Thor still has magical abilities. He can already control his shadow. Day 10. Old Loki frowns, thinking something is wrong. The other party can already create some small illusions. Day 16. Old Loki is shocked, thinking his prejudice is totally wrong. This Thor can already teleport. But it took him 70 years to do it. This is incredible. Day 25. Old Loki falls into self-doubt, and keeps saying impossible, absolutely impossible. He seems to be greatly stimulated. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. 043 Doomsday Timeline, Ragnarok. 25 days. Only 25 days. The opponent's phantom magic has gone from entry level to proficient control of shadows, instant phantom teleportation, and finally even able to create a large-scale illusion that is more perfect than his own. At this moment, old Loki felt that Cassandra must still be controlling him, otherwise how could he see such a completely beyond cognition? Fake. It must be fake. Ha 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 ha. It's true, Loki, you have to accept the reality. Russell patted old Loki's shoulder to comfort him, and said very sincerely. I just have better magic ability. You are so good at comforting people. Old Loki almost couldn't breathe and died directly. If you are just better, then what am I? Over 2,600 years old is considered to be living like a dog. This is too depressing. Russell blinked his eyes and stopped provoking the old man. In fact, if he pursued speed completely and didn't care about proficiency, he could be faster. With two superb magic abilities superimposed, he felt that he was probably not much weaker than the normal version of Strange. But even so, he still encountered a bottleneck. If the difficulty of creating an illusion in the front is 10, then the difficulty of turning the illusion into reality in the back is 1000. There is too much difference. Moreover, he has too little knowledge of spells and can't learn from them at all. This also makes it more difficult. There is no point in continuing to practice hard. He needs more magical knowledge and understanding of the mysterious side. Russell fell into thinking. The time tablet has been cracked. Maybe his first stop should be Camartage? After thinking about it, he still rejected this idea. He must go, but his primary goal is better. In the next few days, Russell took the little wolf girl to the moss plain. Loki here is a waste, it is safer. As for living materials, there is no need to worry at all, he will bring them back from the timeline. The only pity is that when he found the enemy base the day after killing Cassandra, it was empty, even Ant-Man's battlesuit was gone. I don't know what happened. It can only be said that the Red Devil is lucky, otherwise one of Russell's targets would be him. After all, teleportation is so useful. After making all preparations, Russell started his first time walk. Time and space coordinates. 2017, 09/26. Asgard. In a corner of Asgard, an orange light door appeared out of thin air, and Russell walked out of it. Then a green light flashed on his body, turning into an ordinary Asgard man. After doing it, he waited quietly. After more than 10 minutes, he picked up the time tablet and looked at it. The timeline was stable, and there was no time branch. The Doomsday Line is really a good place. After Russell muttered, his body became invisible. He didn't remember what day Ragnarok was. After all, it was not clearly stated in the movie, but old Loki remembered. At the moment, Asgard was destroyed by Flame Giant and there were only 5 hours left. So he came to pick up the spoils. Hela's divine power and Flame Giant's eternal fire were both good things. But he didn't plan to fight head-on. Hela became very powerful and immortal in this land. Surt's Doomsday State, which could destroy the entire Asgard with one sword, didn't look like someone who could be easily messed with. So, secretly picking up the spoils was the best way. He remembered that after he just crossed over, Iron Man died because of him, and then he looted the Curse of Knowledge item. So he boldly guessed that as long as the participating characters died, the system looting should be triggered. In the following time, Russell did not go to the treasury to steal things, fearing that it would change the plot and cause the Doomsday not to be triggered. He hid at the top of Asgard and waited quietly for the event to end. Soon he saw a blockbuster with his own eyes. First, Thor and Valkyrie Banner came back by spaceship. Then he was beaten into one eye by Hela, and then awakening, a big battle, Hulk transformed, and Loki saved the scene. Until Surtur woke up from the eternal fire and turned into a 1,000-meter-high messenger of doom, and the giant sword was about to pierce Asgard. At this moment, Russell, who had been hiding, moved. Both hands made a pistol gesture, one aimed at Flame Giant and the other at Hela. Biu-biu. Russell was excited and controlled 2 micro-blood arrows to shoot out. The first arrow hit the thigh of Flame Giant, but it couldn't even break the shell, leaving a small black dot mark. At the same time, Flame Giant didn't react. But the second arrow was unexpected. Just when it was about to hit Hela's head, the latter suddenly tilted her head to avoid it, and then looked over. Damn little bug! Hela cursed angrily, but ignored it. Because Flame Giant's sword had already stabbed down. Go to hell! She roared, and an obsidian spike constructed by the power of death shot up into the sky, trying to stop Flame Giant. Seeing this, Russell stopped hesitating. Although he didn't hit Hela, he was also involved. He teleported directly to a room in the leader's spacecraft. Phantom teleportation can be spatially located, and does not require a picture in the mind like camartage teleportation. Then he walked out of the hatch and quickly mixed into the crowd. He was afraid that when he left, the timeline and system could not be plundered. Beside the porthole, Loki looked at a refugee who was rude and forced to squeeze in, and felt a little unhappy. What identity is standing next to him? However, as a hero, he smiled very friendly and stepped aside. After he finished, he thought the man would thank him. As a result, he was rejected without even looking at him, and he was immediately furious. Loki's mouth twitched, and he planned to punish this ignorant civilian after Thor left. At this moment, Asgard exploded. The dazzling light bloomed in the universe for the last time. Asgard is gone, Thor said with some sadness. Loki wanted to comfort his brother, but at this time he heard a puzzled muttering from his side. Something is wrong, why is there no feedback yet? Is it not blown up completely? Flame Giant, you are not full, are you not plugged in properly? The voice was not loud, but Thor and Loki were not ordinary people, so they could still hear it. Thor frowned. As a citizen of Asgard, how could he say this? But although he was unhappy, he didn't say anything. Loki didn't care about that. He had a sneer on his face. If he punished Thor at this time, he would not care about himself. "What's your name?" Loki tried to imitate Odin's majesty and shouted. "What's your intention in saying such things at this time?" Russell was depressed, and turned his head to look at the familiar face in front of him and became even more angry. "I gave you face, right? Unlucky. P.S. There is still a story in the void, but it is in the back, and the next is the plot on the timeline. PS2. In case some big guys forget, in the Marvel setting, the Doomsday timeline will not trigger the time branch no matter how the plot changes. Have fun." 044 Loki, "Didn't I get this slap in vain?" Loki had expected a face that admitted his mistake, but the result was the exact opposite. He showed a self-doubting look, turned his head and looked at Thor in confusion. "Did I hear wrong?" Thor crossed his arms and shook his head. He had originally thought that this civilian would just apologize, and he would not let Loki punish him. But now it seems that this situation can be used to establish authority. Loki saw what Thor meant, and was immediately happy. He turned his head and showed a sincere smile on his face. "Hee hee. I didn't hear it clearly just now, can you say it again?" While speaking, the green magic power on his palm behind his back had already lit up. As long as the other party started to scold again, he would slap it without hesitation. Russell tilted his head and suddenly said, "In fact, maybe I was saving you. Why don't you scold me again?" Loki was stunned for a moment and then reacted. "What do you mean by saving my life? What is this? Why can't I understand it at all?" Russell saw the confusion in Loki's eyes and suddenly smiled. "Don't you understand? It doesn't matter. Now you understand. Go." He raised his arm and slapped Loki. Loki screamed and slapped the glass of the porthole. Yet, it's still a familiar touch. Thor was shocked. Although Loki is a wimp, it's relatively speaking. But he couldn't even react and was slapped away. This is definitely not an Asgard civilian. "Who are you?" He was shocked and directly blocked the people around him behind him. Heimdall and Valkyrie also drew their swords, looking alert. Russell didn't answer, but his mouth corners were slightly raised, revealing a strange smile. Friendly reminder, never accept the eyes given to you by a raccoon. See you next time. After the voice fell, he took a step back and sank into the orange portal that suddenly appeared, leaving the Hulk who jumped over empty. The cabin fell into silence, and this weird scene made everyone look at each other in bewilderment. Until several seconds later, Thor suddenly said, "I hate raccoons the most, how can I accept their eyes? Ridiculous." The crisis was resolved, and he returned to the Thor whose brain was all muscle, and his eyes, his single eye was full of wisdom. Heimdall sighed slightly. He was sure that Thor didn't even know what a raccoon was. At this time, an angry voice sounded, and Loki pulled himself off the strengthening glass and turned back angrily. He hated the feeling that his body was completely out of his control. However, when he looked up, he found that the man had disappeared without a trace, as if he had never appeared. Loki couldn't help but cover his right face and almost cried. Where are the people? Was he beaten in vain? Voidland. Russell walked out of the portal. The spaceship was just a simple attempt for him to see whether these people who were supposed to die would come to the void or continue to develop according to the timeline. At the moment he was thinking about the reasons for the failure of this operation. Asgard exploded, Flame Giant and Hela died, and I participated in it but didn't get any entries. Obviously, my previous guess that participating in it can get entries was wrong. Russell carefully recalled the scene after he just crossed over. I smashed Killian to death, and Killian killed Iron Man before he died. I killed the former. So the entry can be obtained naturally, no need to think about it. The main problem is Iron Man. I didn't kill him, but I got the entry. Russell thought. So, is it participation? I played a very key role in the death of Iron Man. Without me, Tony Stark would not die. But even if I didn't exist in Ragnarok, Hela and Flame Giant would die. Russell thought about it and felt that the truth might be like this. Otherwise, as long as he played a supporting role in some major events, he might be invincible. For example, the Battle of Titan Star in Avengers Alliance 3 and the final group battle of Avengers Alliance 4, the number of deaths was too high. If I follow the original guess, I can get the entries of Strange, Spider-Man, Thanos, Quill, Spider-Woman, the Black Order and others by just throwing a skill. What's more terrifying is that I can brush it repeatedly. Sure enough, I can't get stuck with a bug. Russell sighed, not feeling too sorry, he just thought too simply before. But since I can't participate simply, I should think about how to do it myself. I definitely can't participate in the last moments of the Ragnarok timeline. Hela didn't die in Asgard, and the Flame Giant was rubbish if he didn't get the Eternal Fire. So if you want the entry, you have to push the time forward. But this will bring new problems. The range of the Doomsday time point will not be very large, and leaving it will trigger a time branch. Trigger a time branch? Russell's spirituality trembled suddenly, and he suddenly thought of something very critical, but he had never noticed it before. When he just crossed over, TVA didn't come immediately. Instead, these people came to capture him after Iron Man died. In other words, it is very likely that as long as he does not change the fate of some people, the time branch will not be triggered at all. At the same time, he thought of another thing. Why can't Kong, the survivor, find him? The machine that the other party showed at the end of Loki can foresee anything. In this case, why not capture him directly, but let Cassandra find him? Even when he entered the void at the beginning, the TVA soldiers should have followed him. Russell narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking. So it is very likely that he, a time traveler, is a special existence for the timeline, so the threshold for triggering the time branch is also different. No matter, you will know if you try it. Russell did not hesitate, set the coordinates, opened the portal and walked in again. Inside the leader spacecraft, Loki returned to his rest cabin, looked at his face in the mirror, and hissed from time to time. Just now, he used phantom magic to cover himself in the crowd. At the moment, after removing the disguise, you can see that his right face is swollen. Loki gnashed his teeth, and was furious when he thought about the slap he received for nothing. Damn you, don't let me meet you again, otherwise. What else? Another curious voice suddenly sounded in the rest cabin. P.S. The threshold for trying to trigger the time branch is critical, otherwise the plot cannot continue. I will try to write it as interesting as possible, and one more chapter will be enough. Reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. 045 Experiment. The sudden voice made Loki's body stiffen. He slowly shifted his sight and saw through the mirror that a strange man he had never seen before was sitting on a single sofa, looking at him with an inexplicable smile on his face. Who are you? Loki turned around suddenly, and 2 daggers appeared in his hands instantly. Russell said with a smile. You forgot about me so quickly. He raised his left hand and shook it. Loki instinctively covered his right face, his face changed and he said angrily. You are the one who hit me before. You dare to come? Russell smiled and said. Don't be so manic, I will think about it when I go back, and I feel a little sorry for you. Seeing the other party's attitude, Loki suddenly felt confident in his heart. He raised his head slightly and sneered. Want to apologize now? Humph, it's too late. He rushed over with 2 daggers without hesitation, intending to leave a few holes in the other party. Russell did not move, looking at Loki who was rushing towards him and sighed. Can't you Loki change your attack method? Why should a magician be an assassin? He raised his hand and slapped Loki's left face accurately, which seemed to be actively approaching him. Snap! Loki did several very difficult 720 turns in the air, and finally slapped flat on the metal ground with a smack. Russell showed a satisfied look, first slapped his right hand, and then smiled and said, "How is it, now you feel much better?" Loki slowly raised his head, and both sides of his face were swollen evenly. He stretched out his finger with trembling hands, pointed at Russell with grief and indignation, and said, "You are not here to apologize at all." "Hey!" Russell said with a puzzled look. "When did I say I was here to apologize? I just think your right face is swollen, which is unfair to your left face. Just tell me if you still have any complaints about your left face now." Loki almost passed out, took a few deep breaths and suddenly got up from the ground, roared, "I will fight you." He rushed over again. Russell shook his head when he saw this. Tisk tisk tisk, still nothing new. He ignored Loki, who was rushing towards him, raised his wrist and flicked it in the direction of the hatch. The purple cobweb instantly hit an invisible object, and a burst of green light faded, revealing a terrified Loki. He was still a little confused after the first slap. But he knew from the second slap that this person was definitely not someone he could defeat. So he used the phantom magic without hesitation. But he didn't expect that he would be seen through by the other party at a glance, which made him feel terrified. At this time, a faint voice came. "Your level of phantom magic is too inadequate," Russell said as he shot several cobwebs in succession, directly sealing Loki's mouth and hanging him in the air. Then he waited quietly. More than 10 minutes passed, and nothing abnormal happened. Russell looked at the time tablet, and there was no time branch on it. After thinking about it, he dissipated the spider web that sealed Loki's mouth with his mind, and then walked over with a smile. Loki's face turned pale, and he begged for mercy without hesitation. "Brother, my left and right faces are symmetrical, please let me go. I'll agree to whatever you want." Russell patted his face, which was very soft, and smiled. "Don't be so nervous, Loki. I said I'm here to save you. I'm here to save you. You mean to slap me in the face twice, so that even my brother can't recognize me? Hulk didn't hit me like this." Loki tried hard not to let his tears fall, and forced a smile. "Yes, you are right." He didn't dare to refute, for fear of being slapped again. Seeing the other party's miserable appearance, Russell stopped making fun of him and said seriously, "If I say you will die soon, do you believe it?" Loki was frightened by this serious tone and instinctively retorted, "Hela is dead, I have no enemies." Russell raised his eyebrows. "Are you sure? I remember someone worked on Holy Place No. 2. Loki's face changed, and he was a little panicked. "You mean Thanos?" Russell glanced at the unresponsive time tablet and continued. "Odin is dead, the Sorcerer Supreme on Earth is dead, and now no one can stop him from getting the infinite gems. Holy Place No. 2 will block this spaceship in a few hours, and then he will slaughter all of you in this spaceship, and you will be strangled to death by him, and die with your eyes open." Listening to these plain words, Loki couldn't help shivering, as if he had seen that scene. And this sounded reasonable. He was already scared. Seeing that Loki believed it, Russell glanced at the time tablet and raised his eyebrows. "There is no time branch yet." After thinking about it, he decided to go big. Russell put on the sling ring, opened a portal directly, and kicked Loki in. Opposite was the rooftop of the Stark building. Then he ignored the other party's shocked eyes and closed the portal directly. However, even so, the time tablet did not respond. Russell frowned slightly and muttered to himself, "It has not been triggered at this level. Does it have to wait until Loki's death time node, and fate will find that Loki is not dead, and the time branch will appear?" The lounge fell silent again. A few hours later, the hatch opened and Loki, wearing a green windbreaker, walked out. In the main control room, Thor heard the sound of the hatch opening, looked back, and smiled. "You are here, brother, does your face still hurt?" Loki snorted coldly. "He can only run fast, not very capable. If he is slower, I will let him taste the power of the first magician in the 9 realms. You are the one who is stubborn." Thor smiled and didn't point it out. After a pause, he said in a joking tone, "By the way, I thought you would leave. But since you stay, maybe the throne of Asgard." However, before he finished speaking, he saw Loki pointing behind him with a serious face and said, "I don't think it's time to discuss this issue now." Thor turned around suddenly. "I saw a huge amount of spaceship blocking the light of fixed star. Darkness fell. P.S. I will explain why the time branch will not be triggered later. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. 046 kill Ebony Maw instantly." The spaceship in front of him was very exaggerated. The leader of the High Lord was already very huge, but it was nothing in front of the holy place too, which was like a giant beast in the starry sky. This was the real weapon of war. At this time, a harsh alarm sounded in the spaceship. "Warning! The spaceship has been locked by high-energy weapons, please jump immediately." "Warning! The jump space is blocked and cannot leave the star field." "Warning! The spaceship's position is blocked and the escape pod cannot leave the mother ship." "Warning! Warning!" The panic warning was repeated over and over again. Thor's face became extremely ugly, and he slowly uttered 2 words. "Thanos." He didn't know how he was targeted, but he believed that the other party would never come to help the Asgard people. "Loki, go and arrange everyone." Thor was suddenly stunned halfway through his words. He saw Loki completely ignoring him, walked to the porthole, and pointed one hand out of the window. "Loki, you!" Just as Thor was about to speak, he suddenly saw the starry sky light up again. The next second, his pupils shrank and he saw an extremely shocking scene. A flaming sword hundreds of meters long appeared out of thin air, like a meteor, crashing into the huge spaceship below. The mighty force was palpitating even when looking through the porthole. At this time, a hexagonal rigid shield appeared on Holy Place number 2. Under the impact of the flaming sword, fierce and dazzling sparks burst out from it, and the entire spaceship tilted towards the point of impact. At this time, a purple energy column penetrated the outer shell of the spaceship and hit the flaming sword, which exploded instantly. Loki looked down at his hand, shook his head and disappeared on the spot. Thor was already stunned. "This powerful spell, you are really the number 1 magician in the 9 realms?" Just looking at the disappearing Loki, he suddenly thought of something and was immediately furious. Running away when you can't beat him. This guy really hasn't changed at all. The next second, his eyes were sharp, he pressed a button on the console, and spoke in the public channel. "Asgard, prepare to meet the enemy." Just a dozen minutes later. Blood, corpses, flames, Thor, who had just awakened, fell to the ground with wounds all over his body, surrounded by a large number of Asgard corpses. Ebony Maw walked to a burly figure in golden armor with an ugly face and knelt on one knee. "Master, the space gem was not found. And the signal source was lost." Thanos turned slowly and looked at Thor. Ebony Maw didn't need to be reminded, and Thor knelt on the ground uncontrollably with a finger hook, and his body was locked by shape-shifting steel. "Tell me, where is the space gem?" he asked, controlling Heimdall's golden sword to point at the opponent's chest. Thor instantly understood why Thanos could locate his spaceship. It was Loki who took the space gem from the treasure house. But it was too late to say anything now. He looked at Thanos with hatred. "You are doomed to fail, he has already left with the gem. And we haven't lost yet." The moment he finished speaking, a roar sounded, and the Hulk jumped out. Hulk is attacking. Hulk is defending. Hulk is being beaten. Hulk became autistic after being hit by a set of military boxing. Hope is shattered. Thor's expectant eyes turned into despair. Heimdall was ready to snatch the golden sword and teleport Hulk at any time. Thanos took off his helmet, took a look and said lightly, "It seems that the gem is indeed not here, kill them all. Next, Loki will be wanted throughout the galaxy and a bounty will be issued. He can't run away." He knew Loki too well, and he was sure that the other party controlled the gem and left the spaceship after discovering his arrival. The only thing that was a little confusing was that the person who had just cast the spell was also gone, and it seemed that they left together. Ebony Maw and Black Dwarf nodded and were about to start, but at this moment a voice suddenly sounded in the shadows in the corner. "Well, it's true that time branches only occur when the death node is reached." Thanos turned around and looked. Before the voice was heard, he didn't even notice that there was anyone there. Ebony Maw was also shocked. As a user of psychokinesis, he felt that there was only air there even now. The next second, a man in a green windbreaker walked out of the shadows. "Loki." Thor first showed a look of surprise, but his face immediately turned into despair. "It's over. Loki can't keep the space gem." But at this moment he suddenly heard Thanos say, "Who are you?" Thor was stunned, and then saw Loki laughing. "You still understand Loki, but you really misjudged him this time. Forget it, I'm in a hurry, and I estimate that they will be here in more than a minute, so I won't explain to you." The next second, a green light flashed. Russell no longer pretended to be Loki, and aimed at Ebony Maw with one hand. "You are too ugly, so I will kill you first." Ebony Maw snorted coldly. "Arrogant human, master, let me do it." Crack! Before he finished speaking, his neck was strangely broken, his eyes lost their spirit, and he died directly. Thor's eyelids jumped. He could feel that Ebony Maw's psychokinesis was very powerful, but at the moment he was killed so strangely. What kind of power is this? At this time, Black Dwarf roared, jumped up with a giant hammer, and smashed towards Russell. This blow was so powerful that Thor felt that even he would not dare to resist it. However, the next moment, a more terrifying scene appeared. He saw that the man just clenched his 5 fingers, and the 3-meter-high obsidian star collapsed instantly, and was squeezed into a sphere with a diameter of only more than 30 centimeters together with the giant hammer. Blood dripped out, and the death was even more miserable than Ebony Maw. Thor felt his scalp tingling. At this moment, he didn't know that the Loki he saw in the control room before was the terrifying existence in front of him. At this time, the faint voice sounded again. "Thanos, you have 48 seconds to struggle. PS1. At this node, Thanos only has the power gem. In addition, did you see the big guys here? I'm really panicking now. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 047 Killing Thanos, time and space changes?" Thanos put on his helmet again, ignoring the bodies of his 2 men. At this moment, there was no fear in his eyes, but there seemed to be a flame burning in them. The next second, a low voice echoed in the cabin. "How naive! Young Aesir, I can feel that you are cursed by knowledge like me. Then you should understand how strong I am after living for 1,000 years. As soon as the voice fell, Thanos crushed the alloy ground under his feet, and his body crashed into Russell like a cannonball. Russell's mind moved, and the telekinesis ability burst out. Thor suddenly felt as if he was sealed in invisible amber, completely unable to move. But in his eyes, he saw Thanos roar, a purple gem on the golden glove lit up, and purple energy lines spread to his body. There were bursts of roars around, and he completely ignored the invisible resistance and jumped in front of the man opposite in a few steps. "Die!" Thanos roared and punched out, and the air around him was sonic boom. Russell knew that the telekinesis ability could not tear the bodies of the Titans apart, so it only formed resistance. But he didn't expect Thanos to be so cruel to him. He actually directly guided the ability of the power gem to act on his body. It was obvious that the other party was not as confident as he said. The instant kill of Ebony Maw and Black Dwarf still made this Dark Titan feel strongly threatened. But Russell was not arrogant. Although he now has Aesir god bloodline, extremis, and other strengthening, his physical strength is also exaggerated. But a punch with the energy of the power gem should still be respected. He saw his hands overlapped each other, then flipped and pushed forward. Suddenly, golden lines appeared out of thin air, forming a spell shield. Seraphim Shield. Boom! The magic lines collapsed, and the shield collapsed before it lasted for a second. But this is enough. Russell used telekinesis ability to control himself to move to the left, while hot blood spread out from his palm at a high speed and condensed into a sword made of magma, and slashed towards Thanos' neck. Thor saw it and felt that he would not be able to dodge it if it were him, and could only rely on his body to resist. But the next moment, he saw that Thanos actually showed a strong control over his body, twisted his body to avoid the attack, and kicked sideways at the same time. Bang! This kick directly broke the alloy wall, revealing the circuit inside, and bursting with sparks. Russell ignored gravity and half-crouched above the attack point. It seemed like a crisis just now, but spider telepathy allowed him to easily avoid Thanos' 2 consecutive attacks. He looked down at the Dark Titan and grinned. There are still 36 seconds. As the voice fell, green light rose in his eyes, and the shadow under Thanos' feet suddenly came to life. It split into more than a dozen terrifying tentacles, and at the same time wrapped around Thanos' legs. Thor's eyes widened, recognizing that this was phantom magic. But this was Asgard's advanced magic. How could this person do it? And this strength and proficiency completely crushed Loki. Thanos looked down and snorted. It's just weak magic. He said that as he exerted force with his legs, all the tentacle shadows collapsed in an instant and turned back into their original shadows. Russell didn't care at all when the magic was broken, but smiled. Then he extended 2 flaming swords with his hands and jumped down to cut. Thanos smiled grimly. A magician dares to fight me in close combat. He didn't dodge or avoid, and the purple light on the Infinity Gauntlet became stronger and blasted upwards. However, the next moment, his expression was completely frozen. The fist with the power to blow up the spaceship penetrated the figure in front of him, turned into a green light and dissipated, and at the same time, a creepy voice sounded behind him. You are right, why should I, a magician, fight you in close combat? The shadow manipulation just now was just to attract your attention. Thanos' eyes suddenly widened, and he was about to elbow backwards. But it was too late, and his arm froze in mid-air. A cold palm had already sunk into his brain. If it was Cassandra, at the moment, she couldn't do it at all. Because when touching Thanos' body, the palm would be corroded by the destructive energy of the power gem, and then spread throughout the body, and she couldn't continue. She could ignore physical damage, but she couldn't be immune to the energy of the power gem. But Russell was different. He could only rely on the transformation of the body by Aesir god bloodline to resist. He ignored the pain and pulled Thanos' consciousness into the spiritual world. Thor felt his scalp tingling when watching this scene, and he couldn't imagine what it would feel like to have that hand inserted into his brain. Then he saw another extremely shocking scene. Not even a second had passed, Thanos suddenly closed his eyes and collapsed directly to the ground. This made him feel like the horror stories about necromancers that Frigga, the Queen of Heaven, told him when he was a child, had become reality, and his scalp was numb. Russell lowered his head and looked at Thanos, who was already a living dead man. He had just killed the other party's consciousness in the spiritual world. What he didn't expect was that although this Dark Titan had no spiritual power, he was surprisingly powerful inside, and it took a lot of effort to kill him. However, a few minutes in the spiritual world was less than a second in reality. 15 seconds left. Thanos, you lose. Russell summoned the Sword of Vishanti and pierced the other party's head. Then the ejection magic cobweb took the Infinity Gauntlet in his hand. At this time, he suddenly sensed something and took out the time tablet to open it. I saw that the time branch of at the moment was spreading at a very fast speed, and a red warning had appeared. Russell frowned. Was it because he killed Thanos, or because he took the time gem in the real universe? But now is not the time to care about this. 3 seconds later, Russell opened the space-time gate directly after hearing the prompt sound of successful plundering. Before leaving, he glanced at Thor and said, "For the sake of the Aesir, my suggestion is that you escape immediately. As for whether to listen or not, it is not your problem." As he said, he raised his hand and waved, and a portal to Kamartaj was opened. Then he entered the space-time gate without hesitation, and then closed it. Thor was confused. He couldn't understand at all, nor could he understand what this powerful existence who killed Thanos was doing at the moment. At this moment, he suddenly saw that the portal shining with golden sparks suddenly turned blue, and then a woman came over. "What a bright bald head!" Thor blurted out instinctively. The visitor glanced at the big fool, then looked at Thanos's body, and his face suddenly became worse. "What a big trouble!" The void. Russell looked at the closed space-time gate, feeling a little confused. At the last second when he left, he seemed to see the portal turn blue and a bald head appeared vaguely. It looked like Ancient One. But wasn't the old woman dead at this time? His original intention was to cause trouble for TVA, but now it seems that something strange has happened. But Russell didn't care. Instead, he hoped that the trouble would be as big as possible, because the TVA and Kong the Legacy were the ones who had the headache. Putting down the Infinity Gauntlet casually, Russell looked at the entries he had gained this time. P.S. I checked, Thanos was born in 1013, and his father was a Ross, a member of the royal family. Finally. This book is about to be put on the shelves. If you think it's okay, please give the little author a first order. In the next 2 weeks, it will be guaranteed to be around 14,000 per day, and then 10,000 per day. Thank you all in advance. Orts. Bang bang bang. Have fun reading books every day on the 11th. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP points. 048 Loki, why am I the victim again? Russell checked with a thought, and the first entry was Ebony Maw. Psychokinesis, blue-purple. Different from the telekinesis ability, it is to manipulate objects with thoughts. At the same time, it can also create psychokinesis spikes to torture the mind. Note, this ability can be stacked with the telekinesis ability. Bewitching, blue. Cleverly use the power of language to break through the psychological defense line, persuade, seduce and control others, with a certain probability of failure. Knowledge reserve, purple. Possess a lot of mechanical knowledge, cosmic common sense, and galactic geographical information. Russell showed a look of surprise. He knew about psychokinesis, but he didn't expect the other party to explode other gold coins. Bewitching is a good ability. Knowledge reserve is a complete surprise. He lacks this, which can make up for the lack of walking on the timeline. But the next Black Dwarf entry is a bit ordinary. Strong, blue. Possessing 15 tons of strength, the skin can defend against most physical damage. This entry seems good, but strength is not a direct addition. Instead, it increases the density of flesh, blood, and bones. Otherwise, if you repeatedly brush this entry, your strength will be 100 million tons, and your body will be invincible. With Russell's current physical fitness, it is only slightly enhanced. It is better than nothing. Warhammer expertise, white. Proficient in using various Warhammer weapons. Well, this is basically useless. At this time, Russell looked at the most anticipated harvest this time. Titan blood, gold. The blood gene from the Eternals. Possess super strength, endurance, recovery ability, resistance to blows, toughness, and agility. It has a considerable degree of resistance to cold, heat, electricity, radiation, poison, aging, disease, and magic. It can be immune to mental interference, bewitching, and mind control to a certain extent. You can survive in space without eating anything. Weakness erasure. After loading, there will be no alien manifestations, such as purple skin, swollen body, buttocks, and chins. Russell couldn't help smacking his lips, and sighed in his heart, what kind of buff monster this is. No wonder this guy can resist the energy corrosion of the power gem. At the same time, I also understand why it is so difficult to kill him even after he was pulled into the spiritual world. This is simply an invincible hexagonal warrior. If he hadn't tricked the opponent, he really couldn't kill him in 48 seconds. And this is not over yet. The system shows that after loading the entry, the temperature of Extremis has increased again, reaching 9,000. Russell looked at this entry that is currently the only one with growth potential, and felt that he might become a human-shaped sun one day in the future. 15 million degrees may not be a dream. At the moment, the void has come tonight. Russell did not make plans in a row. He is not an Iron Man, and he needs to rest when he needs to rest. Then he went directly to the timeline to get a big meal, and brought back the ice cola that the little wolf girl likes. After eating, it was time to have enough physical strength. It has been 24 hours since we last had a sparring match, it's time to exercise. The situation is the same as before. The little wolf girl was full of momentum at first, and her moves were fatal. Attacking the weaknesses fiercely. A series of moves seemed to have left Russell with no chance to fight back. But as time went on, he began to lose strength. First, he was too weak to do it, then he was in a dilemma, and finally he was defeated and surrendered. Then came the second battle of the X-Men. The third battle of the X-Men. The fourth battle of the X-Men. The X-Men were defeated miserably. After more than 10 minutes, the little wolf girl recovered some of her strength and spirit, but she saw that Russell was still full of energy, and she felt a little sorry. She could clearly feel that Russell's strength was getting stronger and stronger, and she could no longer fight the whole battle and could not help him. 1v1 was no longer possible. And when she thought that if there was no Russell, she would not have the comfortable life she has now, and she would not have to face crises every day, or even enjoy the life, she felt even more guilty. Maybe I should find a teammate. Well, at least one that is worthy of him. A morning in the void. Russell bought some breakfast and returned to the timeline. It was still the Asgard Doomsday timeline. In view of the situation when he got the power gem before, he wanted to test the influence of infinite gems on the time branch. He came to the Asgard treasury in stealth all the way, and he soon found the Tesseract. There was no defense, just picked up the gem very simply and roughly. The next second, the time tablet vibrated, and Russell opened it and found that the time branch really appeared, and the growth rate was very fast. It seems that infinite gems are very important to the timeline, and any change will trigger the time branch. With a sigh, Russell put away the Rubik's Cube without hesitation. Anyway, it has been triggered, it would be a waste not to take it, and there is Infinity Gauntlet. And it is not unusable, just count it as a trump card. Thinking of this, Russell sighed again. If he hadn't seen how the people left behind dealt with Kong Su, he might have already started designing TVA. But that kind of negative time energy is too terrifying. At present, he has no means to fight against it, so he can only continue to increase his strength and not fight against TVA. After thinking about it, Russell still plans to start with Hela in the next entry. One is Divine Power, which is a very powerful force. The other is that he remembers the Aesir Protoss royal bloodline entry, and there is a chance to awakening the divine calendar. The second entry is superimposed, and perhaps this probability will increase. After confirming the idea, Russell adjusted the time and space coordinates on the time tablet 3 days forward along the Ragnarok Doomsday time point. He didn't know the coast where Hela escaped from the seal and the specific time point, but he would definitely not go wrong if he followed the plot. And he could also get the preconditional entry of Flame Giant's non-doomsday messenger form. So, next he can only suffer from old friends. Asgard. Timeline 2017,09,23. Deep in Asgard. There are melodious music floating here, a breeze with fragrance blowing, and the simulated sunshine is warm and the temperature is just right. The king of all gods, who looks old but very energetic, squinted his eyes at the moment and lay comfortably on his side on the couch. He opened his mouth from time to time, waiting for the fairy beside him to feed him grapes tribute from Vanaheim, and listened to the performance of the Asgard band. Until a man with a totem tattooed on his head ran up in panic. He knelt on one knee on the ground with a panicked look on his face. God! God King! Odin opened his eyes, and a trace of displeasure at being disturbed flashed in his eyes. But he still slowly sat up from the couch, trying to look serious, and said in a majestic voice. Skulk, didn't I ask you to guard Bifrost? You left your post without permission, do you know your crime? Skulk was sweating and said nervously. Yes, there is an urgent report. Odin stood up suddenly. Is Thor back? After saying that, he knew something was wrong. Facing the gazes around him, he coughed dryly and reorganized his words. My reckless eldest son is back. Skulk shook his head quickly. Odin felt much more relaxed immediately, sat back, and smiled. In that case, you can go back if you have nothing else to do. In his opinion, there was nothing urgent other than this. Seeing his appearance, Skulk was so anxious that he quickly said. It's not Thor, it's Loki. Odin stood up again suddenly, shocked. What the hell? Hearing this, the guards, nobles, and performers looked over again. Odin didn't care about other people's expressions this time, and asked again hurriedly. You're not mistaken, it's Loki Odinson who's back. The people around him were confused. What do you mean, besides Odinson, does Loki have any other son? And isn't he dead? The opera he arranged for him has been performed hundreds of times. Skulk smiled bitterly. It is indeed the second prince. He suddenly appeared in the Bifrost and is coming here now. I ran here through another road. He knew the secret of Odin in front of him, and that was why he got the Asgardian position. Therefore, he was also very shocked by Loki's appearance. Odin. Loki frowned, and didn't understand why. He thought Thor would come back, or even Odin would come back. But he never thought it would be Loki who came back. He is here, and the one who came is definitely fake. He just doesn't know why the other party pretended to be him. After thinking about it, he decided to command the Asgard guards to capture the other party. But it is definitely not possible to capture him directly. After all, except for Skulker, these people present did not know that the other party was fake. If one is not handled well, he might be exposed. The next second, Odin sat back again, looked at Skulker and smiled. It seems that our god of trickery is very lucky to survive the disaster. Thor just made a mistake before. It just so happens that I miss my second son very much. You go and lead him, and tell him that I, Ashbite, will meet him in the temple. Skulk was a little confused, but he still ran down in a hurry as ordered. Odin looked at the people around him and smiled. I will not accompany you from now on. Order the guards of the King of Gods, civilians, and nobles to gather. I will meet Loki in the temple. Everyone bowed and left. Odin nodded and left quickly with the guards. A few minutes later, in the Golden Temple, hundreds of golden armored guards of the King of Gods stood on both sides. Civilians were a little further away from the throne, and nobles were closer. Odin sat on the throne, and everyone waited for Loki to come. On the Bifrost, Skulk's head was sweating again. Before, he was worried that Loki, who suddenly appeared, would see Odin before him, but when he walked back, he found that the other party was standing in the middle of the Bifrost. And he looked up at the direction of the waterfall on the edge of Asgard in the distance, motionless, as if he saw something. It's still like this until now. Your Highness, the second prince, the God King summoned you. He couldn't help but urge again. Loki was naturally Russell in disguise. He has now become Loki to perfection, and even Odin can hardly tell them apart. The reason he didn't leave was because he really saw something. The world tree. That was not a normal tree body, but colorful energy gathered into a dreamy huge branch, almost occupying the entire field of vision. Very spectacular. And this is only part of it. But Russell glanced at the useless Asgardian beside him. This guy was sweating and anxious, and obviously couldn't see the scene. Can I see it? Why? At this time, Russell suddenly saw a branch of the world tree hanging down like water, spreading towards himself. He instinctively raised his hand to block it, but found that the latter directly sank into his body. At the same time, the sound of the system suddenly sounded. Warning, alien energy invasion detected. This energy is a gift from the world tree. Warning cancelled. Russell blinked. What is the gift from the world tree? And he didn't feel any changes in his body. At this moment, he suddenly found that the world tree in his eyes gradually dimmed, and then disappeared completely. It seemed to leave the current reality dimension. No, or it should be that the other party returned to the dimension where originally. Russell still didn't understand why this happened, and why it didn't happen when he came here at the doomsday time point last time. After thinking about it, he gave up thinking. Maybe he would have a chance to ask Odin later. Skulk was almost going crazy, and finally saw Loki turned around. What did you just say? Russell asked. He had just focused on the world tree and didn't pay attention to what the other party said. Skulk quickly replied. Your Highness, the second prince, the God King is waiting for you in the temple. Russell raised his eyebrows. Then what are you waiting for? Yes. Yes. Skulk forced a smile, not daring to say anything more, and hurriedly led the way. A few minutes later, Russell strode into the temple, and did not stop until he reached the throne. Almost everyone in the temple looked over, and their eyes were full of curiosity. After all, before this, Odin had said that Loki had died to save him. On the high platform, Odin stood up, with a loving smile on his face, and said, Loki Odinson, my second son. You don't know how much I have missed you in the past 3 years. After all, Thor told me personally that you are dead. He was not in a hurry, and planned to expose this fake one step by step. Naturally, he would not have to do it himself at that time. However, the next second, he saw Loki pointing at him angrily and shouting. Shut up! You fake! Odin was stunned. What the hell is this? You, a fake, call me a fake? Before he could react, Russell shouted to the people of Asgard under the altar. People of the King of God, you have been deceived. He is not Odin at all. He is a fake. In the crowd, both nobles and civilians were all stunned. The guards of the King of God raised their spears, but aimed at Russell. They were loyal to Odin and would not doubt him because of a word. Loki, who was disguised as Odin, also reacted at this time, and immediately stood up and shouted. Guards, take down this lunatic, he is definitely not Loki. After receiving the order, hundreds of guards went out together. Russell was not panicked at all. He just raised his head and grinned at Odin. Seeing this smile, Loki's heart trembled for no reason, and he had a bad feeling. He could only drink a few more times to boost his courage and let the guards catch him quickly. However, just when the guards of the God King wanted to catch the faker, a green light suddenly flashed and the other party's body disappeared strangely. Seeing this scene, Loki's scalp suddenly numbed. He knew what this was. Illusion magic. This is an illusion, the other party is not there at all. At this moment, a smiling voice suddenly sounded behind him. Tisk tisk, you can't even see through your own magic. Loki almost screamed in fear, and then felt something on his neck. This time he didn't need to look to know what it was. Dagger. His own dagger. Illusion magic, invisibility, dagger. For a moment, Loki felt that he was a fake. The Asgard people under the throne were in a panic. No one expected that this fake Loki who suddenly appeared would dare to kidnap Odin. But why does the opponent's spell look so familiar? At this moment, a more shocking scene appeared. That Loki wiped Odin's face, and suddenly with a burst of green light, the Supreme God King turned into a person who had never been seen before. At this moment, no matter how stupid the Asgard people were, they knew that the previous Odin was fake. The real Odin could not be hijacked. This man didn't even dare to resist a dagger. The crowd was in an uproar. Looking at the expressions of the people below, Loki touched his face in panic, and his face turned pale and he almost fainted. He hurriedly shouted, "No, I'm not fake. No, I'm not Odin, I'm Loki. You have to believe me." Russell snapped, and Tian Fen slapped him skillfully. "Your name is Loki, then who am I? You despicable fake. P.S. I didn't add Thanos's buff, this guy is immune to all kinds of things." 049 Strange Shock. The 3-year deadline has come. The exiled prince of the gods has returned with magic skills, and like a god descending from heaven, he defeated the evil fake god king, perfectly exposed the other party's conspiracy, and made an indelible and huge contribution to the safety of Asgard. Well, this is the most popular version of the story in the gods' domain today. In the underground cell, Russell was very considerate to arrange a single room for the villain of the story. But the latter shrank in the corner with a pale face, and didn't seem to appreciate it. Russell didn't care, and smiled. "Don't be so scared. Believe me, all this is to save you." Loki touched his swollen left face and felt that his words were somewhat unconvincing. "What are you going to do?" he couldn't help asking. Russell didn't answer, squatting in front of Loki, showing a kind smile. "Come on, do you want to tell me where Odin is hiding, or do you want me to go and see it myself?" As he said this, he raised his palm and shook it, full of threat. Loki didn't hesitate for a second and blurted out, "Don't hit me, I'll tell you. He's at the Green Park nursing home in New York. I don't remember the exact address, I just know it's in Brooklyn." Russell nodded, then suddenly sighed and said kindly, "Since you're so straightforward, I'll tell you something. In fact, Odin still treats you as his son." After saying that, he patted Loki's shoulder and left, leaving him alone in silence. "Bifrost." Russell glanced at Skulker and said, "Have you found Thor?" The latter held the golden sword in both hands, his head full of tears. "It's almost there, don't worry. The land of fire is full of fire, I can't see clearly." After more than 10 minutes, Skulker's anxious face suddenly showed a look of surprise. "Found it. He is in a cave, and there is a monster with sparks in front of him. I don't know what it is." Russell replied indifferently, "Oh, that's Surti, the messenger of doom who brought Ragnarok in the Asgard legend." "Ah!" Skulker was so scared that he almost dropped the golden sword in his hand, and turned back with a face full of fear. "Prince Loki, is the legend true?" Russell slapped his head, and then casually said, "Don't worry, you won't die this time, quickly teleport me over." Skulker immediately showed a more terrified expression. "How can you say this as if I have died before?" But even though he was scared, he didn't dare to slow down and quickly activated the Bifrost teleport. Muspelheim. This is the Kingdom of Fire, also known as the Land of Fire. If there is a hell in the world, it can only be here. There are all kinds of fire monsters here, magma monsters that never go out, little devils that seem like demons, burning undead skeletons, sleeping fire dragons, and so on. As the king of the kingdom of fire, I am the most powerful one and will bring eternal doom to Asgard. As the hoarse voice sounded, the bottom of the cage where Thor was locked suddenly opened and fell down until he was caught by the chain. Thor cried out in pain and twisted his body awkwardly, only then did he see a humanoid monster with horns on his head and a body that was burning red like coal. Finally seeing the target, he grinned and smeared honey on his little mouth. "Hey, Surdy, you, ABD born from a magma head, are still alive. I thought my father had killed you 500,000 years ago." Flame Giant sneered, with sparks in his eyes. "You Asgardians are only good at talking. Hehe, Odin must have died of old age, otherwise why would he let an ignorant kid like you come here?" Thor laughed. "Don't worry, even if you burn to ashes, Odin will not die. He is the Lord of Asgard, the Father of God, the Guardian of the Nine Realms." Boom! A torrent of colorful energy shattered the dome of the cave and surged on the ground. A few seconds later, Thor saw a familiar figure walking out of the Bifrost. "Loki! You are not dead!" He widened his eyes and shouted in disbelief. Russell, holding Loki's face, hurried over, grabbed Thor's shoulder and said, "Oh no, Thor, your dad is gone." "What?" Thor's voice rose 8 degrees, more shocked than seeing his brother resurrected from the dead. At this time, a burst of enthusiastic laughter sounded. "Odin is dead, ha 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 ha." Thor felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten shit, and quickly asked, "What's the matter, Loki, isn't your father staying in Asgard well?" Russell shook his head. "That guy in Asgard is a fake, Odin has been missing for 3 years. Surdy's laughter stopped abruptly. Thor blinked, thinking that he cried too early. "Missing, not dead," Russell said in surprise. "Didn't I make it clear, your father is gone?" Thor couldn't help rolling his eyes. "Next time, be more accurate, and he is also your father," Russell said seriously. "No, I was adopted." Thor didn't continue to dwell on this topic, nor did he ask how Loki was obtained. At the moment, he said anxiously, "Help me open the chain quickly, so that I can kill this flame BD first." "Dream on!" Suddenly a roar sounded. The red-hot fire was reflected in Thor's pupils. "Get out of the way, Loki!" he shouted anxiously, summoning Mjolnir who stayed outside. "Damn, it's too late." Thor's eyes suddenly showed despair. Did he have to watch his brother who had just come back from the dead be burned to ashes? Oh no, the giants of Jotunheim didn't even have ashes. At this moment, he regretted that he had just been nagging like a woman, and his eyes turned red instantly. Surdy had already revealed a twisted grin, and the flames from the giant sword in his hand were about to devour the two. At this moment, a calm voice suddenly sounded. "Why are you like a woman, Thor? What's there to worry about a big waste stripped of the eternal fire?" Thor was stunned. "If you don't worry anymore, you will die." Then he saw that just when the flames were about to engulf Loki, a magic shield appeared out of thin air to block it. The hot flames were easily blocked outside the shield, and it looked very weak. But Thor knew that Surdy's flames were not low in temperature, and even he needed Mjolnir to resist, otherwise he would be burned and injured. But, is this still Loki? In his memory, his brother was just a lousy magician, the only thing he was skilled at was turning into a little snake, and he always liked to use 2 daggers as an assassin. Very stupid. He was completely different from the calm and wise magician in front of him. Could he be fake? As soon as Thor had this thought, he saw Loki suddenly disappear in front of him with a flash of green light, and then the spell shield disappeared. Then the blazing flames rushed towards him. "Odin, this is definitely Loki's fault." Thor roared in his heart and took a fire bath. Although his skin could resist the flames, it still suffered some burns. His hair, eyebrows, and beard were the biggest victims, completely gone, burned clean. Surdy laughed at this, not considering where the previous Loki had gone. At this time, Mjolnir returned to its place, and Thor suddenly burst into dazzling thunder, breaking off the obsidian chains on his body and rolling out. He stood up quickly and was about to kill the flame giant with a hammer. But as soon as he looked up, he saw an extremely shocking scene. He saw that Loki, who had just disappeared, appeared above Surti at some point, hovering his body, and his hands constructed magic that he could not understand at all. As if he felt the fluctuations of magic, Surti, who was 5 or 6 meters tall, looked up awkwardly. I saw that a sacred sword burning with golden and white flames had taken shape. As Russell pressed down, it penetrated instantly. Surti wanted to dodge, but found that his body was controlled by a completely invisible force and could not move at all. Despicable magician! With the last words, its head was pierced by the holy sword, the flames in its eye sockets went out, and its whole body collapsed into a pile of red-hot stones. Surti is dead. Thor was shocked. After 3 years, how could Loki become so powerful? He felt that he might not be able to resist the magic sword just now. There was a faint palpitating breath in it. Russell fell from mid-air, picked up the crown left by Surti on the ground, and the system sounded in his ears. The looting entry is completed. Flame Messenger Remnant, blue-purple. The Doomsday Messenger created by the Shadow Ancient God with the Curse of the Land of Fire has the characteristics of controlling fire, affecting the ambient temperature, and immortality. When the eternal fire is obtained, it will become a complete Doomsday Messenger. Note: the eternal fire must ignite the flame giant crown to have relative power. Weakness Erasure, eliminate the destruction of Asgard, bring the fate of Ragnarok. 0. Please give me flowers. Russell was not too surprised by the defective entry, but he did not expect that the eternal fire needed to be combined with the crown to unleash its full power. It seems that it is impossible for him to take shortcuts. If he wants that power, he still has to kill the complete flame giant. At this time, Thor came over, looked at the crown of flame giant and smiled. I thought this thing was its brow bone, but it turned out to be a crown. This thing looks so abstract. Russell glanced at Thor, and then said mercilessly, "You'd better look at yourself before scolding it." Thor suddenly remembered something, and raised his hand to touch his head and face in panic. The next second, he showed a look of despair and wailed, "My eyebrows, my hair, my favorite golden beard." Russell had no intention of comforting him and continued, "If you cry for a while, Odin might really be gone." Thor stopped wailing and finally remembered the business, asking, "What happened? And didn't you die before? I saw you stop breathing with my own eyes. Do you know that I cry for you and mourn for you?" Russell didn't even blink and made up a story about being rescued by a magician from another dimension. Although it was full of loopholes, Thor believed it again. Then he told him what happened in Asgard, and the great Thor believed it. And he said that he had seen it long ago. Odin was not real. But he just didn't have time to deal with him. Next, the two took the Bifrost to put the crown back to the treasury, and then went to Earth. In front of the Green Shade Garden nursing home. Wearing a hat and sunglasses, Thor looked at the construction site in front of him with a confused face. The nursing home is gone, and a kindergarten is built here. Are you sure it's here? He thought his father might really be lost now. It's all because of that damn imposter. When he returns to Asgard later, he will definitely exile him to the Land of Fire. At this time, Thor suddenly saw Loki in a black suit looking down at the ground, as if there was something strange on it. He couldn't help but be curious. Taguchi asked, "What are you doing?" Russell said lightly, "I feel the power of magic brewing." Hearing this, Thor immediately showed an expression that "you must be kidding me," and said speechlessly, "Although I don't know magic, this is too much. Where does the magic power come from on the ground? I only saw other people's chewing gum on it." Russell slowly moved a step to the left, and then said, If you don't believe me, stand here. Thor sneered and stood over without hesitation. He wanted to expose Loki's lies, just like every time before. After his brother came back this time, he not only became stronger, but also became arrogant. This made him feel that it was necessary to let the other party know who the older brother was. Zafe. Ah! Just as Thor was about to speak, he fell in with a cry. Then the portal closed, and a business card with an address appeared on the ground instead. Russell didn't even look at it, stepped on it and took a step, and suddenly a portal appeared and passed through. The next second, he rang the doorbell and waited quietly. Holy place, second floor. Strange, wearing a magic cloak, was thinking about how to get there. Pretend to be Bobby in front of Thor. Should he replace the space and move in when the other party knocks on the door? Or hide in the corner of the second floor and suddenly float out to scare the other party? After thinking about it, he felt that maybe he should do both, so that he would appear more stylish and mysterious. Just as he began to practice in his mind, he suddenly heard the doorbell on the 10th floor ring. Strange was a little surprised. How could there be guests visiting at this time? He cast a spell with one hand, and a mirror appeared in the air, reflecting the scene outside the holy place. I saw a man in a black suit standing quietly at the door waiting. Strange's pupils shrank suddenly, revealing a surprised and puzzled look. What's going on? Why is it Loki outside the door? No, if it's Loki outside the door, who is in his circular portal? He wanted to open it to take a look, but suddenly found that the person in the mirror Loki suddenly looked at himself. Then he smiled and said silently, "Is this 177A Bleecker Street? I am not in the wrong place, Mr. Strange. P.S. The flame giant without the eternal fire is a weakling." As for Strange, he really pretended at that time, and it was definitely intentional. There are pictures to prove it. 050 The gift from the world tree, the power of the ancestor. Strange's pupils shrank slightly. At this moment, he was very sure that the other party could see him in reverse through the peak spell. It was hard to imagine how high the other party's mental power would be and how sensitive he was to spells. Moreover, he had never dealt with Loki before. Why did this person know him? Not only that, the most important thing was that after discovering that the Bifrost had fallen, he had used the time gem to peek into the future, so that he could accurately locate Loki's feet. But now Thor disappeared, and it was the other party who came. Why did the future change? Strange took a deep breath. In any case, this is the holy place. Even if this Loki is weird, he has the ability to control him. In this case, why not meet him to clear up the doubts? Thinking of this, Strange directly pried the space and borrowed the energy of the holy place to replace the space position. Russell looked at the surrounding environment changing instantly and raised his eyebrows. In the movement process just now, he could clearly feel the change of space. That kind of folding, displacement, and resetting are real-world operations based on the mirror dimension. It's very difficult. But it's also very subtle. Russell felt that his understanding of space had suddenly improved, which came from the spiritual capture and touch. Then, he instinctively snapped his fingers. In front of the world window, Strange was suspended in the air, making a profound and mysterious master gesture, waiting to give Loki a surprise. Then, he saw that Loki, who had just been moved to the second floor, not only didn't look at him at all, but showed an expression of sudden enlightenment on his face. Then he saw the other party suddenly raised his hand and snapped his fingers. In an instant, the familiar change fluctuations caused by the space prying appeared. Strange saw Loki's body disappear instantly. 000 He felt something in his heart, turned around and looked down through the window, and sure enough, he saw that the other party had returned to his original position. It's outrageous. Strange touched his nose, feeling that he not only failed to pretend, but also let the other party get a big harvest. He spent a long time trying to figure out the key to space shifting. As a result, he used it on Loki once, and he learned it. This wave was a huge loss. At this time, space fluctuations appeared again, and he saw Loki appear in front of him. "Good afternoon, Mr. Strange." Russell greeted politely. "Why does it feel like the host is the guest?" Strange sniffed and said calmly. "Not Mr. Strange, but King Strange. Definitely, according to custom, the Asgard people should call me Sorcerer Supreme." Russell smiled slightly and asked again. "What about the giants of Jotunheim, Dr. Strange?" Strange took a serious look, and then said solemnly. "It depends on the other party." Russell smiled. "Don't be so serious, Mr. Holmes. You should know the purpose of Thor and I coming to Earth this time." Strange was very upset when he heard 3 different names in such a short time. He did not speak, but pried the space again, and the 2 of them came to a tea room and sat on the sofa. "Drink tea." Strange shook his head and said. "No, it may be too hot for you. How about some ice cola?" Russell smiled and put the wine on the coffee table. "Don't be so polite, I like to help myself. That bottle of Chivas is very good." As he said this, he lightly touched the table with his fingertips, and suddenly a bottle of translucent brown whiskey appeared on the table, reflecting an attractive light. "Do you want to drink, Sorcerer Supreme?" Russell asked Strange while opening the wine. "That's my treasured 63-year limited edition whiskey." Strange forced himself to show a painful expression and nodded. "Drink." He called himself Sorcerer Supreme, how could he be stingy? "And the most important thing is, you all opened." Russell pretended not to see the resentment in Strange's eyes, moved 2 crystal glasses over, and poured himself a glass first. Then he poured half a glass for the other party and pushed it over. "You're welcome." Strange felt that he had been more angry in this day than in a year. This guy was like his nemesis. He drank it in one gulp, and then said with resentment, "You're welcome." Russell nodded. Strange took a deep breath and decided not to waste time. If he continued like this, he was afraid that he would not be able to help but take action. He tried to make a solemn expression and said in a low voice, "As Sorcerer Supreme, I have been monitoring people and things from other worlds, because they may be potential threats to this world. Reb." He wanted to say Loki was a threat according to the original script. But at this moment, he suddenly realized that this guy was right in front of him. Russell looked at him with a smile, and then said, "Don't beat around the bush, magician. Thor and I are here to find Odin. You don't need to test anything. I don't have any ill will towards the earth." Strange didn't refute, but just said with embarrassment, "I met Odin before. He has awakened from the spell, but chose to exile himself. His attitude is very firm and he doesn't want to be disturbed. He still respects the wishes of the God King." Then he heard Loki in front of him say, "The God King's body is almost at its limit, and he doesn't have many days left. If the God King is in Midgard, it may be a major diplomatic accident." Strange stood up immediately and said seriously, "You know, Kamartaj always respects the wishes of children for family conflicts. After all, people are always confused. I'll take you there now." Russell looked at the Sorcerer Supreme with excellent responsibility in front of him with great appreciation, and then said, "Don't worry, you still have to return Thor to me." "Oh." Strange then remembered that there was a big fool, and quickly ignited a spark portal. The next second, a scream of falling from far to near was heard from inside. "Ah!" A big man fell to the ground with a bang from the portal. Russell took a look, turned his head and asked, "Do you need Asgard to compensate for the floor tiles?" Strange looked at the broken Italian Edimax floor tiles with heartache, and then shook his head. At this time, Thor got up from the ground, patted the broken tiles on his body, looked at Loki with a shocked face and said, "Brother, you guessed it right, there is really magic on that piece of ground. Is it right? Russell smiled. Strange immediately understood that Loki had sensed the magic in advance and asked Thor to change his position, so it was this big fool who fell in. But this kind of magic ability, is this really Loki? He glanced at it, but unfortunately, unless magic is used, it is impossible to tell with the naked eye. Strange does not intend to participate in Asgard's internal affairs. Whether it is true or false has nothing to do with the earth, it is better to send it away quickly. If Odin is on the earth, he, the supreme law, will have a great responsibility. By the way, can I borrow a hair? He looked at Thor and said. The spell to locate Odin requires a part of the blood-related person, and the hair will do. However, after Strange finished speaking, he saw the big man in front of him with a hat and sunglasses lowered his head, showing a shy look. He looked at Loki in confusion. Russell shrugged and said, "This will probably be difficult, unless you have a spell to grow hair." Thor immediately looked over with an expectant look. Strange then noticed that Thor not only had a hair under his hat, but also had no eyebrows behind his exaggerated toed mirror. It looked like he had been burned by fire, and the baldness was very funny. He didn't dare to look at the other party's pitiful and expectant eyes, and looked at Loki and asked, "If it doesn't work, just cut your nails, although the effect will be a little worse." Thor was disappointed at first, and then he reached down as usual. Thor Odin, the god of thunder, can't be looked down upon by an earth necromancer. It's just hair, why do you care where it grows? Strange was immediately shocked and shouted hurriedly, "Stop, stop, stop. I have other ways to find him." He was afraid that Thor would really take out a hair, so he quickly cast a spell and found Odin on the Norwegian beach with the power of the world window. Then he quickly opened a portal, without even saying goodbye, and took the initiative to send the two away. This necromancer is really rude, Asgard will not treat guests like this. Thor said to Loki, his tone full of disgust. Russell nodded. You are right. But now is not the time to discuss this. Thor felt something and turned to look. Under the gloomy sky, an old man who looked very ordinary faced the sea, motionless. Thor murmured and walked over. Russell thought about it and followed. He wanted to see if Odin could recognize his disguise, and it would be okay even if he was exposed. This old god king has reached his limit and is not a threat to him. As for killing him to get the entry at this time, Russell never had this idea from the beginning. When the two came behind Odin, they heard him sigh. Look at this place, how beautiful. That kind of tranquility is something Asgard has never had, and the soul is free here. Thor felt something was wrong. In his memory, the God King would never express such emotion, just like an old human being. He took a step forward and shouted again. Odin nodded and turned to look. Wow! The old man's emotions that had been brewing before were all broken at this moment, and he looked at his bald eldest son in shock. Thor, have you changed your style? Odin looked up and down and felt that he still couldn't accept the new trend. Thor looked embarrassed. No, it was burned by the flame giant. He became excited again. You don't know, hey. The flame giant was killed by Loki. His magic power is very strong now. The threat of Ragnarok is gone. Let's go home together, father. Odin was stunned when he heard this. He had already sensed the breath of the flame giant remaining in Thor. But he didn't expect Surti to be killed by Loki. Could it be that in these 3 years, this kid has changed his ways and become a new person? He could not help but turn his head and see a very familiar face. But the next second, Odin narrowed his eyes slightly. Russell smiled and said nothing. Time passed by. Thor suddenly felt that the atmosphere seemed wrong, but he couldn't tell why. At this time, Odin suddenly said. In fact, the auras of the Aesir and the giants of Jotunheim are very easy to distinguish. Aura. Russell had never considered this, but the giants of Jotunheim entry would affect Extremis, so he still wouldn't consider it. I can only say that he is worthy of being the king of gods. Even if he has almost no power, he can still see through him at a glance. But since he has come here, it doesn't matter if he is exposed. However, the next second, he saw Odin showing a strange expression, patting his shoulder and saying, "The view of the world tree is beautiful, right?" Russell was really surprised at this time. Can this old man see the world he has seen appear in the mortal world? Thor asked curiously at this time. The world tree appears. Jane told me that the world tree is fake, just an energy channel. Odin shook his head helplessly and explained to his eldest son. Humans have a narrow perspective, and they even think we are aliens. The world tree definitely exists. It is the foundation of the 9 realms and a gift left by Gaia, the mother of the earth, for our Aesir gods. Thor nodded. He didn't understand. Russell was a little surprised to hear this secret. He knew that Gaia was an ancient god, but he didn't expect that the world tree was created by the other party. He didn't deny it either, and nodded. I did see it. Magnificent, beautiful, unforgettable. Thor took off his sunglasses at once, his eyes widened and shouted. Have you seen it? No. Isn't that a gift from the Aesir gods? I didn't see it, but you saw it. At this time Odin said faintly. He not only saw it, but also got the gift of the world tree. Thor immediately turned his gaze to Loki. What is the gift? Can it be eaten? Russell answered this stupid question, and 5.5 looked at Odin with some expectation and asked. Indeed, a ray of the world tree's energy has entered my body, but I didn't feel any gain. What does it do? Odin looked up at the sky, as if he could see the shadow under the mortal world. After a few seconds, he sighed. That is its recognition of you, and it is also the seed of your awakening power. And compared to the power of blood inheritance, it will be more powerful. In the Asgard records, it is called, the power of the ancestors. As he said this, he showed a look of pity, and said faintly. You need a ceremony to awaken it, but there is no time. Russell sighed with regret, but he was already very happy in his heart. He understood what Odin was saying. Asgard just didn't have time now, but it had time in the past. This was not a problem for him. At this moment, he was extremely grateful for his previous decision. If he had been wasting time at the doomsday point, how could he get such power and secrets? Even if he didn't get the power of death from Hela this time, he would have made a fortune. But I don't know if the gift of the world tree can be brushed. After thinking about it, he felt that it should be impossible. Even if he returned to the time node at that time, he already had the gift of the world tree in his body, and it should not be triggered again. Thor felt much better in his heart, so he patted Loki's shoulder to comfort him, and smiled and comforted him. Don't be sad, brother, you at least know what the world tree looks like and how beautiful it is. Look at me, I only have the power of Thor, but I have never seen it. You are much luckier than me. Russell glanced at Thor. It's okay, let you be happy first. Your smile will be transferred to my face in a while.